Hachette Audio presents Career of Evil, written by Robert Galbraith, read by Robert Glenister. To Sean and Matthew Harris. Do whatever you want with this dedication, but don't use it on your eyebrows. I choose to steal what you choose to show, and you know I will not apologize. You're mine for the taking. I'm making a career of evil. Blue Oyster Cult, Career of Evil. Lyrics by Patti Smith. Chapter 1. 2011. This ain't the summer of love. He had not managed to scrub off all her blood. A dark line like a parenthesis lay under the middle fingernail of his left hand. He set to digging it out, although he quite liked seeing it there, a memento of the previous day's pleasures. After a minute's fruitless scraping, he put the bloody nail in his mouth and sucked. The ferrous tang recalled the smell of the torrent that had splashed wildly onto the tiled floor, spattering the walls, drenching his jeans, and turning the peach-coloured bath towels, fluffy, dry, and neatly folded, into blood-soaked rags. Colours seemed brighter this morning, the world a lovelier place. He felt serene and uplifted, as though he had absorbed her, as though her life had been transfused into him. They belonged to you once you had killed them. It was a possession way beyond sex. Even to know how they looked at the moment of death was an intimacy way past anything two living bodies could experience. With a thrill of excitement, he reflected that nobody knew what he had done, nor what he was planning to do next. He sucked his middle finger, happy and at peace, leaning up against the warm wall in the weak April sunshine, his eyes on the house opposite. It was not a smart house. Ordinary. A nicer place to live, admittedly, than the tiny flat where yesterday's blood-stiffened clothing lay in black bin bags, awaiting incineration, and where his knives lay gleaming, washed clean with bleach, rammed up behind the U-bend under the kitchen sink. This house had a small front garden, black railings, and a lawn in need of mowing. Two white front doors had been crammed together side by side, showing that the three-story building had been converted into upper and lower flats. A girl called Robin Ellacott lived on the ground floor. Though he had made it his business to find out her real name, inside his own head, he called her the secretary. He had just seen her pass in front of the bow window, easily recognizable because of her bright hair. Watching the secretary was an extra, a pleasurable add-on. He had a few hours to spare, so he had decided to come and look at her. Today was a day of rest, between the glories of yesterday and tomorrow, between the satisfaction of what had been done and the excitement of what would happen next. The right-hand door opened unexpectedly, and the secretary came out, accompanied by a man. Still leaning into the warm wall, he stared along the street with his profile turned towards them, so that he might appear to be waiting for a friend. Neither of them paid him any attention. They walked off up the street side by side. After he had given them a minute's head start, he decided to follow. She was wearing jeans, a light jacket, and flat-heeled boots. Her long wavy hair was slightly ginger now that he saw her in the sunshine. He thought he detected a slight reserve between the couple, who weren't talking to each other. He was good at reading people. He had read and charmed the girl who had died yesterday among the blood-soaked peach towels. Down the long residential street he tracked them, his hands in his pockets, ambling along as though heading for the shops, his sunglasses unremarkable on this brilliant morning. Trees waved gently in the slight spring breeze. At the end of the street, the pair ahead turned left into a wide, busy thoroughfare lined with offices. Sheet glass windows blazed high above him in the sunlight, as they passed the Ealing Council building. Now the secretary's flatmate, or boyfriend, or whatever he was, clean-cut and square-jawed in profile, was talking to her. She returned a short answer and did not smile. Women were so petty, mean, dirty, and small. Sulky bitches, the lot of them, expecting men to keep them happy. Only when they lay dead and empty in front of you did they become purified, mysterious, and even wonderful. They were entirely yours then, unable to argue or struggle or leave, yours to do with whatever you liked. The other one's corpse had been heavy and floppy yesterday, after he had drained it of blood. His life-sized plaything. His toy. Through the bustling Arcadia shopping centre, he followed the secretary and her boyfriend, gliding behind them like a ghost or a god. Could the Saturday shoppers even see him? Or was he somehow transformed, doubly alive, gifted with invisibility? They had arrived at a bus stop. He hovered nearby, pretending to look through the door of a curry house, at fruit piled high in front of a grocer's, at cardboard masks of Prince William and Kate Middleton hanging in a newsagent's window, watching their reflections in the glass. They were going to get on the number 83. He did not have a lot of money in his pockets, but he was so enjoying watching her that he did not want it to end yet. As he climbed aboard behind them, he heard the man mention Wembley Central. He bought a ticket and followed them upstairs. The couple found seats together right at the front of the bus. He took a place nearby, next to a grumpy woman whom he forced to move her bags of shopping. Their voices carried sometimes over the hum of the other passengers. When not talking, the secretary looked out of the window, unsmiling. She did not want to go wherever they were going, he was sure of it. When she pushed a strand of hair out of her eyes, he noticed that she was wearing an engagement ring. So she was going to be getting married. Or so she thought. He hid his faint smile in the upturned collar of his jacket. The warm midday sun was pouring through the dirt-stippled bus windows. A group of men got on and filled the surrounding seats. A couple of them were wearing red and black rugby shirts. He felt suddenly as though the day's radiance had dimmed. Those shirts with the crescent moon and star had associations he did not like. They reminded him of a time when he had not felt like a god. He did not want his happy days spotted and stained by old memories, bad memories, but his elation was suddenly draining away. Angry now, a teenage boy in the group caught his eye, but looked hurriedly away, alarmed. He got up and headed back to the stairs. A father and his small son were holding tight to the pole beside the bus doors. An explosion of anger in the pit of his stomach. He should have had a son. Or rather, he should still have had a son. He pictured the boy standing beside him, looking up at him, hero-worshipping him. But his son was long gone, which was entirely due to a man called Cormoran Strike. He was going to have revenge on Cormoran Strike. He was going to wreak havoc upon him. When he reached the pavement, he looked up at the bus's front windows and caught one last glimpse of the secretary's golden head. He would be seeing her again in less than 24 hours. That reflection helped calm the sudden rage caused by the sight of those Saracen shirts. The bus rumbled off, and he strode away in the opposite direction, soothing himself as he walked. He had a wonderful plan. Nobody knew, nobody suspected. And he had something very special waiting for him in the fridge at home. Chapter 2. A rock through a window never comes with a kiss. Blue Oyster Cult, madness to the method. Robin Ellacott was 26 years old and had been engaged for over a year. Her wedding ought to have taken place 3 months previously, but the unexpected death of her future mother-in-law had led to the ceremony's postponement. Much had happened during the 3 months since the wedding should have happened. Would she and Matthew have been getting on better if vows had been exchanged, she wondered? Would they be arguing less if a golden band was sitting beneath the sapphire engagement ring that had become a little loose on her finger? Fighting her way through the rubble on Tottenham Court Road on Monday morning, Robin mentally relived the argument of the previous day. The seeds had been sown before they had even left the house for the rugby. Every time they met up with Sarah Shadlock and her boyfriend Tom, Robin and Matthew seemed to row, something that Robin had pointed out as the argument, which had been brewing since the match, dragged on into the small hours of the morning. Sarah was shit-stirring, for God's sake. Can't you see it? She was the one asking all about him, going on and on. I didn't start it. The everlasting roadworks around Tottenham Court Road station had obstructed Robin's walk to work ever since she had started at the private detective agency in Denmark Street. Her mood was not improved by tripping on a large chunk of rubble. She staggered a few steps before recovering her balance. A barrage of wolf whistles and lewd remarks issued from a deep chasm in the road full of men in hard hats and fluorescent jackets. Shaking long strawberry blonde hair out of her eyes, red in the face, she ignored them, her thoughts returning irresistibly to Sarah Shadlock and her sly, persistent questions about Robin's boss. He is strangely attractive, isn't he? Bit beaten up looking, but I've never minded that. Is he sexy in the flesh? He's a big guy, isn't he? Robin had seen Matthew's jaw tightening as she tried to return cool, indifferent answers. Is it just the two of you in the office? Is it really? Nobody else at all? Bitch, thought Robin, whose habitual good nature had never stretched to Sarah Shadlock. She knew exactly what she was doing. Is it true he was decorated in Afghanistan? Is it? Wow! So we're talking a war hero too. Robin had tried her hardest to shut down Sarah's one-woman chorus of appreciation for Cormoran Strike, but to no avail. A coolness had crept into Matthew's manner towards his fiancée by the end of the match. His displeasure had not prevented him bantering and laughing with Sarah on the journey back from Vicarage Road, though, and Tom, whom Robin found boring and obtuse, had chortled away, oblivious to any undercurrents. Jostled by passers-by, also navigating the open trenches in the road, Robin finally reached the opposite pavement, passing beneath the shadow of the concrete grid-like monolith that was centre point, and becoming angry all over again as she remembered what Matthew had told her at midnight, when the argument had burst back into flame. You can't stop bloody talking about him, can you? I heard you to Sarah. I did not start talking about him again. It was her. You weren't listening. But Matthew had imitated her, using the generic voice that stood for all women, high-pitched and imbecilic. Oh, his hair's so lovely! For God's sake, you're completely bloody paranoid, Robin had shouted. Sarah was banging on about Jacques Berger's bloody hair, not Cormoran's, and all I said, not Cormoran's, he had repeated in that moronic squeal. As Robin rounded the corner into Denmark Street, she felt as furious as she had 8 hours ago, when she had stormed out of the bedroom to sleep on the sofa. Sarah Shadlock, bloody Sarah Shadlock, who had been at university with Matthew and had tried as hard as she could to win him away from Robin, the girl left behind in Yorkshire. If Robin could have been sure she would never see Sarah again, she would have rejoiced. But Sarah would be at their wedding in July. Sarah would doubtless continue to plague their married life, and perhaps one day she would try to worm her way into Robin's office to meet Strike, if her interest was genuine and not merely a means of sowing discord between Robin and Matthew. I will never introduce her to Cormoran, thought Robin savagely, as she approached the courier standing outside the door to the office. He had a clipboard in one gloved hand and a long rectangular package in the other. Is that for Ellacott? Robin asked, as she came within speaking distance. She was expecting an order of ivory cardboard-covered disposable cameras, which were to be favours at the wedding reception. Her working hours had become so irregular of late that she found it easier to send online orders to the office rather than the flat. The courier nodded and held out the clipboard without taking off his motorcycle helmet. Robin signed and took the long package, which was much heavier than she had expected. It felt as though some single large object slid inside it as she put it under her arm. "Thank you," she said. But the courier had already turned away and swung a leg over his motorbike. She heard him ride away as she let herself inside the building. Up the echoing metal staircase that wound around the broken birdcage lift she walked, her heels clanging on the metal. The glass door flashed as she unlocked and opened it, and the engraved legend, C.B. Strike, Private Investigator, stood out darkly. She had arrived deliberately early. They were currently inundated with cases, and she wanted to catch up with some paperwork before resuming her daily surveillance of a young Russian lap dancer. From the sound of heavy footfalls overhead, she deduced that Strike was still upstairs in his flat. Robin laid her oblong package on the desk, took off her coat and hung it, with her bag, on a peg behind the door, turned on the light, filled and switched on the kettle, then reached for the sharp letter opener on her desk. Remembering Matthew's flat refusal to believe that it had been flanker Jacques Berger's curly mane she had been admiring, rather than Strike's short and frankly pube-like hair, she made an angry stab to the end of the package, slit it open, and pulled the box apart. A woman's severed leg had been crammed sideways in the box. The toes of the foot bent back to fit. Chapter 3. Half a hero in a hard-hearted game. Blue Oyster Cult, the Marshall Plan. Robin's scream reverberated off the windows. She backed away from the desk, staring at the obscene object lying there. The leg was smooth, slender and pale, and she had grazed it with her finger as she pulled its packaging open, felt the cold, rubbery texture of the skin. She had just managed to quell her scream by clamping her hands over her mouth when the glass door burst open beside her. 6'3" and scowling, Strike's shirt hung open, revealing a monkeyish mass of dark chest hair. "What the—" He followed her stricken gaze and saw the leg. She felt his hand close roughly over her upper arm, and he steered her out onto the landing. "How did it arrive?" "Courier," she said, allowing him to walk her up the stairs. "On a motorbike." "Wait here. I'll call the police." When he had closed the door of his flat behind her, she stood quite still, heart juddering, listening to his footsteps returning downstairs. Acid rose in her throat. A leg. She had just been given a leg. She had just carried a leg calmly upstairs, a woman's leg in a box. Whose leg was it? Where was the rest of her? She crossed to the nearest chair, a cheap affair of padded plastic and metal legs, and sat down, her fingers still pressed against her numb lips. The package, she remembered, had been addressed to her by name. Strike, meanwhile, was at the office window that looked down into the road, scanning Denmark Street for any sign of the courier, his mobile pressed to his ear. By the time he returned to the outer office to scrutinize the open package on the desk, he had made contact with the police. "A leg?" repeated Detective Inspector Eric Wardle on the end of the line. "A fucking leg?" "And it's not even my size," said Strike. A joke he would not have made had Robin been present. His trouser leg was hitched up to reveal the metal rod that served as his right ankle. He had been in the process of dressing when he had heard Robin scream. Even as he said it, he realized that this was a right leg, like his own lost limb, and that it had been cut below the knee, which was exactly where he had been amputated. His mobile still clamped to his ear, Strike peered more closely at the limb, his nostrils filling with an unpleasant smell like recently defrosted chicken. Caucasian skin, smooth, pale and unblemished, but for an old greenish bruise on the calf, imperfectly shaven. The stubbly hairs were fair, and the unpainted toenails a little grubby. The severed tibia shone icy white against the surrounding flesh. A clean cut. Strike thought it likely to have been made by an axe or a cleaver. "A woman's, did you say?" "Looks like—" Strike had noticed something else. There was scarring on the calf where the leg had been severed. Old scarring, unrelated to the wound that had taken it from the body. How many times during his Cornish childhood had he been caught unawares as he stood with his back to the treacherous sea? Those who did not know the ocean well forgot its solidity, its brutality. When it slammed into them with the force of cold metal, they were appalled. Strike had faced, worked with, and managed fear all his professional life. But the sight of that old scarring rendered him temporarily winded by a terror all the worse for its unexpectedness. "Are you still there?" said Wardle, on the end of the line. Strike's twice-broken nose was within an inch of the place where the woman's leg had been cut off. He was remembering the scarred leg of a child he had never forgotten. How long was it since he had seen her? How old would she be now? "You called me first?" Wardle prompted. "Yeah," said Strike, forcing himself to concentrate. "I'd rather you did it than anyone else, but if you can't—" "I'm on my way," said Wardle. "Won't be long. Sit tight." Strike turned off his phone and set it down, still staring at the leg. Now he saw that there was a note lying underneath it, a typed note. Trained by the British Army in investigative procedure, Strike resisted the powerful temptation to tug it out and read it. He must not taint forensic evidence. Instead, he crouched down unsteadily so that he could read the address hanging upside down on the open lid. The box had been addressed to Robin, which he did not like at all. Her name was correctly spelled, typed on a white sticker that bore the address of their office. This sticker overlay another. Squinting, determined not to reposition the box, even to read the address more clearly, he saw that the sender had first addressed the box to Cormoran Strike, then overlain it with the second sticker reading Robin Ellacott. Why had they changed their mind? "Fuck," said Strike quietly. He stood up with some difficulty, took Robin's handbag from the peg behind the door, locked the glass door and headed upstairs. "Police are on their way," he told her, as he set her bag down in front of her. "Want a cup of tea?" She nodded. "Want brandy in it?" "You haven't got any brandy," she said. Her voice was slightly croaky. "Have you been looking?" "Of course not," she said, and he smiled at how indignant she sounded, at the suggestion she might have been through his cupboards. You're not the sort of person who'd have medicinal brandy." "Want a beer?" She shook her head, unable to smile. Once the tea had been made, Strike sat down opposite her with his own mug. He looked exactly what he was, a large ex-boxer who smoked too much and ate too much fast food. He had heavy eyebrows, a flattened and asymmetrical nose, and, when not smiling, a permanent expression of sullen crossness. His dense, dark, curly hair, still damp from the shower, reminded her of Jacques Berger and Sarah Shadlock. The row seemed a lifetime ago. She had only briefly thought of Matthew since coming upstairs. She dreaded telling him what had happened. He would be angry. He did not like her working for Strike. "Have you looked at it?" she muttered, after picking up and setting down the boiling tea without drinking it. "Yeah," said Strike. She did not know what else to ask. It was a severed leg. The situation was so horrible, so grotesque, that every question that occurred to her sounded ridiculous, crass. Do you recognize it? Why do you think they sent it? And, most pressing of all, why to me? The police will want to hear about the courier, he said. I know, said Robin. I've been trying to remember everything about him. The downstairs door buzzer sounded. That'll be Wardle. Wardle? She repeated, startled. He's the friendliest copper we know, Strike reminded her. Stay put. I'll bring him to you here. Strike had managed to make himself unpopular among the Metropolitan Police over the previous year, which was not entirely his fault. The fulsome press coverage of his two most notable detective triumphs had understandably galled those officers whose efforts he had trumped. However, Wardle, who had helped him out on the first of those cases, had shared in some of the subsequent glory, and relations between them remained reasonably amicable. Robin had only ever seen Wardle in the newspaper reports of the case. Their paths had not crossed in court. He turned out to be a handsome man with a thick head of chestnut hair and chocolate-brown eyes, who was wearing a leather jacket and jeans. Strike did not know whether he was more amused or irritated by the reflexive look Wardle gave Robin on entering the room. A swift zigzag sweep of her hair, her figure and her left hand, where his eyes lingered for a second on the sapphire and diamond engagement ring. Eric Wardle, he said in a low voice, with what Strike felt was an unnecessarily charming smile. And this is Detective Sergeant Equenzi. A thin, black female officer whose hair was smoothed back in a bun had arrived with him. She gave Robin a brief smile, and Robin found herself taking disproportionate comfort from the presence of another woman. Detective Sergeant Equenzi then let her eyes stray around Strike's glorified bedsit. "Where's this package?" she asked. "Downstairs," said Strike, drawing the keys to the office out of his pocket. "I'll show you. Wife okay, Wardle?" he added, as he prepared to leave the room with Detective Sergeant Equenzi. "What do you care?" retorted the officer. But to Robin's relief, he dropped what she thought of as his counselor's manner as he took the seat opposite her at the table and flipped open his notebook. "He was standing outside the door when I came up the street," Robin explained, when Wardle asked how the leg had arrived. "I thought he was a courier. He was dressed in black leather, all black except for blue stripes on the shoulders of his jacket. His helmet was plain black and the visor was down and mirrored. He must have been at least 6 feet tall, 4 or 5 inches taller than me, even allowing for the helmet." "Build?" asked Wardle, who was scribbling in his notebook. "Pretty big, I'd say, but he was probably padded out a bit by the jacket." Robin's eyes wandered inadvertently to Strike as he re-entered the room. "I mean, not a fat bastard like the boss?" Strike, who had overheard, suggested, and Wardle, never slow to make or enjoy a dig at Strike, laughed under his breath. "And he wore gloves," said Robin, who had not smiled. "Black leather motorcycle gloves." "Of course he'd wear gloves," said Wardle, adding a note. "I don't suppose you noticed anything about the motorbike?" "It was a Honda, red and black," said Robin. "I noticed the logo, that wing symbol. I'd say 750cc. It was big." Wardle looked both startled and impressed. "Robin's a petrolhead," said Strike. "Drives like Fernando Alonso." Robin wished that Strike would stop being cheery and flippant. A woman's leg lay downstairs. Where was the rest of her? She must not cry. She wished she had had more sleep. That damned sofa. She had spent too many nights on the thing lately. "And he made you sign for it?" asked Wardle. "I wouldn't say made me," said Robin. "He held out a clipboard and I did it automatically." "What was on the clipboard?" It looked like an invoice or... She closed her eyes in the effort to remember. Now she came to think of it, the form had looked amateurish, as though it had been put together on someone's laptop, and she said as much. "Were you expecting a package?" Wardle asked. Robin explained about the disposable wedding cameras. "What did he do once you'd taken it?" "Got back on the bike and left. He drove off into Charing Cross Road." There was a knock on the door of the flat, and Detective Sergeant de Quincey reappeared holding the note that Strike had noticed lying beneath the leg, which was now enclosed in an evidence bag. "Forensics are here," she told Wardle. "This note was in the package. It would be good to know whether it means anything to Miss Ellacott." Wardle took the polythene-covered note and scanned it, frowning. "It's gibberish," he said, then read aloud, "A harvest of limbs, of arms and of legs, of necks that turn like swans," interrupted Strike, who was leaning against the cooker and too far away to read the note, as if inclined to gasp or pray. The other three stared at him. "They're lyrics," said Strike. Robin did not like the expression on his face. She could tell that the words meant something to him, something bad. With what looked like an effort, he elucidated. "From the last verse of Mistress of the Salmon Salt by Blue Oyster Cult." Detective Sergeant de Quincey raised finely penciled eyebrows. "Who?" "Big 70s rock band." "You know their stuff well, I take it?" asked Wardle. "I know that song," said Strike. "Do you think you know who sent this?" Strike hesitated. As the other three watched him, a confused series of images and memories passed rapidly through the detective's mind. A low voice said, "She wanted to die. She was the quicklime girl." The thin leg of a 12-year-old girl, scarred with silvery criss-crossing lines. A pair of small dark eyes like a ferret's, narrowed in loathing. The tattoo of a yellow rose. And then, lagging behind the other memories, puffing into view, although it might have been another man's first thought, he remembered a charge sheet that made mention of a penis cut from a corpse and mailed to a police informer. "Do you know who sent it?" repeated Wardle. "Maybe," said Strike. He glanced at Robin and Detective Sergeant de Quincey. "I'd rather talk about it alone. Have you got everything you want from Robin?" "We'll need your name and address and so on," said Wardle. "Vanessa, can you take those?" Detective Sergeant de Quincey moved forwards with her notebook. The two men's clanging footsteps faded from earshot. In spite of the fact that she had no desire to see the severed leg again, Robin felt aggrieved at being left behind. It had been her name on the box. The grisly package was still lying on the desk downstairs. Two more of Wardle's colleagues had been admitted by Detective Sergeant de Quincey. One was taking photographs, the other talking on his mobile when their senior officer and the private detective walked past. Both looked curiously at Strike, who had achieved a measure of fame during the period in which he had managed to alienate many of Wardle's colleagues. Strike closed the door of his inner office, and he and Wardle took the seats facing each other across Strike's desk. Wardle turned to a fresh page of his notebook. "All right, who do you know likes chopping up corpses and sending them through the post?" "Terence Malley," said Strike, after a momentary hesitation, "for a start." Wardle did not write anything, but stared at him over the top of his pen. "Terence Digger Malley?" Strike nodded. "Haringey Crime Syndicate." "How many Terence Digger Malleys do you know?" asked Strike impatiently. "And how many have got a habit of sending people body parts?" "How the hell did you get mixed up with Digger?" Joint ops with Voice Squad 2008, drug ring. The bust he went down for? Exactly. Holy shit, said Wardle. Well, that's bloody it, isn't it? The guy's an effing lunatic. He's just out, and he's got easy access to half of London's prostitutes. We'd better start dragging the Thames for the rest of her. Yeah, but I gave evidence anonymously. He shouldn't ever have known it was me. They've got ways and means, said Wardle. Haringey Crime Syndicate, they're like the fucking mafia. Did you hear how he sent Hatford Ali's dick to Ian Bevan? Yeah, I heard, said Strike. So what's the story with the song? The harvest of whatever the fuck it was. Well, that's what I'm worried about, said Strike slowly. It seems pretty subtle for the likes of Digger, which makes me think it might be one of the other three. Chapter 4. Four Winds at the Four Winds Bar, 2 doors locked and windows barred. One door left to take you in, the other one just mirrors it. Blue Oyster Cult, Astronomy. You know 4 men who'd send you a severed leg? 4? Strike could see Robin's appalled expression reflected in the round mirror standing beside the sink where he was shaving. The police had taken away the leg at last. Strike had declared work suspended for the day, and Robin remained at the little formica table in his kitchen-cum-sitting room, cradling a second mug of tea. To tell you the truth, he said, strafing stubble from his chin, I think it's only 3. Think I might have made a mistake telling Wardle about Mally. Why? Strike told Robin the story of his brief contact with the career criminal who owed his last prison stretch in part to Strike's evidence. So now Wardle's convinced the Haringey Crime Syndicate found out who I was. But I left for Iraq shortly after testifying, and I've never yet known an SIB officer's cover blown because he gave evidence in court. Plus, the song lyrics don't smell like Digger. He's not one for fancy touches. But he's cut bits off people he's killed before? Robin asked. Once that I know of. But don't forget, whoever did this hasn't necessarily killed anyone. Temporized Strike. The leg could have come off an existing corpse, could be hospital waste. Wardle's going to check all that out. We won't know much until forensics have had a look. The ghastly possibility that the leg had been taken from a still living person he chose not to mention. In the ensuing pause, Strike rinsed his razor under the kitchen tap, and Robin stared out of the window, lost in thought. Well, you had to tell Wardle about Mally, said Robin, turning back to Strike, who met her gaze in his shaving mirror. I mean, if he's already sent someone a... What exactly did he send? She asked, a little nervously. A penis, said Strike. He washed his face clean and dried it on a towel before continuing. Yeah, maybe you're right. More I think about it, though, the surer I am it's not him. Back in a minute, I want to change this shirt. I ripped 2 buttons off it when you screamed. Sorry, said Robin vaguely, as Strike disappeared into the bedroom. Sipping her tea, she took a look around the room in which she was sitting. She had never been inside Strike's attic flat before. The most she had done previously was knock on the door to deliver messages or, in some of their busiest and most sleep-deprived stretches, to wake him up. The kitchen-cum-sitting room was cramped, but clean and orderly. There were virtually no signs of personality. Mismatched mugs, a cheap tea towel folded beside the gas ring, no photographs and nothing decorative, save for a child's drawing of a soldier which had been tacked up on one of the wall units. Who drew that? She asked, when Strike reappeared in a clean shirt. My nephew, Jack. He likes me for some reason. Don't fish. I'm not fishing. I never know what to say to kids. So you think you've met 3 men who would have... Robin began again. I want a drink, said Strike. "Let's go to the Tottenham." There was no possibility of talking on the way, not with the racket of pneumatic drills still issuing from the trenches in the road. But the fluorescent-jacketed workman neither wolf-whistled nor cat-called with Strike walking at Robin's side. At last they reached Strike's favourite local pub, with its ornate gilded mirrors, its panels of dark wood, its shining brass pumps, the coloured glass cupola, and the paintings of gambling beauties by Felix de Jong. Strike ordered a pint of Doombar. Robin, who could not face alcohol, asked for a coffee. "So," said Robin, once the detective had returned to the high table beneath the cupola. "Who are the three men?" "I could be barking up a forest of wrong trees, don't forget," said Strike, sipping his pint. "All right," said Robin. "Who are they?" "Twisted individuals who've all got good reason to hate my guts." Inside Strike's head, a frightened, skinny 12-year-old girl with scarring around her leg surveyed him through the lopsided glasses. Had it been her right leg? He couldn't remember. Jesus, don't let it be her. "Who?" Robin said again, losing patience. "There are two army guys," said Strike, rubbing his stubbly chin. "They're both crazy enough and violent enough to... A gigantic, involuntary yawn interrupted him. Robin waited for cogent speech to resume, wondering whether he had been out with his new girlfriend the previous evening. Ellen was an ex-professional violinist, now a presenter on Radio 3, a stunning Nordic-looking blonde who reminded Robin of a more beautiful Sarah Shadlock. She supposed that this was one reason why she had taken an almost immediate dislike to Ellen. The other was that she had, in Robin's hearing, referred to her as Strike's secretary. "Sorry," Strike said. "I was up late writing up notes for the Khan job. Knackered." He checked his watch. "Shall we go downstairs and eat? I'm starving." "In a minute. It's not even 12. I want to know about these men." Strike sighed. "All right," he said, dropping his voice as a man passed their table on the way to the bathroom. "Donald Lang, King's Own Royal Borderers." He remembered again eyes like a ferret's, concentrated hatred, the rose tattoo. "I got him life." "But then out in 10, said Strike. "He's been on the loose since 2007. Lang wasn't your run-of-the-mill nutter. He was an animal. A clever, devious animal. A sociopath, the real deal, if you ask me. I got him life for something I shouldn't have been investigating. He was about to get off on the original charge. Lang's got bloody good reason to hate my guts." But he did not say what Lang had done or why he, Strike, had been investigating it. Sometimes, and frequently when talking about his career in the Special Investigation Branch, Robin could tell by Strike's tone when he had come to the point beyond which he did not wish to speak. She had never yet pushed him past it. Reluctantly, she abandoned the subject of Donald Lang. Who was the other army guy? "Noel Brockbank, Desert Rat." "Desert what?" "7th Armoured Brigade." Strike was becoming steadily more taciturn, his expression brooding. Robin wondered whether this was because he was hungry. He was a man who needed regular sustenance to maintain an equable mood, or for some darker reason. "Shall we eat, then?" Robin asked. "Yeah," said Strike, draining his pint and getting to his feet. The cosy basement restaurant comprised a red-carpeted room with a second bar, wooden tables, and walls covered in framed prints. They were the first to sit down and order. "You were saying about Noel Brockbank," Robin prompted Strike when he had chosen fish and chips and she had asked for a salad. "Yeah, "He's another one with good reason to hold a grudge," said Strike shortly. He had not wanted to talk about Donald Lang, and he was showing even more reluctance to discuss Brockbank. After a long pause, in which Strike glared over Robin's shoulder at nothing, he said, "Brockbank's not right in the head, or so he claimed." "Did you put him in prison?" "No," said Strike. His expression had become forbidding. Robin waited, but she could tell nothing more was coming on Brockbank, so she asked, "And the other one?" This time, Strike did not answer at all. She thought he had not heard her. "Whose I don't want to talk about it," grunted Strike. He glowered into his fresh pint, but Robin refused to be intimidated. "Whoever sent that leg," she said, "sent it to me." "All right," said Strike grudgingly, after a brief hesitation. "His name's Jeff Whittaker." Robin felt a thrill of shock. She did not need to ask how Strike knew Jeff Whittaker. She already knew, although they had never discussed him. Cormoran Strike's early life was extensively documented on the internet, and it had been endlessly rehashed by the press coverage of his detective triumphs. He was the illegitimate and unplanned offspring of a rock star and a woman always described as a super groupie, a woman who had died of an overdose when Strike was 20. Jeff Whittaker had been her much younger second husband, who had been accused and acquitted of her murder. They sat in silence until their food arrived. "Why are you only having a salad? Aren't you hungry?" asked Strike, clearing his plate of chips. As Robin had suspected, his mood had improved with the ingestion of carbohydrates. "Wedding," said Robin shortly. Strike said nothing. Comments on her figure fell strictly outside the self-imposed boundaries he had established for their relationship, which he had determined from the outset must never become too intimate. Nevertheless, he thought she was becoming too thin. In his opinion, and even the thought fell outside those same boundaries, she looked better curvier. "Aren't you even going to tell me," Robin asked, after several more minutes' silence, "what your connection with that song is?" He chewed for a while, drank more beer, ordered another pint of Doombar, then said, "My mother had the title tattooed on her." He did not fancy telling Robin exactly where the tattoo had been. He preferred not to think about that. However, he was mellowing with food and drink. Robin had never showed prurient interest in his past, and he supposed she was justified in a request for information today. "It was her favourite song. Blue Oyster Cult were her favourite band. Well, favourite is an understatement. Obsession, really." "Her favourite wasn't the Deadbeats?" asked Robin without thinking. Strike's father was the lead singer of the Deadbeats. They had never discussed him either. "No," said Strike, managing a half-smile. "Old Johnny came a poor second with Leda. She wanted Eric Bloom, lead singer of Blue Oyster Cult, but she never got him. One of the very few who got away." Robin was not sure what to say. She had wondered before what it felt like to have your mother's epic sexual history online for anybody to see. Strike's fresh pint arrived, and he took a swig before continuing. "I was nearly christened Eric Bloom Strike," he said, and Robin choked on her water. He laughed as she coughed into a napkin. "Let's face it, Cormoran's not much bloody better. Cormoran Blue." "Blue?" "Blue Oyster Cult, aren't you listening?" "God," said Robin, "you keep that quiet." "Wouldn't you?" "What does it mean, mistress of the salmon salt?" "Search me. Their lyrics are insane, science fiction, crazy stuff." A voice in his head. She wanted to die. She was the quicklime girl. He drank more beer. "I don't think I've ever heard any Blue Oyster Cult," said Robin. "Yeah, you have," Strike contradicted her. "Don't fear the Reaper." "Don't? What?" "It was a monster hit for him. Don't fear the Reaper." "Oh, I see." For one startled moment, Robin had thought that he was giving her advice. They ate in silence for a while, until Robin, unable to keep the question down any longer, though hoping she did not sound scared, asked, "Why do you think the leg was addressed to me?" Strike had already had time to ponder this question. "I've been wondering that," he said. "And I think we've got to consider it a tacit threat, so, until we've found out—" "I'm not stopping work," said Robin fiercely. "I'm not staying at home. That's what Matthew wants." "You've spoken to him, have you?" She had made the call while Strike was downstairs with Wardle. "Yes. He's angry with me for signing for it." "I expect he's worried about you," said Strike insincerely. He had met Matthew on a handful of occasions and disliked him more each time. "He's not worried," snapped Robin. "He just thinks that this is it, that I'll have to leave now, that I'll be scared out. I won't." Matthew had been appalled at her news, but even so, she had heard a faint trace of satisfaction in his voice, felt his unexpressed conviction that now, at last, she must see what a ridiculous choice it had been to throw in her lot with a rackety private detective who could not afford to give her a decent salary. Strike had her working unsociable hours that meant she had to have packages sent to work instead of the flat. "I didn't get sent a leg because Amazon couldn't deliver to the house," Robin had said hotly. And of course, on top of everything else, Strike was now mildly famous and a source of fascination to their friends. Matthew's work as an accountant did not carry quite the same cachet. His resentment and jealousy ran deep and increasingly burst their bounds. Strike was not fool enough to encourage Robin in any disloyalty to Matthew that she might regret when she was less shaken. "Addressing the leg to you instead of me was an afterthought," he said. "They put my name on there first. I reckon they were either trying to worry me by showing they knew your name, or trying to frighten you off working for me." "Well, I'm not going to be frightened off," said Robin. "Robin, this is no time for heroics. Whoever he is, he's telling us he knows a lot about me, that he knows your name, and, as of this morning, exactly what you look like. He saw you up close. I don't like that." "You obviously don't think my counter-surveillance abilities are up to much." "Seeing as you're talking to the man who sent you on the best bloody course I could find," said Strike, "and who read that fulsome letter of commendation you shoved under my nose—" "Then you don't think my self-defence is any good?" "I've never seen any of it, and I've only got your word that you ever learned any." "Have you ever known me lie about what I can and can't do?" demanded Robin, affronted. And Strike was forced to acknowledge that he had not. "Well then, I won't take stupid risks. You've trained me to notice anyone dodgy. Anyway, you can't afford to send me home. We're struggling to cover our cases as it is." Strike sighed and rubbed his face with two large, hairy-backed hands. "Nothing after dark," he said. "And you need to carry an alarm, a decent one." "Fine," she said. "Anyway, you're doing Radford from next Monday," he said, taking comfort from the thought. Radford was a wealthy entrepreneur who wanted to put an investigator, posing as a part-time worker, into his office to expose what he suspected were criminal dealings by a senior manager. Robin was the obvious choice because Strike had become more recognizable since their second high-profile murder case. As Strike drained his third pint, he wondered whether he might be able to convince Radford to increase Robin's hours. He would be glad to know she was safe in a palatial office block 9 to 5 every day, until the maniac who had sent the leg was caught. Robin, meanwhile, was fighting waves of exhaustion and a vague nausea. A row, a broken night, the dreadful shock of the severed leg, and now she would have to head home and justify all over again her wish to continue doing a dangerous job for a bad salary. Matthew, who had once been one of her primary sources of comfort and support, had become merely another obstacle to be navigated. Unbidden, unwanted, the image of the cold, severed leg in its cardboard box came back to her. She wondered when she would stop thinking about it. The fingertips that had grazed it tingled unpleasantly. Unconsciously, she tightened her hand into a fist in her lap. Chapter 5. Hells Built on Regret. Blue Oyster Cult, The Revenge of Vera Gemini. Lyrics by Patti Smith. Much later, after he had seen Robin safely onto the tube, Strike returned to the office and sat alone in silence at her desk, lost in thought. He had seen plenty of dismembered corpses, seen them rotting in mass graves and lying, freshly blown apart by roadsides. Severed limbs, flesh pulped, bones crushed. Unnatural death was the business of the Special Investigation Branch, the plainclothes wing of the Royal Military Police, and his colleagues' reflexive reaction had often been humour. That was how you coped when you saw the dead torn and mutilated. Not for the SIB, the luxury of corpses washed and prettified in satin-lined boxes. Boxes. It had looked quite ordinary, the cardboard box in which the leg had come. No markings to indicate its origin, no trace of a previous addressee, nothing. The whole thing had been so organised, so careful, so neat. And this was what unnerved him, not the leg itself, nasty object though it was. What appalled him was the careful, meticulous, almost clinical modus operandi. Strike checked his watch. He was supposed to be going out with Ellen this evening. His girlfriend of 2 months was in the throes of a divorce that was proceeding with the chilly brinkmanship of a Grandmaster chess tournament. Her estranged husband was very wealthy, something that Strike had not realised until the first night he had been permitted to come back to the marital home and found himself in a spacious, wood-floored apartment overlooking Regent's Park. The shared custody arrangements meant that she was only prepared to meet Strike on nights when her 5-year-old daughter was not at home. And when they went out, they chose the capital's quieter and more obscure restaurants, as Ellen did not wish her estranged husband to know that she was seeing anyone else. The situation suited Strike perfectly. It had been a perennial problem in his relationships that the normal nights for recreation were often nights that he had to be out tailing other people's unfaithful partners, and he had no particular desire to kindle a close relationship with Ellen's daughter. He had not lied to Robin. He did not know how to talk to children. He reached for his mobile. There were a few things he could do before he left for dinner. The first call went to voicemail. He left a message asking Graham Hardacre, his ex-colleague in the Special Investigation Branch, to call him. He was not sure where Hardacre was currently stationed. The last time they had spoken, he had been due a move from Germany. To Strike's disappointment, his second call, which was to an old friend, whose life path had run more or less in the opposite direction to that of Hardacre, was not picked up either. Strike left a second, almost identical message, and hung up. Pulling Robin's chair closer to the computer, he turned it on and stared at the home page without seeing it. The image that was filling his mind, entirely against his will, was of his mother, naked. Who had known the tattoo was there? Her husband, obviously, and the many boyfriends who had woven in and out of her life, and anyone else who might have seen her undressed in the squats and the filthy communes in which they had intermittently lived. Then there was the possibility that had occurred to him in the Tottenham, but which he had not felt equal to sharing with Robin, that Leda had, at some point, been photographed in the nude. It would have been entirely in character. His fingers hovered over the keyboard. He got as far as Leda, Strike, Nake, before deleting letter by letter with an angry, jabbing forefinger. There were places no normal man wanted to go. Phrases you did not want to leave on your internet search history. But also, unfortunately, tasks you did not want to delegate. He contemplated the search box he had emptied, the cursor blinking dispassionately at him, then typed fast in his usual two-fingered style. Donald Lang. There were plenty of them, especially in Scotland, but he could rule out anyone who had been paying rent or voting in elections while Lang had been in jail. After careful elimination, and bearing in mind Lang's approximate age, Strike narrowed his focus to a man who appeared to have been living with a woman called Lorraine McNaughton in Corby in 2008. Lorraine McNaughton was now registered as living there alone. He deleted Lang's name and substituted Noel Brockbank. There were fewer of them in the UK than there had been Donald Langs, but Strike reached a similar dead end. There had been an NC Brockbank living alone in Manchester in 2006, but if that was Strike's man, it suggested that he had split up with his wife. Strike was not sure whether that would be a good or a bad thing. Slumping back in Robin's chair, Strike moved on to considering the likely consequences of being sent an anonymous severed leg. The police would have to ask the public for information soon, but Wardle had promised to warn Strike before they gave a press conference. A story this bizarre and grotesque would always be news, but interest would be increased, and it gave him no pleasure to reflect on it, because the leg had been sent to his office. Cormoran Strike was newsworthy these days. He had solved 2 murders under the noses of the Met, both of which would have fascinated the public, even had a private detective not solved them. The first, because the victim had been a beautiful young woman. The second, because it had been a strange, ritualistic killing. How, Strike wondered, would the sending of the leg affect the business he had been working so hard to build up? He could not help feeling that the consequences were likely to be serious. Internet searches were a cruel barometer of status. Sometime soon, Googling Cormoran Strike would not return to the top of the page glowing encomiums on his 2 most famous and successful cases, but the brutal fact that he was a man in receipt of a body part, a man who had at least one very nasty enemy. Strike was sure he understood the public well enough, or at least the insecure, frightened and angry section of it that was the private investigator's bread and butter, to know they were unlikely to be drawn to a business that received severed legs in the post. At best, new clients would assume that he and Robin had troubles enough of their own. At worst, that they had, through recklessness or ineptitude, got into something way over their heads. He was about to turn off the computer when he changed his mind. And, with even more reluctance than he had brought to the job of searching for his mother in the nude, typed in Brittany Brockbank. There were a few of them on Facebook, on Instagram, working for companies of which he had never heard, beaming out of selfies. He scrutinized the images. They were nearly all in their 20s, the age she would be now. He could discount those who were black, but there was no telling which of the others, brunette, blonde or redhead, pretty or plain, photographed beaming or moody, or caught unawares, was the one he sought. None were wearing glasses. Was she too vain to wear them in a picture? Had she had her eyes lasered? Perhaps she eschewed social media. She had wanted to change her name, he remembered that. Or perhaps the reason for her absence was more fundamental. She was dead. He looked at his watch again. Time to go and change. It can't be her, he thought, and then, let it not be her. Because if it was her, it was his fault. Chapter 6. Is it any wonder that my mind's on fire? Blue Oyster Cult, Flaming telepaths. Robin was unusually vigilant on the journey home that evening, surreptitiously comparing every man in the carriage with her memory of the tall figure in black leathers who had handed her the gruesome package. A thin young Asian man in a cheap suit smiled hopefully as she caught his eye for the third time. After that, she kept her eyes on her phone, exploring, when reception permitted, the BBC website and wondering, like Strike, when the leg would become news. 40 minutes after leaving work, she entered the large Waitrose near her home station. The fridge at home had almost nothing in it. Matthew did not enjoy food shopping, and, although he had denied it during their last row but one, she was sure that he thought she, who contributed less than a third of the household income, ought to bolster her contribution by performing those mundane tasks he did not like. Single men in suits were filling their baskets and trolleys with ready meals. Professional women hurried past, grabbing pasta that would be quick to cook for the family. An exhausted-looking young mother, with a tiny baby screaming in its buggy, wove around the aisles like a groggy moth, unable to focus, a single bag of carrots in her basket. Robin moved slowly up and down the aisles, feeling oddly jumpy. There was nobody there who resembled the man in black motorcycle leathers. Nobody who might be lurking, fantasizing about cutting off Robin's legs. Cutting off my legs. "Excuse me," said a cross, middle-aged woman, trying to reach the sausages. Robin apologized and moved aside, surprised to find that she was holding a pack of chicken thighs. Throwing it into her trolley, she hurried off to the other end of the supermarket, where, among the wines and spirits, she found relative quiet. Here, she pulled out her mobile and called Strike. He answered on the second ring. "Are you all right?" "Yes, of course. Where are you?" "Waitrose." A short, balding man was perusing the shelf of sherry just behind Robin, his eyes level with her breasts. When she moved aside, he moved with her. Robin glared. He blushed and moved away. "Well, you should be okay in Waitrose." Said Robin, her eyes on the bald man's retreating back. "Listen, this might be nothing, but I've just remembered. We've had a couple of weird letters in the last few months." "Nutter letters?" "Don't start." Robin always protested at this blanket term. They had attracted a significant increase in oddball correspondence since Strike had solved his second high-profile murder case. The most coherent of the writers simply asked for money on the assumption that Strike was now immensely rich. Then came those who had strange personal grudges that they wished Strike to avenge, those whose waking hours seemed devoted to proving outlandish theories, those whose needs and wishes were so inchoate and rambling that the only message they conveyed was mental illness, and finally, "Now these seem nutty," Robin had said, a sprinkling of people, both male and female, who seemed to find Strike attractive. "Addressed to you?" Strike asked, suddenly serious. "No, you." She could hear him moving around his flat as they talked. Perhaps he was going out with Ellen tonight. He never talked about the relationship. If Ellen had not dropped by the office one day, Robin doubted that she would have known that she existed. Perhaps not until he turned up for work one day wearing a wedding ring. "What did they say?" asked Strike. "Well, one of them was from a girl who wanted to cut off her own leg. She was asking for advice." "Say that again." "She wanted to cut off her own leg," Robin enunciated clearly, and a woman choosing a bottle of rosé nearby threw her a startled look. "Jesus Christ," muttered Strike. "And I'm not allowed to call them nutters. You think she managed it and thought I'd like to know?" "I thought a letter like that might be relevant," said Robin repressively. "Some people do want to cut bits of themselves off. It's a recognized phenomenon. It's called not being a nutter," she added, correctly anticipating him, and he laughed. "And there was another one, from a person who signed with their initials. A long letter. They went on and on about your leg and how they wanted to make it up to you.
If they were trying to make it up to me, you'd think they would have sent a man's leg. I'd look pretty bloody stupid.
Don't, she said. Don't joke. I don't know how you can.
I don't know how you can't, he said, but kindly.
She heard a very familiar scraping noise, followed by a sonorous clang. You're looking in the nutter drawer.
I don't think you should call it the nutter drawer, Robin. Bit disrespectful to our mentally ill.
I'll see you tomorrow, she said, smiling against her will, and hung up on his laughter. The fatigue she had been fighting all day washed over her anew as she ambled around the supermarket. It was deciding what to eat that was effortful. She would have found it quite soothing merely to shop from a list that somebody else had prepared. Like the working mothers seeking anything quick to cook, Robin gave up and chose a lot of pasta. Queuing at the checkout, she found herself right behind the young woman whose baby had at last exhausted itself and now slept as though dead, fists flung out, eyes tight shut. Cute, said Robin, who felt the girl needed encouragement. When he's asleep, the mother replied with a weak smile. By the time Robin had let herself in at home, she was truly exhausted. To her surprise, Matthew was standing waiting for her in the narrow hall. I shopped, he said, when he saw the 4 bulging shopping bags in her hands, and she heard his disappointment that the grand gesture had been undermined. I sent you a text that I was going to Waitrose. Must have missed it, said Robin. Sorry. She had probably been on the phone to Strike. They might even have been there at the same time, but of course she had spent half her visit skulking among the wine and spirits. Matthew walked forward, arms outstretched, and pulled her into a hug with what she could not help but feel was infuriating magnanimity. Even so, she had to admit that he looked, as always, wonderfully handsome in his dark suit, his thick, tawny hair swept back off his forehead. It must have been scary, he murmured, his breath warm in her hair. It was, she said, wrapping her arms around his waist. They ate pasta in peace, without a single mention of Sarah Shadlock, Strike, or Jacques Berger. The furious ambition of that morning to make Matthew acknowledge that it had been Sarah, not she, who had voiced admiration of curly hair, had burned out. Robin felt that she was being rewarded for her mature forbearance when Matthew said apologetically, I'm going to have to do a bit of work after dinner. No problem, said Robin. I wanted an early night anyway. She took a low-calorie hot chocolate and a copy of Grazia to bed with her, but she could not concentrate. After 10 minutes, she got up and fetched her laptop, took it back to bed with her, and Googled Jeff Whittaker. She had read the Wikipedia entry before, during one of her guilty trawls through Strike's past, but now she read it with greater attention. It started with a familiar disclaimer. This article has multiple issues. This article needs additional citations for verification. This article possibly contains original research. Jeff Whittaker. Jeff Whittaker, born 1969, is a musician best known for his marriage to 1970s supergroupie Leda Strike, whom he was charged with killing in 1994. Whittaker is a grandson of diplomat Sir Randolph Whittaker, KCMB, DSO. Early life. Whittaker was raised by his grandparents. His teenage mother, Patricia Whittaker, was schizophrenic, citation needed. Whittaker never knew who his father was, citation needed. He was expelled from Gordonston School after drawing a knife on a member of staff, citation needed. He claims that his grandfather locked him in a shed for 3 days following his expulsion, a charge his grandfather denies. Whittaker ran away from home and lived rough for a period during his teens. He also claims to have worked as a gravedigger, Citation needed. Musical career. Whitaker played guitar and wrote lyrics for a succession of thrash metal bands in the late 80s and early 90s, including Restorative Art, Devil Heart, and Necromantic. Personal life. In 1991, Whitaker met Leda Strike, ex-girlfriend of Johnny Rokeby and Rick Fantoni, who was working for the record company considering signing Necromantic. Citation needed. Whitaker and Strike were married in 1992. In December of that year, she gave birth to a son, Switch LeVay Bloom Whitaker. In 1993, Whitaker was sacked from Necromantic due to his drug abuse. Citation needed. When Leda Whitaker died of a heroin overdose in 1994, Whitaker was charged with her murder. He was found not guilty. In 1995, Whitaker was rearrested for assault and attempted kidnap of his son, who was in the custody of Whitaker's grandparents. He received a suspended jail sentence for the assault on his grandfather. Citation needed. In 1998, Whitaker threatened a co-worker with a knife and received a 3-month jail sentence. In 2002, Whitaker was jailed for preventing the lawful burial of a body. Karen Abraham, with whom he had been living, was found to have died of heart failure, but Whitaker had kept her body in their shared flat for a month. In 2005, Whitaker was jailed for dealing crack cocaine. Robin read the page twice. Her concentration was poor tonight. Information seemed to slide off the surface of her mind, failing to be absorbed. Parts of Whitaker's history stood out, glaringly strange. Why would anyone conceal a corpse for a month? Had Whitaker feared that he would be charged with murder again, or was there some other reason? Bodies, limbs, pieces of dead flesh. She sipped the hot chocolate and grimaced. It tasted of flavoured dust. In the pressure she felt to be slim in her wedding dress, she had forsworn chocolate in its true form for a month now. She replaced the mug on her bedside cabinet, returned her fingers to the keyboard, and searched for images of Jeff Whitaker trial. A matrix of photographs filled the screen, showing 2 different Whitakers, photographed 8 years apart, and entering and exiting 2 different courts. The young Whitaker, accused of murdering his wife, wore dreadlocks tied back in a ponytail. He had a certain seedy glamour in his black suit and tie, tall enough to see over the heads of most of the photographers crowding around him. His cheekbones were high, his skin sallow, and his large eyes set unusually far apart. The kind of eyes that might have belonged to an opium-crazed poet, or a heretic priest. The Whitaker who had been accused of preventing another woman's burial had lost his vagrant handsomeness. He was heavier, with a brutal crew cut and a beard. Only the wide-set eyes were unchanged, and the aura of unapologetic arrogance. Robin scrolled slowly down through the photographs. Soon, the pictures of what she thought of as Strike's Whitaker became interspersed with pictures of other Whitakers who had been in trials. A cherubic-looking African-American called Jeff Whitaker had taken his neighbour to court for allowing his dog to repeatedly foul his lawn. Why did Strike think his ex-stepfather? She found it odd to think of him in those terms, as he was only 5 years older than Strike, would have sent him the leg. She wondered when Strike had last seen the man he thought had murdered his mother. There was so much she did not know about her boss. He did not like to talk about his past. Robin's fingers slid back to the keys and typed, Eric Bloom. The first thing that occurred to her, staring at the pictures of the leather-clad 70s rocker, was that he had Strike's exact hair, dense, dark, and curly. This reminded her of Jacques Berger and Sarah Shadlock, which did nothing to improve her mood. She turned her attention to the other 2 men whom Strike had mentioned as possible suspects, but she could not remember what their names had been. Donald something? And a funny name beginning with B. Her memory was usually excellent. Strike often complimented her on it. Why couldn't she remember? On the other hand, would it matter if she could? There was little you could do on a laptop to find two men who might be anywhere. Robin had not worked for a detective agency for this long without being perfectly aware that those who used pseudonyms, lived rough, favoured squats, rented their accommodation, or did not add their name to electoral rolls, could easily fall through the wide mesh of directory inquiries. After sitting in thought for several more minutes, and with a sense that she was somehow betraying her boss, Robin typed "latest strike" into the search box, and then, feeling guiltier than ever, naked. The picture was black and white. The young lady posed with her arms over her head, a long cloud of dark hair falling down over her breasts. Even in the thumbnail version, Robin could make out an arch of curly script set above the dark triangle of pubic hair. Squinting slightly, as though rendering the image a little fuzzy somehow mitigated her actions, Robin brought up the full-sized picture. She did not want to have to zoom in, and nor did she need to. The words, "mistress of," were clearly legible. The bathroom fan whirred into life next door. With a guilty start, Robin shut down the page she had been viewing. Matthew had lately developed a habit of borrowing her laptop, and a few weeks previously she had caught him reading her emails to Strike. With this in mind, she reopened the web page, cleared her browsing history, brought up her settings, and after a moment's consideration, changed her password to "Don't fear the Reaper." That would scupper him. As she slid out of bed to go and throw the hot chocolate down the kitchen sink, it occurred to Robin that she had not bothered to look up any details about Terence Digger Malley. Of course, the police would be far better placed than she or Strike to find a London gangster. Doesn't matter, though, she thought sleepily, heading back to the bedroom. It isn't Malley. Chapter 7. Good to feel hungry. Of course, if he'd had the sense he was born with. That had been a favourite phrase of his mother's, vicious bitch that she'd been. You haven't got the sense you were born with, have you, you stupid little bastard? If he'd had the sense he was born with, he wouldn't have followed the secretary the very day after handing her the leg. Only it had been difficult to resist the temptation when he did not know when he would next have a chance. The urge to tail her again had grown upon him in the night, to see what she looked like now that she had opened his present. From tomorrow, his freedom would be severely curtailed, because it would be home and it required his attention when it was around. Keeping it happy was very important, not least because it earned the money. Stupid and ugly and grateful for affection, it had barely noticed that it was keeping him. Once he'd seen it off to work that morning, he had hurried out of the house to wait for the secretary at her home station, which had been a smart decision because she hadn't gone to the office at all. He had thought the arrival of the leg might disrupt her routine, and he had been right. He was nearly always right. He knew how to follow people. At some points today, he had been wearing a beanie hat. At others, he had been bareheaded. He had stripped to his T-shirt, then worn his jacket, and then his jacket turned inside out. Sunglasses on, sunglasses off. The secretary's value to him, over and above the value any female had to him if he could get her alone, was in what he was going to do through her to Strike. His ambition to be avenged on Strike, permanently, brutally avenged, had grown in him until it became the central ambition of his life. He had always been this way. If someone crossed him, they were marked, and at some point, whenever opportunity presented itself, even if it took years, they would get theirs. Cormoran Strike had done him more harm than any other human being ever, and he was going to pay a just price. He had lost track of Strike for several years, and then an explosion of publicity had revealed the bastard, celebrated, heroic. This was the status he had always wanted, had craved. It had been like drinking acid, choking down the fawning articles about the cunt. But he had devoured everything he could, because you needed to know your target if you wanted to cause maximum damage. He intended to inflict as much pain on Cormoran Strike as was not humanly possible, because he knew himself to be something more than human, as was superhumanly possible. It would go way beyond a knife in the ribs in the dark. No. Strike's punishment was going to be slower and stranger, frightening, tortuous, and finally, devastating. Nobody would ever know he'd done it. Why should they? He'd escaped without detection 3 times now. 3 women dead, and nobody had a clue who'd done it. This knowledge enabled him to read today's Metro without the slightest trace of fear. To feel only pride and satisfaction at the hysterical accounts of the severed leg. To savour the whiff of fear and confusion that rose from each story. The bleating incomprehension of the sheep-like masses who scent a wolf. All he needed now was for the secretary to take one short walk down a deserted stretch of road. But London throbbed and teemed with people all day long, and here he was, frustrated and wary, watching her as he hung around the London School of Economics. She was tracking someone too, and it was easy to see who that was. Her target had bright platinum hair extensions that led the secretary, mid-afternoon, all the way back to Tottenham Court Road. The secretary disappeared inside a pub opposite the lap dancing club into which her mark had gone. He debated following her inside, but she seemed dangerously watchful today. So he entered a cheap Japanese restaurant with plate-glass windows opposite the pub, took a table near the window, and waited for her to emerge. It would happen, he told himself, staring through his shades into the busy road. He would get her. He had to hold on to that thought. Because this evening he was going to have to return to it and the half-life, the lie life, that allowed the real him to walk and breathe in secret. The smeared and dusty London window reflected his naked expression. Stripped of the civilized coating he wore to beguile the women who had fallen prey to his charm and his knives. To the surface had risen the creature that lived within, the creature that wanted nothing except to establish its dominance. Chapter 8. I seem to see a rose. I reach out. Then it goes. Blue oyster cult, lonely teardrops. As Strike had been expecting, ever since the news of the severed leg hit the media, his old acquaintance Dominic Culpepper of the News of the World had contacted him early on Tuesday morning in a state of advanced ire. The journalist refused to accept that Strike might have had legitimate reasons for choosing not to contact Culpepper the very second he had realised that he was in receipt of a severed limb, and Strike further compounded this offence by declining the invitation to keep Culpepper informed of every fresh development in the case in return for a hefty retainer. Culpepper had previously put paid work Strike's way, and the detective suspected, by the time the call terminated, that this source of income would henceforth be closed to him. Culpepper was not a happy man. Strike and Robin did not speak until mid-afternoon. Strike, who was carrying a backpack, called from a crowded Heathrow Express train. "Where are you?" he asked. "Pub opposite Spearmint Rhino," she said. "It's called the Court. Where are you?" "Coming back from the airport. Mad Dad got on the plane, thank Christ." Mad Dad was a wealthy international banker whom Strike was tailing on behalf of his wife. The couple were having an extremely contentious custody battle. The husband's departure for Chicago would mean that Strike would have a few nights' respite from observing him, as he sat in his car outside his wife's house at 4 a.m, night vision goggles trained on his young son's window.
"I'll come and meet you," said Strike. "Sit tight, unless Platinum cops off with someone, obviously."
Platinum was the Russian economics student and lap dancer. Their client was her boyfriend, a man whom Strike and Robin had nicknamed 2 times, partly because this was the second time they had investigated a blonde girlfriend for him, and also because he seemed addicted to finding out where and how his lovers were betraying him. Robin found 2 times both sinister and pitiable. He had met Platinum at the club Robin was now watching, and Robin and Strike had been given the job of finding out whether any other men were being granted the additional favours she was now giving 2 times. The odd thing was that, little though he might believe or like it, 2 times seemed to have picked an atypically monogamous girlfriend this time. After watching her movements for several weeks, Robin had learned that she was a largely solitary creature, lunching alone with books and rarely interacting with her colleagues. "She's obviously working at the club to help pay for her course," Robin had told Strike indignantly after a week's tailing. "If 2 times doesn't want other men ogling her, why doesn't he help her out financially?"
"The main attraction is that she gives other men lap dances," Strike had replied patiently. "I'm surprised it's taken him this long to go for someone like her. Ticks all his boxes."
Strike had been inside the club shortly after they took the job, and he had secured the services of a sad-eyed brunette by the unlikely name of Raven to keep an eye on his client's girlfriend. Raven was to check in once a day, to tell them what Platinum was up to, and inform them immediately if the Russian girl appeared to be giving out her phone number or being over-attentive to any client. The rules of the club forbade touching or soliciting, but 2 times remained convinced, "Poor sad bastard," said Strike, that he was only one among many men taking her out to dinner and sharing her bed. "I still don't understand why we have to watch the place." Robin sighed into the phone, not for the first time. "We could take Raven's calls anywhere."
"You know why," said Strike, who was preparing to disembark. "He likes the photographs."
"But they're only of her walking to and from work."
"Doesn't matter. Turns him on. Plus, he's convinced that one of these days she's going to leave the club with some Russian oligarch."
"Doesn't this stuff ever make you feel grubby?"
"Occupational hazard," said Strike, unconcerned. "See you shortly."
Robin waited amidst the floral and gilt wallpaper. Brocade chairs and mismatched lampshades contrasted strongly with enormous plasma TVs, showing football and Coke ads. The paintwork was the fashionable shade of greige in which Matthew's sister had recently painted her sitting room. Robin found it depressing. Her view of the club's entrance was slightly impeded by the wooden banisters of a staircase leading to an upper floor. Outside, a constant stream of traffic flooded left and right, plenty of red double-deckers temporarily obscuring her view of the front of the club. Strike arrived, looking irritable.
"We've lost Radford,"
he said, dumping his backpack beside the high window table at which she was sitting.
"He just phoned me."
"No."
"Yep. He thinks you're too newsworthy to plant in his office now."
The press had had the story of the severed leg since 6 that morning. Wardle had kept his word to Strike and warned him ahead of time. The detective had been able to leave his attic flat in the small hours, with enough clothes in his hold-all for a few days' absence. He knew the press would soon be staking out the office, and not for the first time.
"And,"
said Strike, returning to Robin with a pint in his hand and easing himself up onto a bar stool.
"Khan's bottled it too. He's going to go for an agency that doesn't attract body parts."
"Bugger," said Robin, and then, "What are you smirking about?"
"Nothing."
He did not want to tell her that he always liked it when she said bugger. It brought out the latent Yorkshire in her accent. They were good jobs, said Robin. Strike agreed, his eyes on the front of Spearmint Rhino.
How's Platinum? Raven checked in.
As Raven had just called, Robin was able to inform Strike that there was, as ever, no news. Platinum was popular with punters, and had so far that day given 3 lap dances that had proceeded, judged by the rules of the establishment, in total propriety.
Read the stories? He asked,
pointing at an abandoned mirror on a nearby table. Only online, said Robin.
Hopefully it'll bring in some information, said Strike. Someone must have noticed they're missing a leg.
Ha ha, said Robin.
Too soon?
Yes, said Robin coldly.
I did some digging online last night, said Strike. Brockbank might have been in Manchester in 2006.
How do you know it was the right man?
I don't, but the guy was around the right age, right middle initial.
You remember his middle initial?
Yeah, said Strike. It doesn't look like he's there anymore, though. Same story with Lang. I'm pretty sure he was at an address in Corby in 2008, but he's moved on. How long, Strike added, staring across the street, has that bloke in the camouflage jacket and shades been in that restaurant?
About half an hour. As far as Strike could tell, the man in sunglasses was watching him back, staring out across the street through 2 windows. Broad-shouldered and long-legged, he looked too large for the silver chair. With the sliding reflections of traffic and passers-by refracting off the window, Strike found it difficult to be sure, but he appeared to be sporting heavy stubble. "What's it like in there?" Robin asked, pointing towards the double doors of Spearmint Rhino under their heavy metallic awning.
"In the strip club?"
asked Strike, taken aback. "No, in the Japanese restaurant," said Robin sarcastically. "Of course in the strip club."
"It's all right," he said,
not entirely sure what he was being asked. "What does it look like?"
"Gold mirrors, dim lighting."
When she looked at him expectantly, he said,
"There's a pole in the middle, where they dance."
"Not lap dances?"
"There are private booths for them."
"What do the girls wear?"
"I dunno. Not much."
His mobile rang. Ellen. Robin turned her face away, toying with what looked like a pair of reading glasses on the table in front of her, but which actually contained the small camera with which she photographed Platinum's movements. She had found this gadget exciting when Strike first handed it to her, but the thrill had long since worn off. She drank her tomato juice and stared out of the window, trying not to listen to what Strike and Ellen were saying to each other. He always sounded matter-of-fact when on the phone to his girlfriend, but then it was difficult to imagine Strike murmuring endearments to anyone. Matthew called her both Robsy and Rosy Posy when he was in the right mood, which was not often these days.
"At Nick and Ilsa's," Strike was saying. "Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. All right, you too."
He cut the call. "Is that where you're going to stay?" Robin asked. "With Nick and Ilsa?" They were 2 of Strike's oldest friends. She had met and liked both of them on a couple of visits to the office.
"Yeah, they say I can stay as long as I want."
"Why not with Ellen?" asked Robin, risking rebuff, because she was perfectly aware of the line Strike preferred to maintain between his personal and professional lives.
"Wouldn't work,"
he said. He didn't seem annoyed that she had asked, but showed no inclination to elaborate.
"I forgot,"
he added, glancing back across the street to the Japanese canteen. The table, where the man in camouflage jacket and shades had sat, was now unoccupied.
"I got you this."
It was a rape alarm. "I've already got one," said Robin, pulling it out of her coat pocket and showing him.
"Yeah, but this one's better,"
said Strike, showing her its features.
You want an alarm of at least 120 decibels, and it sprays them with indelible red stuff.
Mine does 140 decibels.
I still think this one's better. Is this the usual bloke thing of thinking any gadget you've chosen must be superior to anything I've got? He laughed and drained his pint. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
I'm meeting Shanker.
The name was unfamiliar to her.
The bloke who sometimes gives me tip-offs I can barter with the Met, Strike explained. The bloke who told me you'd stabbed that police informer, remember? Who recommended me as a heavy to that gangster.
Oh, said Robin. Him. You never told me what he was called.
Shanker is my best chance for finding out where Whittaker is, said Strike. He might have some information on Digger Malley as well. He runs with some of the same crowd.
He squinted across the road.
Keep an eye out for that camouflage jacket.
You're jumpy.
Bloody right I'm jumpy, Robin, he said,
drawing out a pack of cigarettes, ready for the short walk to the tube.
Someone sent us an effing leg.
Chapter 9. One step ahead of the devil. Seeing Strike in the mutilated flesh, walking along the opposite pavement towards the court, had been an unexpected bonus. What a fat fucker he'd become since they had last seen each other, ambling up the road carrying his backpack like the dumb squaddy he had once been, without realizing that the man who had sent him a leg was sitting barely 50 yards away. So much for the great detective. Into the pub he'd gone to join Little Secretary. He was almost certainly fucking her. He hoped so anyway. That would make what he was going to do to her even more satisfying. Then, as he had stared through his sunglasses at the figure of Strike sitting just inside the pub window, he thought that Strike turned and looked back. Of course, he couldn't make out features from across the road, through 2 panes of glass and his own tinted lenses. But something in the distant figure's attitude, the full disk of its face turned in his direction, had brought him to a high pitch of tension. They had looked at each other across the road, and the traffic growled past in either direction, intermittently blocking them from view. He had waited until 3 double-deckers had come crawling end to end into the space between them, then slid out of his chair, through the glass doors of the restaurant, and up the side street. Adrenaline coursed through him as he stripped off his camouflage jacket and turned it inside out. There could be no question of binning it. His knives were concealed inside the lining. Around another corner, he broke into a flat-out run. Chapter 10. With No Love from the Past. Blue Oyster Cult, Shadow of California. The unbroken stream of traffic obliged Strike to stand and wait before crossing Tottenham Court Road, his eyes sweeping the opposite pavement. When he reached the other side of the street, he peered through the window of the Japanese restaurant. But there was no camouflage jacket to be seen, nor did any of the men in shirts or T-shirts resemble the sunglasses wearer in size or shape. Strike felt his mobile vibrate and pulled it out of his jacket pocket. Robin had texted him. Get a grip. Grinning, Strike raised a hand of farewell towards the windows of the court and headed off towards the tube. Perhaps he was just jumpy, as Robin had said. What were the odds that the nutter who had sent the leg would be sitting watching Robin in broad daylight? Yet he had not liked the fixed stare of the big man in the camouflage jacket, nor the fact that he had been wearing sunglasses. The day was not that bright. Had his disappearance while Strike's view was occluded been coincidental or deliberate? The trouble was that Strike could place little reliance on his memories of what the 3 men who were currently preoccupying him looked like, because he had not seen Brockbank for 8 years, Lang for 9, and Whittaker for 16. Any of them might have grown fat or wasted in that time, lost their hair, become bearded or moustached, be incapacitated or newly muscled. Strike himself had lost a leg since he had last set eyes on any of them. The one thing that nobody could disguise was height. All three of the men Strike was concerned about had been 6 feet tall or over, and Camouflage Jacket had looked at least that in his metal chair. The phone in his pocket buzzed as he walked towards Tottenham Court Road Station, and on pulling it out of his pocket he saw, to his pleasure, that it was Graham Hardacre. Drawing aside so as not to impede passers-by, he answered. "Oggy," said his ex-colleague's voice. "What gives, mate? Why are people sending you legs?" "I take it you're not in Germany," said Strike. "Edinburgh. Been here 6 weeks. Just been reading about you in the Scotsman." The Special Investigation Branch of the Royal Military Police had an office in Edinburgh Castle, 35 section. It was a prestigious posting. "Hardy, I need a favour," said Strike. "Intel on a couple of guys. Do you remember Noel Brockbank?" "Hard to forget. 7th Armoured, if memory serves." "That's him. The other one's Donald Lang. He was before I knew you. King's Own Royal Borderers. Knew him in Cyprus." "I'll see what I can do when I get back to the office, mate. I'm in the middle of a ploughed field right now." A chat about mutual acquaintances was curtailed by the increasing noise of rush-hour traffic. Hardacre promised to ring back once he had had a look at the army records, and Strike continued towards the tube. He got out at Whitechapel Station 30 minutes later to find a text message from the man he was supposed to be meeting. "Sorry, Bunsen, can't do today, I'll give you a bell." This was both disappointing and inconvenient, but not a surprise. Considering that Strike was not carrying a consignment of drugs or a large pile of used notes, and that he did not require intimidation or beating, it was a mark of great esteem that Shanker had even condescended to fix a time and place for meeting. Strike's knee was complaining after a day on his feet, but there were no seats outside the station. He leaned up against the yellow brick wall beside the entrance and called Shanker's number. "Yeah, all right, Bunsen." Just as he no longer remembered why Shanker was called Shanker, he had no more idea why Shanker called him Bunsen. They had met when they were 17, and the connection between them, though profound in its way, bore none of the usual stigmata of teenage friendship. In fact, it had not been a friendship in any usual sense, but more like an enforced brotherhood. Strike was sure that Shanker would mourn his passing were he to die, but he was equally certain that Shanker would rob his body of all valuables if left alone with it. What others might not understand was that Shanker would do so in the belief that Strike would be glad, in whatever afterworld he was dwelling, to think that it was Shanker who had his wallet, rather than some anonymous opportunist. "You busy, Shanker?" asked Strike, lighting a fresh cigarette. "Yeah, Bunsen, no chance today. What's happening?" "I'm looking for Whittaker." "Gonna finish it, are you?" The change in Shanker's tone would have alarmed anyone who had forgotten who Shanker was, what he was. To Shanker and his associates, there was no proper end to a grudge other than killing, and, in consequence, he had spent half his adult life behind bars. Strike was surprised Shanker had survived into his mid-30s. "I just want to know where he is," said Strike repressively. He doubted that Shanker would have heard about the leg. Shanker lived in a world where news was a strictly personal interest and was conveyed by word of mouth. "I can have an ask around." "Usual rates," said Strike, who had a standing arrangement with Shanker for useful bits of information. "And, Shanker—" His old friend had a habit of hanging up without warning when his attention was diverted. "Is there more?" said Shanker, his voice moving from distant to close as he spoke. Strike had been right to think he had removed the mobile from his ear, assuming they were done. "Yeah," said Strike. "Digger Malley." A silence on the end of the line eloquently expressed the fact that, just as Strike never forgot what Shanker was, nor did Shanker ever forget what Strike was. "Shanker, this is between you and me, no one else.
You've never discussed me with Mally, have you?
After a pause, and in his most dangerous voice, Shanker said, "The fuck would I do that for?"
Had to ask. I'll explain when I see you.
The dangerous silence continued.
Shanker, when have I ever grassed you up? Asked Strike.
Another shorter silence, and then Shanker said in what to Strike was his normal voice, "Yeah, all right. Whittaker, huh? See what I can do, Bunsen." The line went dead. Shanker did not do goodbyes. Strike sighed and lit up another cigarette. The journey had been pointless. He would get straight back on a train once he had finished his Benson and Hedges. The station entrance gave onto a kind of concrete forecourt surrounded by the backs of buildings. The Gherkin, that giant black bullet of a building, glinted on the distant horizon. It had not been there 20 years previously, during Strike's family's brief sojourn in Whitechapel. Looking around, Strike felt no sense of homecoming or nostalgia. He could not remember this patch of concrete, these nondescript rears of buildings. Even the station seemed only dimly familiar. The endless series of moves and upheavals that had characterized life with his mother had blurred memories of individual places. He sometimes forgot which corner shop had belonged to which run-down flat, which local pub had adjoined which squat. He had meant to get back on the tube, and yet before he knew it, he was walking, heading for the one place in London he had avoided for 17 years. The building where his mother had died. It had been the last of Lada's squats, 2 floors of a decrepit building on Fulbourn Street, which was barely a minute from the station. As he walked, Strike began to remember. Of course. He had walked over this metal bridge over the railway line during his A-level year. He remembered the name, Castlemaine Street, too. Surely one of his fellow A-level students, a girl with a pronounced lisp, had lived there. He slowed to an amble as he reached the end of Fulbourn Street, experiencing a strange double impression. His vague memory of the place, weakened no doubt by his deliberate attempts to forget, lay like a faded transparency over the scene in front of his eyes. The buildings were as shabby as he remembered them, white plaster peeling away from the frontages, but the businesses and shops were totally unfamiliar. He felt as though he had returned to a dreamscape where the scene had shifted and mutated. Of course, everything was impermanent in the poor areas of London, where fragile fair-weather businesses grew up and faded away and were replaced. Cheap signage tacked up and removed, people passing through, passing away. It took him a minute or two to identify the door of what had once been the squat, because he had forgotten the number. At last he found it, beside a shop selling cheap clothing of both Asian and Western varieties, which he thought had been a West Indian supermarket in his day. The brass letterbox brought back a strange stab of memory. It had rattled loudly whenever anyone went in or out of the door. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Lighting a second cigarette from the tip of the first, he walked briskly out onto Whitechapel Road, where market stalls stood, more cheap clothing, a multitude of gaudy plastic goods. Strike sped up, walking he was not sure where, and some of what he passed triggered more memories. That snooker hall had been there 17 years ago, so had the Bell Foundry, and now the memories were rising to bite him as though he had trodden on a nest of sleeping snakes. As she neared 40, his mother had begun to go for younger men, but Whittaker had been the youngest of the lot. 21, when she had started sleeping with him. Her son had been 16 when she first brought Whittaker home. The musician had looked ravaged even then, with sallow hollows under his wide-apart eyes, which were a striking golden hazel. His dark hair fell in dreadlocks to his shoulders. He lived in the same T-shirt and jeans, and consequently stank. A well-worn phrase kept echoing in Strike's head, keeping pace with his footsteps as he trudged down Whitechapel Road. Hiding in plain sight. Hiding in plain sight. Of course, people would think he was obsessed, biased, unable to let go. They would say his thoughts had jumped to Whittaker when he saw the leg in the box because he had never got over the fact that Whittaker had walked free on the charge of killing Strike's mother. Even if Strike explained his reasons for suspecting Whittaker, they would probably laugh at the notion that such an ostentatious lover of the perverse and the sadistic could have cut off a woman's leg. Strike knew how deeply ingrained was the belief that the evil conceal their dangerous predilections for violence and domination. When they wear them like bangles for all to see, the gullible populace laughs, calls it a pose, or finds it strangely attractive. Leda had met Whittaker at the record company where she worked as a receptionist, a minor, living piece of rock history employed as a kind of totem on the front desk. Whittaker, who played the guitar and wrote lyrics for a succession of thrash metal bands that, one by one, threw him out because of his histrionics, substance abuse and aggression, claimed to have met Leda while pursuing a record deal. However, Leda had confided to Strike that their first encounter had happened while she was trying to persuade security not to be so rough with the young man they were throwing out. She had brought him home, and Whittaker had never left. The 16-year-old Strike had not been sure whether or not Whittaker's gloating open pleasure in everything that was sadistic and demonic was genuine or a pose. All he had known was that he hated Whittaker with a visceral loathing that had transcended anything he had felt for any of the other lovers whom Leda had taken up, then left behind. He had been forced to breathe in the man's stench as he did his homework of an evening in the squat. He had almost been able to taste him. Whittaker tried patronizing the teenager. Sudden explosions and waspish put-downs revealed an articulacy he was careful to hide when he wished to ingratiate himself with Leda's less educated friends. But Strike had been ready with put-downs and comebacks of his own, and he had the advantage of being less stoned than Whittaker, or at least only as stoned as a person could be living in a constant fug of cannabis smoke. Out of Leda's hearing, Whittaker had jeered at Strike's determination to continue his oft-disrupted education. Whittaker was tall and wiry, surprisingly well-muscled for one who lived an almost entirely sedentary life. Strike was already over 6 feet and boxing at a local club. The tension between the two stiffened the smoky air whenever both were present, the threat of violence constant. Whittaker had driven Strike's half-sister Lucy away for good with his bullying, his sexual taunts and sneers. He had strutted around the squat naked, scratching his tattooed torso, laughing at the 14-year-old girl's mortification. One night she had run to the telephone box at the corner of the street and begged their aunt and uncle in Cornwall to come and fetch her. They had arrived at the squat at dawn next day, having driven overnight from St. Mawes. Lucy was ready with her meagre possessions in a small suitcase. She had never lived with her mother again. Ted and Joan had stood on the doorstep and pleaded with Strike to come too. He had refused, his resolve hardening with every plea Joan made, determined to sit Whittaker out, not to leave him alone with his mother. By now, he had heard Whittaker talking lucidly about what it would feel like to take a life, as though it were an Epicurean treat. He had not believed then that Whittaker meant it, but he had known him capable of violence, and had seen him threaten their fellow squatters. Once, Leda refused to believe it had happened, Strike had witnessed Whittaker attempt to bludgeon a cat that had inadvertently woken him from a doze. Strike had wrested the heavy boot from Whittaker's hand as he chased the terrified cat around the room, swinging at it, screaming and swearing, determined to make the animal pay. The knee onto which the prosthesis was fitted was beginning to complain as Strike strode faster and faster along the street. The Nag's Head pub rose up on the right as though he had conjured it, squat, square and brick. Only at the door did he catch sight of the dark-clad bouncer and remember that the Nag's Head was another lap-dancing club these days.
Bollocks,
he muttered. He had no objection to semi-clad women gyrating around him while he enjoyed a pint, but he could not justify the exorbitant price of drinks in such an establishment, not when he had lost 2 clients in a single day. He therefore entered the next Starbucks he encountered, found a seat, and heaved his sore leg onto an empty chair while he moodily stirred a large black coffee. The squashy, earth-coloured sofas, the tall cups of American froth, the wholesome young people working with quiet efficiency behind a clean glass counter, these, surely, were the perfect antidote to Whittaker's stinking spectre, and yet he would not be driven out. Strike found himself unable to stop reliving it all, remembering. While he had lived with Leda and her son, Whittaker's teenage history of delinquency and violence had been known only to social services in the north of England. The tales he told about his past were legion, highly coloured, and often contradictory. Only after he had been arrested for murder had the truth leaked out from people from his past who surfaced, some hoping for money from the press, some determined to revenge themselves on him, others trying in their own muddled fashion to defend him. He had been born into a moneyed upper-middle-class family, headed by a knighted diplomat whom Whittaker had believed, until the age of 12, was his father. At that point he had discovered that his older sister, whom he had been led to believe was in London working as a Montessori teacher, was actually his mother, that she had serious alcohol and drug problems, and that she was living in poverty and squalor, ostracised by her family. From this time onward, Whittaker, already a problem child, prone to outbursts of extreme temper during which he lashed out indiscriminately, had become determinedly wild. Expelled from his boarding school, he had joined a local gang and soon became ringleader, a phase that culminated in a spell in a correctional facility because he had held a blade to a young girl's throat while his friends sexually assaulted her. Aged 15, he had run away to London, leaving a trail of petty crime in his wake, and finally succeeded in tracking down his biological mother. A brief, enthusiastic reunion had deteriorated almost at once into mutual violence and animosity. "Is anyone using this?" A tall youth had bent over Strike, his hands already gripping the back of the chair on which Strike's leg was resting. He reminded Strike of Robin's fiancé, Matthew, with his wavy brown hair and clean-cut good looks. With a grunt, Strike removed his leg, shook his head, and watched the guy walk away, carrying the chair, rejoining a group of 6 or more. The girls there were eager for his return, Strike could see. They straightened up and beamed as he placed the chair down and joined them. Whether because of the resemblance to Matthew, or because he had taken Strike's chair, or because Strike genuinely sensed a tosser when he saw one, Strike found the youth obscurely objectionable. His coffee unfinished, but resentful that he had been disturbed, Strike heaved himself back to his feet and left. Spots of rain hit him as he walked back along Whitechapel Road, smoking again, and no longer bothering to resist the tidal wave of memory now carrying him along. Whittaker had had an almost pathological need for attention. He resented Leda's focus being diverted from him at any time and for any reason, her job, her children, her friends, and he would turn his flashes of mesmeric charm on other women whenever he deemed her inattentive. Even Strike, who hated him like a disease, had to acknowledge that Whittaker possessed a powerful sex appeal which worked on nearly every woman who passed through the squat. Thrown out of his most recent band, Whittaker continued to dream of stardom. He knew 3 guitar chords and covered every bit of paper not hidden from him with lyrics that drew heavily on the Satanic Bible, which Strike remembered lying, its black cover emblazoned with a pentagram and goat head combined, on the mattress where Leda and Whittaker slept. Whittaker had an extensive knowledge of the life and career of the American cult leader, Charles Manson. The scratchy sound of an old vinyl copy of Manson's album, Lie, the love and terror cult, formed the soundtrack to Strike's GCSE year. Whittaker had been familiar with Leda's legend when he met her, and liked to hear about the parties she had been at, the men she had slept with. Through her, he became connected to the famous, and as Strike got to know him better, he came to conclude that Whittaker craved celebrity above almost anything else. He made no moral distinction between his beloved Manson and the likes of Johnny Rokeby, rock star. Both had fixed themselves permanently in the popular consciousness. If anything, Manson had achieved it more successfully because his myth would not fluctuate with fashion. Evil was always fascinating. However, Leda's fame was not all that attracted Whittaker. His lover had borne children to two wealthy rock stars who provided child support. Whittaker had entered the squat under the clear impression that it was part of Leda's style to dwell in impoverished Bohemia, but that somewhere nearby was a vast pool of money into which Strike and Lucy's fathers, Johnny Rokeby and Rick Fantoni respectively, were pouring money. He did not seem to understand or believe the truth. That years of Leda's financial mismanagement and profligacy had led both men to tie up the money in such a way that Leda could not fritter it away. Gradually, over the months, Whittaker's spiteful asides and jibes on the subject of Leda's reluctance to spend money on him had become more frequent. There were grotesque tantrums when Leda would not fork out for the Fender Stratocaster on which he had set his heart, would not buy him the Jean-Paul Gaultier velvet jacket for which, stinking and shabby though he was, he suddenly had a yen. He increased the pressure, telling outrageous and easily disprovable lies, that he needed urgent medical treatment, that he was £10,000 in debt to a man threatening to break his legs. Leda was alternately amused and upset. "Darling, I haven't got any dough," she would say. "Really, darling, I haven't, or I'd give you some, wouldn't I?" Leda had fallen pregnant in Strike's 18th year, while he was applying for university. He had been horrified, but even then, he had not expected her to marry Whittaker. She had always told her son that she had hated being a wife. Her first teenage essay into matrimony had lasted 2 weeks before she had fled. Nor did marriage seem at all Whittaker's style. Yet it had happened. Undoubtedly because Whittaker thought it would be the only sure way to get his hands on those mysteriously hidden millions. The ceremony took place at the Marylebone Registry Office, where 2 Beatles had previously married. Perhaps Whittaker had imagined that he would be photographed in the doorway like Paul McCartney, but nobody had been interested. It would take the death of his beaming bride to bring the photographers swarming to the court steps. Strike suddenly realised that he had walked all the way to Aldgate East Station without meaning to. This whole trip, he castigated himself, had been a pointless detour. If he had got back on the train at Whitechapel, he would have been well on the way to Nick and Ilsa's by now. Instead, he had careered off as fast as he could in the wrong direction, timing his arrival perfectly to hit the rush-hour crush on the tube. His size, to which was added the offence of a backpack, caused unexpressed disgruntlement in those commuters forced to share the space with him, but Strike barely noticed. A head taller than anyone near him, he held onto a handstrap and watched his swaying reflection in the darkened windows, remembering the last part, the worst part. Whittaker in court, arguing for his liberty, because the police had spotted anomalies in his story of where he had been on the day that the needle entered his wife's arm, inconsistencies in his account of where the heroin had come from and what Leda's history of drug use had been. A raggle-taggle procession of fellow squat dwellers had given evidence about Leda and Whittaker's turbulent, violent relationship, about Leda's estual of heroin in all its forms, about Whittaker's threats, his infidelities, his talk of murder and of money, his lack of noticeable grief after Leda's body had been found. They had insisted over and again, with unwise hysteria, that they were sure Whittaker had killed her. The defence found them pathetically easy to discredit. An Oxford student in the dock had come as a refreshing change. The judge had eyed Strike with approval. He was clean, articulate, and intelligent, however large and intimidating he might be if not suited and tied. The prosecution had wanted him there to answer questions on Whittaker's preoccupation with Leda's wealth. Strike told the silent court about his stepfather's previous attempts to get his hands on a fortune that existed largely in Whittaker's own head, and about his increasing pleas to Leda for her to put him in her will as proof of her love for him. Whittaker watched out of his gold eyes, almost entirely impassive. In the last minute of his evidence, Strike and Whittaker's eyes had met across the room. The corner of Whittaker's mouth had lifted in a faint, derisive smile. He had raised his index finger half an inch from the place where it rested on the bench in front of him and made a tiny sideways swiping motion. Strike had known exactly what he was doing. The micro-gesture had been made just for him, a miniature copy of one with which Strike was familiar. Whittaker's mid-air, horizontal slash of the hand directed at the throat of the person who had offended him. "You'll get yours," Whittaker used to say, the gold eyes wide and manic. "You'll get yours." He had brushed up well. Somebody in his moneyed family had stumped up for a decent defence lawyer. Scrubbed clean, soft-spoken and wearing a suit, he had denied everything in quiet, deferential tones. He had his story straight by the time he appeared in court. Everything that the prosecution tried to pull in to draw a picture of the man he really was, Charles Manson on the ancient record player, the satanic Bible on the bed, the stoned conversations about killing for pleasure, were batted away by a faintly incredulous Whittaker. "What can I tell you? I'm a musician, Your Honour," he said at one point. "There's poetry in the darkness. She understood that better than anyone." His voice had cracked melodramatically, and he broke into dry sobs. Counsel for the defence hastened to ask whether he needed to take a moment. It was then that Whittaker had shaken his head bravely and offered his gnomic pronouncement on Leda's death. "She wanted to die. She was the quicklime girl." Nobody else had understood the reference at the time, perhaps only Strike, who had heard the song so many times through his childhood and adolescence. Whittaker was quoting from Mistress of the Salmon Salt. He had walked free. The medical evidence supported the view that Leda had not been a habitual heroin user, but her reputation was against her. She had done plenty of other drugs. She was an infamous party girl. To the men in curled wigs whose job it was to classify violent deaths, it seemed wholly in character that she would die on a dirty mattress in pursuit of pleasure her mundane life could not give her. On the court steps, Whittaker announced that he intended to write a biography of his late wife, then vanished from view. The promised book had never appeared. Leda and Whittaker's son had been adopted by Whittaker's long-suffering grandparents, and Strike had never seen him again. Strike had quietly left Oxford and joined the army. Lucy had gone off to college. Life had carried on. Whittaker's periodic reappearance in the newspapers, always connected with some criminal act, could never be a matter of indifference to Leda's children. Of course, Whittaker was never front-page news. He was a man who had married somebody famous for sleeping with the famous. Such limelight as he achieved was a weak reflection of a reflection. "He's the turd that won't flush," as Strike put it to Lucy, who did not laugh. She was less inclined even than Robin to embrace rough humour as a means of dealing with unpalatable facts. Tired and increasingly hungry, swaying with the train, his knee aching, Strike felt low and aggrieved, mainly at himself. For years he had turned his face resolutely towards the future. The past was unalterable. He did not deny what had happened, But there was no need to wallow in it, no need to go seeking out the squat of nearly 2 decades ago, to recall the rattling of that letterbox, to relive the screams of the terrified cat, the sight of his mother in the undertaker's, pale and waxen in her bell-sleeved dress. "You're a fucking idiot," Strike told himself angrily, as he scanned the tube map, trying to work out how many changes he would have to make to get to Nick and Ilsa's. Whittaker never sent the leg. You're just looking for an excuse to get at him. The sender of that leg was organised, calculating, and efficient. The Whittaker he had known nearly 2 decades previously had been chaotic, hot-headed, and volatile. And yet, you'll get yours. She was the quicklime girl. "Fuck!" said Strike loudly, causing consternation all around him. He had just realised that he had missed his connection. Chapter 11. Feeling easy on the outside, but not so funny on the inside. Blue Oyster Cult, this ain't the summer of love. Strike and Robin took turns tailing Platinum over the next couple of days. Strike made excuses to meet during the working day and insisted that Robin leave for home during daylight hours, when the tube was still busy. On Thursday evening, Strike followed Platinum until the Russian was safely back under the ever-suspicious gaze of Two Times, then returned to Octavia Street in Wandsworth, where he was still living to avoid the press. This was the second time in his detective career that Strike had been forced to take refuge with his friends Nick and Ilsa. Theirs was probably the only place he could have borne to stay, but Strike still felt strangely undomesticated within the orbit of a dual-career married couple. Whatever the drawbacks of the cramped attic space above his office, he had total freedom to come and go as he pleased, to eat at 2 a.m. when he had come in from a surveillance job, to move up and down the clanging metal stairs without fear of waking housemates. Now, he felt unspoken pressure to be present for the occasional shared meal, feeling antisocial when he helped himself from the fridge in the small hours, even though he had been invited to do so. On the other hand, Strike had not needed the army to teach him to be tidy and organised. The years of his youth that had been spent in chaos and filth had caused an opposite reaction. Ilsa had already remarked on the fact that Strike moved around the house without leaving any real mark on it, whereas her husband, a gastroenterologist, might be found by the trail of discarded belongings and imperfectly closed drawers. Strike knew from acquaintances back in Denmark Street that press photographers were still hanging around the door to his office, and he was resigned to spending the rest of the week in Nick and Ilsa's guest room, which had bare white walls and a melancholy sense of awaiting its true destiny. They had been trying unsuccessfully for years to have a child. Strike never inquired as to their progress, and sensed that Nick, in particular, was grateful for his restraint. He had known them both for a long time, Ilsa for most of his life. Fair-haired and bespectacled, she came from St. Mawes in Cornwall, which was the most constant home that Strike had ever known. He and Ilsa had been in the same primary school class. Whenever he had gone back to stay with Ted and Joan, as had happened regularly through his youth, they had resumed a friendship initially based on the fact that Joan and Ilsa's mother were themselves old schoolmates. Nick, whose sandy hair had been receding in his 20s, was a friend from the comprehensive in Hackney, where Strike had finished his school career. Nick and Ilsa had met at Strike's 18th birthday party in London, dated for a year, then split up when they went off to separate universities. In their mid-20s they had met again, by which time Ilsa was engaged to another lawyer and Nick dating a fellow doctor. Within weeks, both relationships were over. A year later, Nick and Ilsa had married, with Strike as best man. Strike returned to their house at 10:30 in the evening. As he closed the front door, Nick and Ilsa greeted him from the sitting room and urged him to help himself to their still plentiful takeaway curry. "What's this?" he asked, looking around. disconcerted at long lengths of Union Jack bunting, many sheets of scribbled notes, and what looked like 200 red, white and blue plastic cups in a large polythene bag. "We're helping organise a street party for the royal wedding," said Ilsa.
"Jesus Christ almighty," said Strike darkly,
heaping his plate with lukewarm madras. "It'll be fun. You should come." Strike threw her a look that made her snigger. "Good day?" asked Nick, passing Strike a can of Tennant's.
"No," said Strike, accepting the lager with gratitude. "Another job cancelled. I'm down to 2 clients.
Nick and Ilsa made sympathetic noises, and there followed a comradely silence while he shovelled curry into his mouth. Tired and dispirited, Strike had spent most of the journey home contemplating the fact that the arrival of the severed leg was having, as he had feared, the effect of a wrecking ball on the business he had been working so hard to build up. His photograph was currently proliferating online and in the papers in connection with a horrible, random act. It had been a pretext for the papers to remind the world that he was himself one-legged, a fact of which he was not ashamed, but which he was hardly likely to use in advertising. A whiff of something strange, something perverse, was attached to him now. He was tainted. "Any news about the leg?" asked Ilsa. Once Strike had demolished a considerable amount of curry and was halfway down the can of lager. "Have the police got anything?"
"I'm meeting Wardle tomorrow night to catch up, but it doesn't sound like they've got much. He's been concentrating on the gangster."
He had not given Nick and Ilsa details about 3 of the men he thought might be dangerous and vengeful enough to have sent him the leg. But he had mentioned that he had once run across a career criminal who had previously cut off and mailed a body part. Understandably, they had immediately taken Wardle's view that he was the likely culprit. For the first time in years, sitting on their comfortable green sofa, Strike remembered that Nick and Ilsa had met Jeff Whittaker. Strike's 18th birthday party had taken place at the Bell pub in Whitechapel. His mother was by this time 6 months pregnant. His aunt's face had been a mask of mingled disapproval and forced jollity, and his Uncle Ted, usually the peacemaker, had been unable to disguise his anger and disgust as a patently high Whittaker had interrupted the disco to sing one of his self-penned songs. Strike remembered his own fury, his longing to be away, to be gone to Oxford, to be rid of it all. But perhaps Nick and Ilsa would not remember much about that. They had been engrossed in each other that night, dazed and amazed by their sudden, profound mutual attraction. "You're worried about Robin," said Ilsa, more statement than question. Strike grunted agreement, his mouth full of naan bread. He had had time to reflect on it over the last 4 days. In this extremity, and through no fault of her own, she had become a vulnerability, a weak spot, and he suspected that whoever had decided to readdress the leg to her had known it. If his employee had been male, he would not currently feel so worried. Strike had not forgotten that Robin had hitherto been an almost unqualified asset. She was able to persuade recalcitrant witnesses to speak when his own size and naturally intimidating features inclined them to refuse. Her charm and ease of manner had allayed suspicion, opened doors, and smoothed Strike's path 100 times. He knew he owed her. He simply wished that right now she would bow out of the way, stay hidden until they had caught the sender of the severed leg. "I like Robin," said Ilsa.
"Everyone likes Robin,"
said Strike thickly, through a second mouthful of naan. It was the truth. His sister Lucy, the friends who called in at the office, his clients, all made a point of telling Strike how much they liked the woman who worked with him. Nevertheless, he detected a note of faint inquiry in Ilsa's voice that made him keen to make any discussion of Robin impersonal, and he felt vindicated when Ilsa's next question was, "How's it going with Ellen?"
"All right," said Strike.
"Is she still trying to hide you from her ex?"
asked Ilse, a faint sting in the inquiry. "Don't like Ellen, do you?" said Strike, taking the discussion unexpectedly into the enemy camp for his own amusement. He had known Ilse on and off for 30 years. Her flustered denial was exactly what he had expected. "I mean, I don't really know her, but she seems... Anyway, you're happy, that's what counts." He had thought that this would be sufficient to make Ilse drop the subject of Robin. She was not the first of his friends to say that he and Robin got on so well. Wasn't there a possibility? Hadn't he ever considered? But Ilse was a lawyer, and not easily scared away from pursuing a line of questioning. "Robin postponed her wedding, didn't she? Have they set a new—" "Yeah," said Strike. 2nd of July. She's taken a long weekend to go back to Yorkshire and do whatever you do for weddings. Coming back on Tuesday." He had been Matthew's unlikely ally in insisting that Robin take Friday and Monday off, relieved to think that she would be 250 miles away in her family home. She had been deeply disappointed that she would not be able to come along to the Old Blue Last in Shoreditch and meet Wardle, but Strike thought he had detected a faint trace of relief at the idea of a break. Ilse looked slightly aggrieved at the news that Robin still intended to marry someone other than Strike. But before she could say anything else, Strike's mobile buzzed in his pocket. It was Graham Hardacre, his old SIB colleague. "Sorry," he told Nick and Ilse, setting down his plate of curry and standing up. "Got to take this. Important." "Hardy." "Can you talk, Oggy?" asked Hardacre, as Strike headed back to the front door. "I can now," said Strike, reaching the other end of the short garden path in 3 strides and stepping out into the dark street to walk and smoke. "What have you got for me?" "To be honest," said Hardacre, who sounded stressed, "it'd be a big help if you came up here and had a look, mate. I've got a warrant officer who's a real pain in the arse. We didn't get off on the right foot. If I start sending stuff out of here and she gets wind of it..." "And if I come up?" "Make it early in the morning and I could leave stuff open on the computer. Carelessly, you know." Hardacre had previously shared information with Strike that, strictly speaking, he ought not to have done. He had only just moved to 35 section. Strike was not surprised that he did not want to jeopardize his position. The detective crossed the road, sat down on the low garden wall of the house opposite, lit a cigarette and asked, "Would it be worth coming up to Scotland for?" "Depends what you want." "Old addresses, family connections, medical and psychiatric records couldn't hurt. Brockbank was invalided out. What was it, 2003? "That's right," said Hardacre. A noise behind Strike made him stand and turn. The owner of the wall on which he had been sitting was emptying rubbish into his dustbin. He was a small man of around 60, and by the light of the street lamp, Strike saw his annoyed expression elide into a propitiatory smile as he took in Strike's height and breadth. The detective strolled away, past semi-detached houses whose leafy trees and hedges were rippling in the spring breeze. There would be bunting soon to celebrate the union of yet another couple. Robin's wedding day would follow not long after. "You won't have much on Lang, I suppose," Strike said, his voice faintly interrogative. The Scots army career had been shorter than Brockbank's. "No, but Christ, he sounds a piece of work," said Hardacre. "Where'd he go after the Glasshouse?" The Glasshouse was the military jail in Colchester, where all convicted military personnel were transferred before being placed in a civilian prison. "HMP Elmley. We've got nothing on him after that. You'd need the probation service." "Yeah," said Strike, exhaling smoke at the starry sky. He and Hardacre both knew that he was no longer any kind of policeman. He had no more right than any other member of the public to access the probation service's records. "Whereabouts in Scotland did he come from, Hardy?" "Melrose. He put down his mother as next of kin when he joined up. I've looked him up." "Melrose," repeated Strike thoughtfully. He considered his 2 remaining clients.
the moneyed idiot who got his kicks trying to prove he was a cuckold, and the wealthy wife and mother who was paying Strike to gather evidence of the way her estranged husband was stalking their sons. The father was in Chicago, and Platinum's movements could surely go uncharted for 24 hours. There remained, of course, the possibility that none of the men he suspected had anything to do with the leg, that everything was in his mind. A harvest of limbs. How far from Edinburgh is Melrose? About an hour and a half's drive. Strike ground out his cigarette in the gutter. Hardy, I could come up Sunday night on the sleeper, nip into the office early, then drive down to Melrose, see whether Lang's gone back to his family, or if they know where he is. Nice one. I'll pick you up at the station if you let me know when you're getting in, Oggy. In fact, Hardacre was gearing himself up for an act of generosity. If it's only a day trip you're after, I'll lend you my car. Strike did not immediately return to his curious friends and his cold curry. Smoking another cigarette, he strolled around the quiet street, thinking. Then he remembered that he was supposed to be attending a concert at the South Bank Centre with Ellen on Sunday evening. She was keen to foster an interest in classical music that he had never pretended was more than lukewarm. He checked his watch. It was too late to ring and cancel now. He would need to remember to do so next day. As he returned to the house, his thoughts drifted back to Robin. She spoke very little about the wedding that was now a mere 2.5 months away. Hearing her tell Wardle about the disposable wedding cameras she had ordered had brought home to Strike how soon she would become Mrs. Matthew Cunliffe. There's still time, he thought. For what, he did not specify, even to himself. Chapter 12. The Writings Done in Blood. Blue Oyster Cult, OD'd on life itself. Many men might think it a pleasant interlude to receive cash for following a pneumatic blonde around London, but Strike was becoming thoroughly bored of trailing Platinum. After hours hanging around Horton Street, where the LSE's glass and steel walkways occasionally revealed the part-time lap dancer passing overhead on her way to the library, Strike followed her to Spearmint Rhino for her 4 p.m. shift. Here he peeled away. Raven would call him if Platinum did anything that passed for untoward, and he was meeting Wardle at 6. He ate a sandwich in a shop near the pub chosen for their rendezvous. His mobile rang once, but on seeing that it was his sister, he let the call go to voicemail. He had a vague idea that it would soon be his nephew Jack's birthday, and he had no intention of going to his party. Not after the last time, which he remembered mainly for the nosiness of Lucy's fellow mothers and the ear-splitting screams of overexcited and tantruming children. The Old Blue Last stood at the top of Great Eastern Street in Shoreditch, a snub-nosed, imposing 3-story brick building curved like the prow of a boat. Within Strike's memory, it had been a strip club and brothel. An old school friend of his and Nick's had allegedly lost his virginity there to a woman old enough to be his mother. A sign just inside the doors announced the Old Blue Last's rebirth as a music venue. From 8 o'clock that evening, Strike saw, he would be able to enjoy live performances from the Islington Boys Club, Red Drapes, In Golden Tears, and Neon Index. There was a wry twist to his mouth as he pushed his way into a dark wood-floored bar, where an enormous antique mirror behind the bar bore gilded letters advertising the pale ales of a previous age. Spherical glass lamps hung from the high ceiling, illuminating a crowd of young men and women, many of whom looked like students, and most dressed with a trendiness that was beyond Strike. Although she was in her soul a lover of stadium bands, his mother had taken him to many such venues in his youth, where bands containing her friends might scrape a gig or two before splitting up acrimoniously, reforming, and appearing at a different pub 3 months later. Strike found the Old Blue Last a surprising choice of meeting place for Wardle, who had previously only drunk with Strike in the Feathers, which was right beside Scotland Yard. The reason became clear when Strike joined the policeman, who was standing alone with a pint at the bar. "The wife likes Islington Boys Club. She's meeting me here after work." Strike had never met Wardle's wife, and while he had never given the matter much thought, he would have guessed her to be a hybrid of Platinum, because Wardle's eyes invariably followed fake tans and scanty clothing, and the only wife of a Met policeman that Strike knew, whose name was Helly, and who was primarily interested in her children, her house, and salacious gossip. The fact that Wardle's wife liked an indie band of whom Strike had never heard, notwithstanding the fact that he was already predisposed to despise that very band, made him think that she must be a more interesting person than the one he had expected. "What have you got?" Strike asked Wardle, having secured himself a pint from an increasingly busy barman. By unspoken consent, they left the bar and took the last free table for two in the place. "Forensics are in on the leg," said Wardle as they sat down. "They reckon it came off a woman aged between mid-teens and mid-20s, and that she was dead when it was cut off, but not long dead, looking at the clotting. And it was kept in a freezer in between cutting it off and handing it to your friend Robin." Mid-teens to mid-20s. By Strike's calculations, Brittany Brockbank would be 21 now. "Can't they be any more precise on the age?" Wardle shook his head. "That's as far as they're prepared to go. Why?" "I told you why. Brockbank had a stepdaughter." "Brockbank," repeated Wardle, in the non-committal tone that denotes lack of recall. "One of the guys I thought might have sent the leg," said Strike, failing to conceal his impatience. "Ex-desert rat, big dark guy, cauliflower ear. Yeah, all right," said Wardle, immediately nettled. "I get past names all the time, pal. Brockbank. He had the tattoo on his forearm." "That's Lang," said Strike. "He's the Scot I landed in jail for 10 years. Brockbank was the one who reckoned I'd given him brain damage." "Oh, yeah." "His stepdaughter, Brittany, had old scarring on her leg. I told you that." Yeah, I remember." Strike stifled a caustic retort by sipping his pint. He would have felt far more confident that his suspicions were being taken seriously had it been his old SIB colleague Graham Hardacre who sat opposite him, rather than Wardle. Strike's relationship with Wardle had been tinged from the first with wariness and latterly with a faint competitiveness. He rated Wardle's detective abilities higher than those of several other Met officers whom Strike had run across, but Wardle still regarded his own theories with paternal fondness that he never extended to Strike's. "So, have they said anything about the scarring on the calf?" "Old. Long predated the death." "Jesus fuck," said Strike. The old scarring might be of no particular interest to forensics, but it was of vital importance to him. This was what he had dreaded. Even Wardle, whose habit it was to take the mickey out of Strike on every possible occasion, appeared to be experiencing something like empathy at the sign of the detective's concern. "Mate," he said, and that too was new. "It's not Brockbank, it's Malley." Strike had been afraid of this, afraid that the very mention of Malley would send Wardle careering after him to the exclusion of Strike's other suspects, excited at the thought of being the man who put away so notorious a gangster. "Evidence?" Strike said bluntly. Haringey crime syndicate's been moving Eastern European prostitutes around London and up in Manchester. I've been talking to Vice. They bust into a brothel up the road last week and got 2 little Ukrainians out of there. Wardle dropped his voice still lower. "We've got female officers debriefing them. They had a friend who thought she was coming to the UK for a modelling job and never took kindly to the work, even when they beat the crap out of her. Digger dragged her out of the house by her hair 2 weeks ago, and they haven't seen her since. They haven't seen Digger since either." "All in a day's work for Digger," said Strike. "That doesn't mean it's her leg. Has anyone ever heard him mention me?" "Yes," said Wardle triumphantly. Strike lowered the pint he had been about to sip. He had not expected an affirmative answer. "They have?" One of the girls Vice got out of the house is clear she heard Digger talking about you not long ago.
In what context?
Wardle uttered a polysyllable. The surname of a wealthy Russian casino owner for whom Strike had indeed done some work at the end of the previous year. Strike frowned. As far as he could see, Digger, knowing that he had worked for the casino owner, made it no more likely that Digger had found out that he owed his previous stretch of incarceration to Strike's evidence. All Strike took from this fresh information was that his Russian client moved in extremely insalubrious circles, something of which he had already been aware.
And how does me taking Arzamatshev's coin affect Digger?
Well, where do you want to start? Said Wardle, with what Strike felt was vagueness masquerading as the wide view. The syndicate's got fingers in a lot of pies. Basically, we've got a guy you've crossed with a history of sending people body parts, and he disappears with a young girl right before you get sent a young girl's leg.
You put it like that, it sounds convincing, said Strike, who remained entirely unconvinced. Have you done anything about looking at Lang, Brockbank and Whittaker?
Course, said Wardle. Got people trying to locate all of them. Strike hoped that was true, but refrained from questioning the statement on the basis that it would jeopardize his friendly relations with Wardle. We've got CCTV of the courier as well, said Wardle.
And?
Your colleague's a good witness, said Wardle. It was a Honda. Fake plates, clothes exactly as she described. He drove off southwest, heading towards a real courier depot as it goes. Last time we caught him on camera was in Wimbledon. No sign of him or the bike since, but like I say, fake plates. Could be anywhere.
Fake plates, repeated Strike. He did a hell of a lot of planning.
The pub was filling up all around them. Apparently the band was going to play upstairs. People were squeezing towards the door that led to the first floor, and Strike could hear the familiar scream of microphone feedback.
I've got something else for you, said Strike, without enthusiasm. I promised Robin I'd give you copies.
He had returned to his office before daybreak that morning. The press had given up trying to catch him going in or out, though an acquaintance in the guitar shop opposite informed him that photographers had lingered until the previous evening. Wardle took the 2 photocopied letters, looking mildly intrigued.
They've both come in the last couple of months, said Strike. Robin thinks you should take a look.
Want another? He asked, gesturing to Wardle's almost empty glass. Wardle read the letters, while Strike bought 2 more pints. He was still holding the note signed R.L. when he returned. Strike picked up the other one and read, in clearly legible, rounded schoolgirlish writing, that I will only be truly me and truly complete when my leg is gone. Nobody gets that it isn't and never will be part of me. My need to be an amputee is very hard for my family to accept. They think it's all in my mind, but you understand.
You got that wrong, thought Strike,
dropping the photocopy back onto the tabletop and noting as he did so that she had written her address in Shepherd's Bush as clearly and neatly as possible, so that his reply, advising her on how best to cut off her leg, would be in no danger of going astray. It was signed Kelsey, but with no surname. Wardle, still deep in the second letter, let out a snort of mingled amusement and disgust.
Fucking hell, have you read this?
No, said Strike. More young people were squeezing into the bar. He and Wardle were not the only people in their mid-30s, but they were definitely at the older end of the spectrum. He watched a pretty, pale young woman made up like a Fortis starlet, with narrow black eyebrows, crimson lipstick, and powder blue hair pinned into victory rolls, look around for her date.
Robin reads the Nutter letters and gives me a précis if she thinks I need one.
I want to massage your stump, read Wardle aloud. I want you to use me as a living crutch. Holy shit, that's not even physically... He flipped over the letter. R.L.,
Can you read that address? No, said Strike, squinting at it. The handwriting was dense and extremely difficult to read. The only legible word in the cramped address on a first read was Walthamstow. What happened to I'll be by the bar, Eric? The young woman with the pale blue hair and crimson lips had appeared at the table beside them, holding a drink. She wore a leather jacket over what looked like a 40s summer dress. Sorry, babes, talking shop, said Wardle, unperturbed. April, Cormoran Strike, my wife, he added. Hi, said Strike, extending a large hand. He would never have guessed Wardle's wife looked like this. For reasons he was too tired to analyse, it made him like Wardle better. Oh, it's you, said April, beaming at Strike, while Wardle slid the photocopied letters off the table, folded and pocketed them. Cormoran Strike, I've heard lots about you. Are you staying for the band? I doubt it, said Strike, though not unpleasantly. She was very pretty. April seemed reluctant to let him go. They had friends joining them, she told him, and sure enough, within a few minutes of her arrival, another 6 people turned up. There were 2 unattached women in the group. Strike allowed himself to be talked into moving upstairs with them, where there was a small stage and an already packed room. In response to his questions, April revealed that she was a stylist who had been working on a magazine shoot that very day, and, she said it casually, a part-time burlesque dancer. Burlesque! Repeated Strike at the top of his voice, as microphone feedback again screeched through the upper room to shouts and groans of protest from the assembled drinkers. Isn't that artist stripping? He wondered, as April shared the information that her friend Coco, a girl with tomato-red hair who smiled at him and wiggled her fingers, was a burlesque dancer too. They seemed a friendly group, and none of the men were treating him with that tiresome chippiness that Matthew exhibited every time he came within Strike's orbit. He had not watched any live music in a long time. Petite Coco had already expressed a desire to be lifted up so she could see. However, when the Islington Boys' Club took to the stage, Strike found himself forcibly transported back to times and people he strove not to think about. Stale sweat in the air, the familiar sound of guitars being tweaked and tuned, the humming of the open mic. He could have borne them all, had the lead singer's posture and his lithe androgyny not recalled Whittaker. 4 bars in and Strike knew he was leaving. There was nothing wrong with their brand of guitar-heavy indie rock. They played well, and, in spite of his unfortunate resemblance to Whittaker, the lead singer had a decent voice. However, Strike had been in this environment too often and unable to leave. Tonight, he was free to seek peace and clean air, and he intended to exercise that prerogative. With a shouted farewell to Wardle and a wave and a smile to April, who winked and waved back, he left, large enough to carve an easy path through people already sweaty and breathless. He gained the door as the Islington Boys' Club finished their first song. The applause overhead sounded like muffled hail on a tin roof. A minute later, he was striding away with relief into the swishing sound of traffic. Chapter 13. In the Presence of Another World. Blue Oyster Cult. In the Presence of Another World. On Saturday morning, Robin and her mother took the ancient family Land Rover from their small hometown of Masham to the dressmakers in Harrogate, where Robin's wedding dress was being altered. The design had been modified because it had initially been made for a wedding in January and was now to be worn in July. "You've lost more weight," said the elderly dressmaker, sticking pins down the back of the bodice. "You don't want to go any thinner. This dress was meant for a bit of a curve." Robin had chosen the fabric and design of the dress over a year ago. Loosely based on an Ellie Saab model that her parents, who would also be forking out for half of her elder brother Stephen's wedding in 6 months' time, could never have afforded.
Even this cut-price version would have been impossible on the salary Strike paid Robin. The lighting in the changing room was flattering, yet Robin's reflection in the gilt-framed mirror looked too pale, her eyes heavy and tired. She was not sure that altering the dress to make it strapless had been successful. Part of what she had liked about the design in the first place had been the long sleeves. Perhaps, she thought, she was simply jaded from having lived with the idea of the dress for so long. The changing room smelled of new carpet and polish. While Robin's mother, Linda, watched the dressmaker pin, tuck and twitch the yards of chiffon, Robin, depressed by her own reflection, focused instead on the little corner stand carrying crystal tiaras and fake flowers.
"Remind me, have we fixed on a headdress?"
asked the dressmaker, who had the habit of using the first-person plural so often found in nursing staff.
"We were leaning towards a tiara for the winter wedding, weren't we? I think it might be worth trying flowers with the strapless."
"Flowers would be nice," Linda agreed from the corner of the dressing room. Mother and daughter closely resembled each other. Though her once slender waist had thickened and the faded red-gold hair piled untidily on top of her head was now laced with silver, Linda's blue-grey eyes were her daughter's, and they rested now upon her second child with an expression of concern and shrewdness that would have been comically familiar to Strike. Robin tried on an array of fake floral headdresses and liked none of them. "Maybe I'll stick with the tiara," she said. "Or fresh flowers," suggested Linda. "Yes," said Robin, suddenly keen to get away from the carpet smell and her pale, boxed-in reflection. "Let's go and see whether the florist could do something." She was glad to have the changing room to herself for a few minutes. As she worked her way out of the dress and pulled her jeans and sweater back on, she tried to analyse her low mood. While she regretted that she had been forced to miss Strike's meeting with Wardle, she had been looking forward to putting a couple of 100 miles between her and the faceless man in black who had handed her a severed leg. Yet she had no sense of escape. She and Matthew had rowed yet again on the train coming north. Even here, in the changing room in James Street, her multiplying anxieties haunted her. The agency's dwindling caseload, the fear of what would happen if Strike could no longer afford to employ her. Once dressed, she checked her mobile. No messages from Strike. She was almost monosyllabic among the buckets of mimosa and lilies a quarter of an hour later. The florist fussed and fiddled, holding blooms against Robin's hair and accidentally letting drops of cold greenish water fall from the long stem of a rose onto her cream sweater. "Let's go to Betty's," suggested Linda, when a floral headdress had at last been ordered. Betty's of Harrogate was a local institution, the Spa Town's long-established tea room. There were hanging flower baskets outside, where customers queued under a black gold and glass canopy, and within were tea canister lamps and ornamental teapots, squashy chairs, and waitresses in broderie anglaise uniforms. It had been a treat to Robin, ever since she was small, to peer through the glass counter at rows of fat marzipan pigs, to watch her mother buying one of the luxurious fruitcakes laced with alcohol that came in its own special tin. Today, sitting beside the window, staring out at primary-coloured flower beds, resembling the geometric shapes cut out of plasticine by small children, Robin declined anything to eat, asked for a pot of tea, and flipped over her mobile again. Nothing. "Are you all right?" Linda asked her. "Fine," said Robin. "I was just wondering if there was any news." "What kind of news?" "About the leg," said Robin. "Strike met Wardle last night, the Met officer." "Oh," said Linda, and silence fell between them until their tea arrived. Linda had ordered a fat rascal, one of Betty's large scones. She finished buttering it before she asked, "You and Cormoran are going to try and find out who sent that leg yourselves, aren't you?" Something in her mother's tone made Robin proceed warily. We're interested in what the police are doing, that's all. Ah, said Linda, chewing, watching Robin. Robin felt guilty for being irritable. The wedding dress was expensive, and she had not been appreciative. Sorry for being snappy. That's all right. It's just, Matthew's on my case all the time about working for Cormoran. Yes, we heard something about that last night. Oh, God, Mum, I'm sorry. Robin had thought they'd kept the row quiet enough not to wake her parents. They had argued on the way up to Masham, suspended hostilities while having supper with her parents, then resumed the argument in the living room after Linda and Michael had gone to bed. Cormoran's name came up a lot, didn't it? I assume he's not worried, said Robin. Matthew determinedly treated Robin's work as a kind of joke, but when forced to take it seriously, when, for instance, somebody sent her a severed leg, he became angry rather than concerned. Well, if he's not worried, he should be, said Linda. Somebody sent you a part of a dead woman, Robin. It's not so long ago that Matt called us to say you were in hospital with concussion. I'm not telling you to resign, she added, refusing to be cowed by Robin's reproachful expression. I know this is what you want. Anyway, she forced the larger half of her fat rascal into Robin's unresisting hand. I wasn't going to ask whether Matt was worried. I was going to ask whether he was jealous. Robin sipped her strong Betty's Blend tea. Vaguely, she contemplated taking some of these tea bags back to the office. There was nothing as good as this in Ealing Waitrose. Strike liked his tea strong. Yes, Matt's jealous, she said at last. I'm assuming he's got no reason. Of course not, said Robin hotly. She felt betrayed. Her mother was always on her side. Always. There's no need to get fired up, said Linda, unruffled. I wasn't suggesting you'd done anything you shouldn't. Well, good, said Robin, eating the scone without noticing it. Because I haven't. He's my boss, that's all. And your friend, suggested Linda, judging by the way you talk about him. Yes, said Robin, but honesty compelled her to add, it's not like a normal friendship, though. Why not? He doesn't like talking about personal stuff. Blood out of a stone. Except for one notorious evening, barely mentioned between them since, when Strike had got so drunk he could hardly stand, voluntary information about his private life had been virtually non-existent. You get on well, though? Yeah, really well. A lot of men find it hard to hear how well their other halves get on with other men. What am I supposed to do? Only ever work with women? No, said Linda. I'm just saying. Matthew obviously feels threatened. Robin sometimes suspected that her mother regretted the fact that her daughter had not had more boyfriends before committing herself to Matthew. She and Linda were close. She was Linda's only daughter. Now, with the tea room clattering and tinkling around them, Robin realised that she was afraid that Linda might tell her it wasn't too late to back out of the wedding if she wanted to. Tired and low though she was, and in spite of the fact that they had had several rocky months, she knew that she loved Matthew. The dress was made, the church was booked, the reception almost paid for. She must plough on now and get to the finishing line. I don't fancy Strike. Anyway, he's in a relationship. He's seeing Ellen Toft. She's a presenter on Radio 3. She hoped that this information would distract her mother, an enthusiastic devourer of radio programmes while cooking and gardening. Ellen Toft? Is she that very beautiful blonde girl who was on the telly talking about romantic composers the other night? Asked Linda. Probably, said Robin, with a pronounced lack of enthusiasm, and in spite of the fact that her diversionary tactic had been successful, she changed the subject. So, you're getting rid of the Land Rover? Yes, we'll get nothing for it, obviously. Scrap, maybe. Unless, said Linda, struck by a sudden thought. You and Matthew want it. It's got a year's tax left on it, and it always scrapes through its MOT somehow. Robin chewed her scone, thinking. Matthew moaned constantly about their lack of car, a deficiency he attributed to her low salary. Her sister's husband's A3 cabriolet caused him almost physical pangs of envy. Robin knew he would feel very differently about a battered old Land Rover with its permanent smell of wet dog and Wellington boots. But at 1 o'clock that morning in the family sitting room, Matthew had listed his estimates of the salary of all their contemporaries, concluding with a flourish that Robin's pay lay right at the bottom of the league table. With a sudden spurt of malice, she imagined herself telling her fiancé, "But we've got the Land Rover, Matt. There's no point trying to save for an Audi now." "It could be really useful for work," she said aloud, "if we need to go outside London. Strike won't need to hire a car." Said Linda, apparently absently, but with her eyes fixed on Robin's face. They drove home to find Matthew laying the table with his future father-in-law. He was usually more helpful in the kitchen at her parents' house than at home with Robin. "How's the dress looking?" he asked, in what Robin supposed was an attempt at conciliation. "All right," said Robin. "Is it bad luck to tell me about it?" he said. And then, when she did not smile, "I bet you look beautiful anyway." Softening, she reached out a hand and he winked, squeezing her fingers. Then Linda plonked a dish of mashed potato on the table between them and told him that she had given them the old Land Rover. "What?" said Matthew, his face a study in dismay. "You're always saying you want a car," said Robin, defensive on her mother's behalf. "Yeah, but the Land Rover in London? Why not?" "It'll ruin his image," said her brother Martin, who had just entered the room with a newspaper in his hand. He'd been examining the runners for that afternoon's Grand National. "Suit you down to the ground, though, Rob. I can just see you and Hopalong off-roading to murder scenes." Matthew's square jaw tightened. "Shut up, Martin," snapped Robin, glaring at her younger brother as she sat down at the table. "And I'd love to see you call Strike Hopalong to his face," she added. "He'd probably laugh," said Martin airily. "Because you're peers," said Robin, her tone brittle. "Both of you with your stunning war records risking life and limb." Martin was the only one of the 4 Ellacott siblings who had not attended university, and the only one who still lived with their parents. He was always touchy at the slightest hint that he'd underachieved. "The fuck's that supposed to mean? I should be in the army?" he demanded, firing up. "Martin," said Linda sharply, "mind your language." "Does she ever go at you for still having both legs, Matt?" asked Martin. Robin dropped her knife and fork and walked out of the kitchen. The image of the severed leg was before her again, with its shining white tibia sticking out of the dead flesh, those slightly grubby toenails whose owner had meant, perhaps, to clean or paint before anybody else would see them. And now she was crying for the first time since she had taken the package. The pattern on the old stair carpet blurred, and she had to grope for the doorknob of her bedroom. She crossed to the bed and dropped face down onto the clean duvet, her shoulders shaking and her chest heaving, her hands pressed over her wet face as she tried to muffle the sound of her sobs. She did not want any of them to come after her. She did not want to have to talk or explain. She simply wanted to be alone, to release the emotion she had tamped down to get through the working week. Her brother's glibness about Strike's amputation was an echo of Strike's own jokes about the dismembered leg. A woman had died in what were likely to have been terrible, brutal circumstances, and nobody seemed to care as much as Robin did. Death and a hatchet had reduced the unknown female to a lump of meat, a problem to be solved, and she, Robin, felt as though she was the only person to remember that a living, breathing human being had been using that leg, perhaps as recently as a week ago. After 10 minutes solid weeping, she rolled over onto her back, opened her streaming eyes, and looked around her old bedroom as though it might give her succour. This room had once seemed like the only safe place on earth. For the 3 months after she had dropped out of university, she had barely left it, even to eat. The walls had been a shocking pink back then, a mistaken decorating choice that she had made when she was 16. She had dimly recognized that it did not work, but had not wanted to ask her father to repaint, so she had covered the garish glare with as many posters as possible. There had been a large picture of Destiny's child facing her at the foot of the bed. Though there was nothing there now but the smooth eau de Nil wallpaper Linda had put up when Robin left home to join Matthew in London, Robin could still visualise Beyoncé, Kelly Rowland and Michelle Williams staring at her out of the cover of their album, Survivor. The image was indelibly connected with the worst time of her life. The walls bore only 2 framed photographs these days. One of Robin with her old sixth form on their last day of school, Matthew at the back of the shot, the most handsome boy in the year, refusing to pull a face or wear a stupid hat, and the other of Robin, aged 12, riding her old Highland pony Angus, a shaggy, strong and stubborn creature who had lived on her uncle's farm and on whom Robin had doted, his naughtiness notwithstanding. Depleted and exhausted, she blinked away more tears and wiped her wet face with the heels of her hands. Muffled voices rose from the kitchen below her room. Her mother, she was sure, would be advising Matthew to leave her alone for a while. Robin hoped that he would listen. She felt as though she would like to sleep through the rest of the weekend. An hour later, she was still lying on the double bed, staring drowsily out of the window at the top of the lime tree in the garden, when Matthew knocked and entered with a mug of tea. "Your mum thought you could use this." "Thanks," said Robin. "We're all going to watch the National together. Mart's put a big bet on Bala Briggs." No mention of her distress or of Martin's crass comments. Matthew's manner implied that she had somehow embarrassed herself, and he was offering her a way out. She knew at once that he had no conception of what the sight and feel of that woman's leg had stirred up in her. No. He was simply annoyed that Strike, none of whom the Ellacotts had ever met, was once again taking up space in weekend conversation. It was Sarah Shadlock at the rugby all over again. "I don't like watching horses break their necks," said Robin. "Anyway, I've got some work to do." He stood looking down at her, then walked out, closing the door with a little too much force, so that it jumped open again behind him. Robin sat up, smoothed her hair, took a deep breath, and then went to fetch her laptop case from on top of the dressing table. She had felt guilty bringing it along on their trip home. Guilty for hoping that she might find time for what she was privately calling her lines of inquiry. Matthew's air of generous forgiveness had put paid to that. Let him watch the National. She had better things to do. Returning to the bed, she made a pile of pillows behind her, opened the laptop, and navigated to certain bookmarked web pages that she had talked to nobody about, not even Strike, who would no doubt think she was wasting her time. She had already spent several hours pursuing 2 separate but related lines of inquiry suggested by the letters that she had insisted Strike should take to Wardle. The communication from the young woman who wished to remove her own leg, and the missive from the person who wished to do things to Strike's stump that had made Robin feel faintly queasy. Robin had always been fascinated by the workings of the human mind. Her university career, though cut short, had been dedicated to the study of psychology. The young woman who had written to Strike seemed to be suffering from body integrity identity disorder, or BIID, the irrational desire for the removal of a healthy body part. Having read several scientific papers online, Robin now knew that sufferers of BIID were rare, and that the precise cause of their condition was unknown. Visits to support sites had already shown her how much people seemed to dislike sufferers of the condition. Angry comments peppered the message boards, accusing BIID sufferers of coveting a status that others had had thrust upon them by bad luck and illness, of wanting to court attention in a grotesque and offensive manner. Equally angry retorts followed the attacks. Did the writer really think the sufferer wanted to have BIID? Did they not understand how difficult it was to be transabled, wanting, needing to be paralysed or amputated? Robin wondered what Strike would think of the BIID sufferer's stories, were he to read them. She suspected that his reaction would not be sympathetic. Downstairs, the sitting-room door opened, and she heard a brief snatch of a commentator's voice. Her father telling their old chocolate Labrador to get out because it had farted, and Martin's laughter. To her own frustration, the exhausted Robin could not remember the name of the young girl who had written to Strike, asking for advice on cutting off her leg, but she thought it had been Kylie or something similar. Scrolling slowly down the most densely populated support site she had found, she kept an eye out for usernames that might in any way connect to her, because where else would a teenager with an unusual fixation go to share her fantasy, if not cyberspace? The bedroom door, still ajar since Matthew's exit, swung open as the banished Labrador, Roundtree, came waddling into the bedroom. He reported to Robin for an absent-minded rub of his ears, then flopped down beside the bed. His tail bumped against the floor for a while, and then he fell wheezily asleep. To the accompaniment of his snuffling snores, Robin continued to comb the message boards. Quite suddenly, she experienced one of those jolts of excitement with which she had become familiar since starting work for Strike, and which were the immediate reward of looking for a tiny piece of information that might mean something, nothing, or occasionally, everything. Nowhere to turn. Does anyone know anything about Cormoran Strike? Holding her breath, Robin opened the thread. W at NB. That detective with one leg? Yeah, he's a veteran. Nowhere to turn. I heard he might have done it himself. W at NB. No, if you look up, he was in Afghanistan. That was all. Robin combed more threads on the forum, but Nowhere to Turn had not pursued their inquiry, nor did they appear again. That meant nothing. They might have changed their username. Robin searched until satisfied that she had probed every corner of the site, but Strike's name did not recur. Her excitement ebbed away. Even assuming that the letter writer and Nowhere to Turn were the same person, her belief that Strike's amputation had been self-inflicted had been clear in the letter. There weren't many famous amputees on whom you might be able to pin the hope that their condition was voluntary. Shouts of encouragement were now emanating from the sitting room below. Abandoning the BIID boards, Robin turned to her second line of inquiry. She liked to think that she had developed a tougher skin since working at the detective agency. Nevertheless, her first forays into the fantasies of acrotomophiliacs, those who were sexually attracted to amputees, which had been accessed with only a few clicks of the mouse, had left her with a cringing feeling in her stomach that lingered long after she had left the internet. Now she found herself reading the outpourings of a man, she assumed he was a man, whose most exciting sexual fantasy was a woman with all four limbs amputated above the elbow and knee joints. The precise point at which limbs were cut seemed to be a particular preoccupation. A second man, they could not be women surely, had masturbated since early youth over the idea of accidentally guillotining off his own and his best friend's legs. Everywhere was discussion of the fascination of the stumps themselves, of the restricted movement of amputees, of what Robin assumed was disability as an extreme manifestation of bondage. While the distinctive nasal voice of the commentator on the Grand National gabbled incomprehensibly from below, and her brother's shouts of encouragement became louder, Robin scanned more message boards, seeking any mention of Strike, and also searching for a connecting line between this paraphilia and violence. Robin found it notable that none of the people pouring their amputee and amputation fantasies onto this forum seemed to be aroused by violence or pain. Even the man whose sexual fantasy involved him and his friend cutting off their own legs together was clear and articulate on that subject. The guillotining was merely the necessary precursor to the achievement of stumps. Would a person aroused by Stryker's amputee cut off a woman's leg and send it to him? That was the sort of thing Matthew might think would happen, Robin thought scornfully, because Matthew would assume that anyone odd enough to find stumps attractive would be crazy enough to dismember somebody else. Indeed, he would think it likely. However, from what Robin remembered of the letter from R.L., and after perusing the online outpourings of his fellow acrotomophiliacs, she thought it much more likely that what R.L. meant by making it up to Strike was likely to mean practices that Strike would probably find a lot less appetizing than the original amputation. Of course, R.L. might be both an acrotomophiliac and a psychopath.
Yes! Fucking yes! 500 quid! Screamed Martin.
From the rhythmic thumping emanating from the hall, it sounded as though Martin had found the sitting room inadequate for the full performance of a victory dance. Roundtree woke, jumped to his feet, and let out a groggy bark. The noise was such that Robin did not hear Matthew approaching until he pushed the door open. Automatically, she clicked the mouse repeatedly, backtracking through the sites, devoted to the sexual fetishization of amputees. "Hi," she said. "I take it Bala Briggs won."
"Yeah,"
said Matthew. For the second time that day, he held out a hand. Robin slid the laptop aside, and Matthew pulled her to her feet and hugged her. With the warmth of his body came relief, seeping through her, calming her. She could not stand another night's bickering. Then he pulled away, his eyes fixed on something over her shoulder. "What?" She looked down at the laptop. There, in the middle of a glowing white screen of text, was a large boxed definition. Acrotomophilia, noun. A paraphilia in which sexual gratification is derived from fantasies or acts involving an amputee. There was a brief silence. "How many horses died?" asked Robin in a brittle voice. "2," Matthew answered, and walked out of the room. Chapter 14. You ain't seen the last of me yet. I'll find you, baby. On that you can bet. Blue Oyster Cult. Showtime. 8:30 on Sunday evening found Strike standing outside Euston Station, smoking what would be his last cigarette until he arrived in Edinburgh in 9 hours' time. Ellen had been disappointed that he was going to miss the evening concert, and instead they had spent most of the afternoon in bed, an alternative that Strike had been more than happy to accept. Beautiful, collected, and rather cool outside the bedroom, Ellen was considerably more demonstrative inside it. The memory of certain erotic sights and sounds, her alabaster skin faintly damp under his mouth, her pale lips wide in a moan, added savour to the tang of nicotine. Smoking was not permitted in Ellen's spectacular flat on Clarence Terrace, because her young daughter had asthma. Strike's postcoital treat had instead been to fight off sleep while she showed him a recording of herself talking about the romantic composers on the bedroom television. "You know, you look like Beethoven," she told him thoughtfully, as the camera closed in on a marble bust of the composer.
"With a buggered nose," said Strike.
He had been told it before. "And why are you going to Scotland?" Ellen had asked as he reattached his prosthetic leg while sitting on the bed in her bedroom, which was decorated in creams and whites and yet had none of the depressing austerity of Ilsa and Nick's spare room.
"Following a lead," said
Strike, fully aware that he was overstating the case. There was nothing except his own suspicions to connect Donald Lang and Noel Brockbank to the severed leg. Nevertheless, and much though he might silently lament the nearly 300 quid the round trip was costing him, he did not regret the decision to go. Grinding the stub of his cigarette under the heel of his prosthetic foot, he proceeded into the station, bought himself a bag of food at the supermarket, and clambered onto the overnight train. The single berth, with its fold-down sink and its narrow bunk, might be tiny, but his army career had taken him to far more uncomfortable places. He was pleased to find that the bed could just accommodate his 6'3", and after all, a small space was always easier to navigate once his prosthesis had been removed. Strike's only gripe was that the compartment was overheated. He kept his attic flat at a temperature every woman he knew would have deplored as icy, not that any woman had ever slept in his attic flat. Ellen had never even seen the place. Lucy, his sister, had never been invited over lest it shatter her delusion that he was making plenty of money these days. In fact, now he came to think about it, Robin was the only woman who had ever been in there. The train jolted into motion. Benches and pillars flickered past the window. Strike sank down on the bunk, unwrapped the first of his bacon baguettes, and took a large mouthful, remembering as he did so Robin sitting at his kitchen table, white-faced and shaken. He was glad to think of her at home in Massam, safely out of the way of possible harm. At least he could stow one nagging worry. The situation in which he now found himself was deeply familiar. He might have been back in the army, travelling the length of the UK as cheaply as possible to report to the SIB station in Edinburgh. He had never been stationed there. The offices, he knew, were in the castle that stood on top of a jagged rock outcrop in the middle of the city. Later, after swaying along the rattling corridor to pee, he undressed to his boxer shorts and lay on top of the thin blankets to sleep, or rather to doze. The side-to-side rocking motion was soothing, but the heat and the changing pace of the train kept jarring him out of sleep. Ever since the Viking in which he was being driven had blown up around him in Afghanistan, taking half his leg and 2 colleagues with it, Strike had found it difficult to be driven by other people. Now he discovered that this mild phobia extended to trains. The whistle of an engine speeding past his carriage in the opposite direction woke him like an alarm 3 times. The slight sway as the train cornered made him imagine the terror of the great metal monster overbalancing, rolling, crashing, and smashing apart. The train pulled into Edinburgh Waverley at 5:15, but breakfast was not served until 6. Strike woke to the sound of a porter moving down the carriage, delivering trays. When Strike opened his door, balancing on one leg, the uniformed youth let out an uncontrolled yelp of dismay, his eyes on the prosthesis which lay on the floor behind Strike. "Sorry, pal," he said in a thick Glaswegian accent, as he looked from the prosthesis to Strike's leg, realising that the passenger had not, after all, hacked off his own leg. "We're ready." Amused, Strike took the tray and closed the door. After a wakeful night, he wanted a cigarette much more than a reheated rubbery croissant, so he set about reattaching the leg and getting dressed, gulping black coffee as he did so, and was among the first to step out into the chilly, Scottish early morning. The station's situation gave the odd feeling of being at the bottom of an abyss. Through the concertinaed glass ceiling, Strike could make out the shapes of dark Gothic buildings towering above him on higher ground. He found the place near the taxi rank where Hardacre had said he would pick him up, sat down on a cold metal bench and lit up, his backpack at his feet. Hardacre did not appear for 20 minutes, and when he did so, Strike felt a profound sense of misgiving. He had been so grateful to escape the expense of hiring a car that he had felt it would be churlish to ask Hardacre what he drove. A Mini. A fucking Mini. "Oggy!" They performed the American half-hug, half-handshake that had permeated even the armed forces. Hardacre was barely 5'8", an amiable-looking investigator with thinning, mouse-coloured hair. Strike knew his nondescript appearance hid a sharp, investigative brain. They had been together for the Brockbank arrest, and that alone had been enough to bond them, with the mess it had landed them in afterwards. Only when he watched his old friend folding himself into the Mini did it seem to occur to Hardacre that he ought to have mentioned the make of car he drove. "I forgot you're such a big bastard," he commented. "You going to be all right to drive this?" "Oh, yeah," said Strike, sliding the passenger seat as far back as it could go. "Grateful for the lend, Hardy." At least it was automatic. The little car wound its way out of the station and up the hill to the soot-black buildings that had peered down at Strike through the glass roof. The early morning was a cool grey. "Supposed to be nice later," muttered Hardacre, as they drove up the steep, cobbled Royal Mile, past shops selling tartan and flags of the Lion Rampant, restaurants and cafes, boards advertising ghost tours, and narrow alleyways affording fleeting glimpses of the city stretched out below to their right. At the top of the hill, the castle came into view. Darkly forbidding against the sky, surrounded by high, curved stone walls. Hardacre took a right, away from the crested gates, where tourists keen to beat the queues were already lurking. At a wooden booth he gave his name, flashed his pass and drove on, aiming for the entrance cut in the volcanic rock, which led to a floodlit tunnel lined with thick power cables. Leaving the tunnel, they found themselves high above the city, cannons ranged on the battlements beside them, giving onto a misty view of the spires and rooftops of the black and gold city stretching out to the Firth of Forth in the distance. "Nice," said Strike, moving to the cannons for a better look. "Not bad," agreed Hardacre, with a matter-of-fact glance down at the Scottish capital. "Over here, Oggy." They entered the castle through a wooden side door. Strike followed Hardacre along a chilly, narrow stone-flagged corridor and up a couple of flights of stairs that were not easy on the knee-joint of Strike's right leg. Prints of Victorian military men in dress uniforms hung at unequal intervals on the walls. A door on the first landing led into a corridor lined with offices, carpeted in shabby dark pink, with hospital green walls. Though Strike had never been there before, it felt instantly familiar in a way that the old squat in Fulbourn Street could not touch. This had been his life. He could have settled down at an unoccupied desk and been back at work within 10 minutes. The walls bore posters, one reminding investigators of the importance of and procedures relating to the golden hour, that short period of time after an offence when clues and information were most plentiful and easiest to gather. Another showing photographs of drugs of abuse. There were whiteboards covered with updates and deadlines for various live cases. Awaiting phone and DNA analysis. SPA Form 3 required. And metal file cases carrying mobile fingerprint kits. The door to the lab stood open. On a high metal table sat a pillow and a plastic evidence bag. It was covered in dark brown bloodstains. A cardboard box next to it contained bottles of spirits. Where there was bloodshed, there was always alcohol. An empty bottle of Bell's stood in the corner, supporting a red military cap, the very item of clothing after which the Corps was nicknamed. A short-haired blonde in a pinstripe suit approached, going in the opposite direction. "Strike!" He did not recognise her immediately. "Emma Daniels, Catterick, 2002, she said with a grin. "You called our staff sergeant a negligent twat." "Oh, yeah," he said, while Hardacre sniggered. "He was. You've had your hair cut." "And you've got famous." "I wouldn't go that far," said Strike. A pale young man in shirt-sleeves put his head out of an office further down the corridor, interested in the conversation. "Got to get on, Emma," said Hardacre briskly. "Knew they'd be interested if they saw you," he told Strike, once he had ushered the private detective into his office and closed the door behind them. The room was rather dark, due largely to the fact that the window looked directly out onto a bare face of craggy rock. Photographs of Hardacre's kids and a sizable collection of beer steins enlivened the decor, which comprised the same shabby pink carpet and pale green walls as the corridor outside. "All right, Oggy," said Hardacre, tapping at his keyboard, then standing back to let Strike sit down at his desk. "Here he is." The SIB was able to access records across all three services. There on the computer monitor was a headshot of Noel Campbell Brockbank. It had been taken before Strike met him, before Brockbank had taken the hits to the face that had permanently sunken one of his eye sockets and enlarged one of his ears. A dark crew cut, a long, narrow face, tinged blue around the jaw, and with an unusually high forehead. Strike had thought when they had first met that his elongated head and slightly lopsided features made it look as though Brockbank's head had been squeezed in a vice. "I can't let you print anything out, Oggy," said Hardacre, as Strike sat down on the wheeled computer chair. "But you could take a picture of the screen. Coffee?" "Tea, if you've got any. Cheers." Hardacre left the room, closing the door carefully behind him, and Strike took out his mobile to take pictures of the screen. When he was confident he had a decent likeness, he scrolled down to see Brockbank's full record, making a note of his date of birth and other personal details. Brockbank had been born on Christmas Day in the year of Strike's own birth. He had given a home address in Barrow-in-Furness when he had joined the army. Shortly before serving in Operation Granby, better known to the public as the First Gulf War, he had married a military widow with 2 daughters, one of them Brittany. His son had been born while he was serving in Bosnia. Strike went through the record, making notes as he did so, all the way down to the life-changing injury that had put paid to Brockbank's career. Hardacre re-entered the room with 2 mugs, and Strike muttered thanks as he continued to peruse the digital file. There was no mention in here of the crime of which Brockbank had been accused, which Strike and Hardacre had investigated, and of which they both remained convinced that Brockbank was guilty. The fact that he had eluded justice was one of the biggest regrets of Strike's military career. His most vivid memory of the man was Brockbank's expression, feral in its wildness, as he launched himself at Strike bearing a broken beer bottle. He had been around Strike's own size, perhaps even taller. The sound of Brockbank hitting the wall when Strike punched him had been, Hardacre said later, like a car ramming the side of the flimsy army accommodation. "He's drawing a nice fat military pension, I see," muttered Strike, scribbling down the various locations to which it had been sent since Brockbank had left the military. He had gone home first, Barrow-in-Furness, then Manchester, for a little under a year. "Ah," said Strike quietly. "So it was you, you bastard." Brockbank had left Manchester for Market Harborough, then returned to Barrow-in-Furness. "What's this here, Hardy?" "Psych report," said Hardacre, who had sat down on a low chair by the wall and was perusing a file of his own. "You shouldn't be looking at that at all. Very careless of me to have left it up there." "Very," agreed Strike, opening it. However, the psychiatric report did not tell Strike much that he did not already know. Only once he had been hospitalized had it become clear that Brockbank was an alcoholic. There had been much debate among his doctors as to which of his symptoms could be attributed to alcohol, which to PTSD, and which to his traumatic brain injuries. Strike had to Google some of the words as he went. Aphasia, difficulty finding the right word. Dysarthria, disordered speech. Alexithymia, difficulty understanding or identifying one's own emotions. Forgetfulness had been very convenient to Brockbank around that time. how difficult would it have been for him to fake some of these classic symptoms?
"What they didn't take into account," said Strike, who had known and liked several other men with traumatic brain injury, "was that he was a cunt to start with."
"True that," said Hardacre, sipping his coffee while he worked. Strike closed down Brockbank's files and opened Lang's. His photograph tallied exactly with Strike's memories of the Borderer, who had been only 20 when they had first met. Broad and pale, his hair growing low on his forehead, with the small dark eyes of a ferret. Strike had good recall of the details of Lang's brief army career, which he himself had ended. Having taken a note of Lang's mother's address in Melrose, he skim-read the rest of the document and then opened the attached psychiatric report. Strong indications of antisocial and borderline personality disorders, likely to present continuing risk of harm to others. A loud knock on the office door caused Strike to close down the records on screen and get to his feet. Hardacre had barely reached the door when a severe-looking woman in a skirt suit appeared. "Got anything for me on Timpson?" she barked at Hardacre. But she gave Strike a suspicious glare, and he guessed that she had already been well aware of his presence. "I'll cut away now, Hardy," he said at once. "Great to catch up." Hardacre introduced him briefly to the warrant officer, gave a potted version of his and Strike's previous association, and walked Strike out. "I'll be here late," he said as they shook hands at the door. "Ring me when you know what time you'll have the car back. Happy travels." As Strike made his way carefully down the stone stairs, it was impossible not to reflect that he could have been here, working alongside Hardacre, subject to the familiar routines and demands of the Special Investigation Branch. The army had wanted to keep him, even with his lower leg gone. He had never regretted his decision to leave, but this sudden, brief re-immersion in his old life gave rise to an inevitable nostalgia. As he stepped out into the weak sunshine that was gleaming through a rupture in the thick clouds, he had never been more conscious of the change in his status. He was free now to walk away from the demands of unreasonable superiors and the confinement of a rock-bound office, but he had also been stripped of the might and status of the British Army. He was completely alone as he resumed what might well prove a wild goose chase, armed only with a few addresses, in pursuit of the man who had sent Robin a woman's leg. Chapter 15. Where's the Man with the Golden Tattoo? Blue Oyster Cult, Power Underneath Despair. As Strike had expected, driving the Mini, even once he had made every possible adjustment to the seat, was extremely uncomfortable. The loss of his right foot meant that he operated the accelerator with his left. This required a tricky and uncomfortable angling of his body in such a cramped space. Not until he was out of the Scottish capital and safely on the quiet and straight A7 to Melrose did he feel able to turn his thoughts from the mechanics of driving the borrowed car to Private Donald Lang of the King's Own Royal Borderers, whom he had first met 11 years previously in a boxing ring. The encounter had happened by evening in a stark, dark sports hall that rang with the raucous cries of 500 baying squaddies. He had been Corporal Cormoran Strike of the Royal Military Police then, fully fit, toned and muscled, with 2 strong legs, ready to show what he could do in the interregimental boxing tournament. Lang's supporters had outnumbered Strike's by at least 3 to 1. It was nothing personal. The military police were unpopular on principle. Watching a redcap being knocked senseless would be a satisfying end to a good night's boxing. They were 2 big men, and this would be the last bout of the night. The roar of the crowd had thundered through both fighters' veins like a second pulse. Strike remembered his opponent's small black eyes and his bristle cut, which was the dark red of fox fur. A tattoo of a yellow rose spanned the length of his left forearm. His neck was thicker by far than his narrow jaw, and his pale, hairless chest was muscled like a marble statue of Atlas. The freckles that peppered his arms and shoulders standing out like gnat bites on his white skin. 4 rounds and they were evenly matched, the younger man perhaps faster on his feet, Strike superior in technique. In the 5th, Strike parried, feinted to the face, then struck Lang with a blow to the kidneys that floored him. The anti-Strike faction fell silent as his opponent hit the canvas. Then boos echoed throughout the hall like the bellowing of elephants. Lang was back on his feet by the count of 6, but he had left some of his discipline behind him on the canvas. Wild punches, a temporary refusal to break that earned a stern reproof from the ref, an extra jab after the bell, a second warning. 1 minute into the 6th round, Strike managed to capitalize on his opponent's disintegrating technique and force Lang, whose nose was now pouring blood, onto the ropes. When the referee separated them, then signaled to continue, Lang shed the last thin membrane of civilized behavior and attempted to land a headbutt. The referee tried to intervene, and Lang became crazed. Strike narrowly avoided a kick to the crotch, then found himself locked in Lang's arms, with the other's teeth digging into his face. Indistinctly, Strike heard the ref's shouts, the sudden drop in noise from the crowd as enthusiasm turned to unease at the ugly force emanating from Lang. The referee forced the boxers apart, bellowing at Lang, but he seemed to hear none of it, merely gathering himself again, then swinging at Strike, who sidestepped and landed a hard punch to Lang's gut. Lang doubled over, winded, and hit the floor on his knees. Strike left the ring to weak applause, blood trickling from the stinging bite on his cheekbone. Strike, who finished the tournament as runner-up to a sergeant from 3-para, was rotated out of Aldershot 2 weeks later, but not before word had reached him that Lang had been confined to barracks for his display of ill-discipline and violence in the ring. The punishment might have been worse, but Strike heard that his senior officer had accepted Lang's plea of mitigating circumstances. His story was that he had entered the ring deeply distressed by news of his fiancée's miscarriage. Even then, years before he had gained the additional knowledge of Lang that had led Strike to this country road in a borrowed Mini, he had not believed that a dead fetus meant anything to the animal he had sent seething beneath Lang's hairless, milk-white skin. Lang's incisor marks had still been visible on his face as he left the country. 3 years later, Strike had arrived in Cyprus to investigate an alleged rape. On entering the interrogation room, he came face to face for the second time with Donald Lang, who was now carrying a little more weight and sporting a few new tattoos, his face heavily freckled from the Cyprus sun, and creases etched around the deep-set eyes. Unsurprisingly, Lang's lawyer objected to the investigation being undertaken by a man whom his client had once bitten. So Strike swapped cases with a colleague who was in Cyprus investigating a drugs ring. When he met his colleague for a drink a week later, Strike found, to his surprise, that he was inclined to believe Lang's story, which was that he and the alleged victim, a local waitress, had had clumsy, drunken, consensual sex, which she now regretted because her boyfriend had heard rumours that she had left a place of work with Lang. There were no witnesses to the alleged attack, which the waitress claimed had taken place at knife point.
"Real party girl," was his fellow SIB man's assessment of the alleged victim.
Strike was in no position to contradict him, but he had not forgotten that Lang had once managed to gain the sympathy of a senior officer after a display of violence and insubordination witnessed by hundreds. When Strike asked for details of Lang's story and demeanour, his colleague had described a sharp, likeable man with a wry sense of humour.
"Discipline could be better," the investigator admitted, having reviewed Lang's file. "But I don't see him as a rapist. Married to a girl from home. She's out here with him."
Strike returned to his drug case in the sweltering sun. A couple of weeks later, by now sporting the full beard that grew conveniently fast when he wished to look less army, as the military phrase had it, he was to be found lying on the floorboards of a smoke-filled loft, listening to an odd story. Given Strike's unkempt appearance, his Jesus sandals, baggy shorts, and the sundry bracelets tied around his thick wrist, the stoned young Cypriot dealer beside him was perhaps justified in not suspecting that he was talking to a British military policeman. As they lounged side by side with spliffs in their hands, his companion confided the names of several soldiers dealing on the island, and not merely in cannabis. The youth's accent was thick, and Strike was so busy memorizing approximations of the real names, or indeed pseudonyms, that the new name of Dunalung did not immediately suggest anyone he knew. Only when his companion began to tell him how Dunalung tied up and tortured his wife did Strike connect Dunalung with Lang. "Crazy man," said the ox-eyed boy in a detached voice, "because she try and live." Upon careful, casual questioning, the Cypriot confided that he had had the story from Lang himself. It seemed to have been told partly to amuse, partly to warn the young man with whom he was dealing. The Seaforth estate had been baking in the midday sun when Strike visited it the following day. The houses here were the oldest of the island's military accommodation, white-painted and a little shabby. He had chosen to visit while Lang, who had successfully eluded his charge of rape, was busy at work. When he rang the doorbell, he heard only a baby's distant cries.
"We think she's agoraphobic,"
confided a gossipy female neighbour, who had rushed outside to share her views.
"There's something a bit off there. She's really shy."
"What about her husband?" asked Strike.
"Donny? Oh, he's the life and soul, Donny," said the neighbour brightly. "You should hear him imitating Corporal Oakley. Oh, it's spot on. So funny."
There were rules, many of them, about entering another soldier's house without his express permission. Strike pounded on the door, but there was no answer. He could still hear the baby crying. He moved around to the rear of the house. The curtains were all closed. He knocked on the back door. Nothing. His only justification, if he had to defend his actions, would be the sound of that baby crying. It might not be considered sufficient reason for forcing entry without a warrant. Strike mistrusted anyone who was over-reliant on instinct or intuition, but he was convinced that there was something wrong. He possessed a finely honed sense for the strange and the wicked. He had seen things all through his childhood that other people prefer to imagine happened only in films. The door buckled and gave the second time he shouldered it. The kitchen smelled bad. Nobody had emptied the bin for days. He moved into the house.
"Mrs. Lang?"
Nobody answered. The baby's feeble cries were coming from the upper floor. He climbed the stairs, calling out as he went. The door to the main bedroom stood open. The room was in semi-darkness. It smelled horrible.
"Mrs. Lang?"
She was naked, tied by one wrist to the headboard, partially covered by a heavily blood-stained sheet. The baby lay beside her on the mattress, wearing only a nappy. Strike could see that it looked shrunken, unhealthy. As he bounded across the room to free her, his other hand already scrambling for the mobile to call an ambulance, she spoke in a cracked voice.
"No. Go away. Get out."
Strike had rarely seen terror like it. In his inhumanity, her husband had come to seem almost supernatural. Even as Strike worked to release her wrist, which was bloody and swollen, she begged him to leave her there. Lang had told her that he would kill her if the baby was not happier when he returned. She did not seem able to conceive of a future where Lang was not omnipotent. Donald Lang had been sentenced to 16 years' imprisonment for what he had done to his wife, and Strike's evidence had put him away. To the last, Lang had denied everything, saying that his wife had tied herself up, that she liked it, that she was kinky that way, that she had neglected the baby, that she had tried to frame him, that it was all a put-up job. The memories were as filthy as any he had. Strange to relive them while the Minnie moved past sweeping slopes of green, sparkling in the strengthening sun. This scenery was of a kind that was not familiar to Strike. The sweeping masses of granite, these rolling hills, had an alien grandeur in their bareness, in their calm spaciousness. He had spent much of his childhood perched on the coast with the taste of salt in the air. This was a place of woodland and river, mysterious and secretive, in a different way from St. Maur's, the little town with its long smuggling history, where colourful houses tumbled down to the beach. As he passed a spectacular viaduct to his right, he thought about psychopaths, and how they were to be found everywhere, not only in run-down tenements and slums and squats, but even here, in this place of serene beauty. The likes of Lang resembled rats. You knew they were there, but you never gave them much thought until you came face to face with one. A pair of miniature stone castles stood sentinel on either side of the road. As Strike drove into Donald Lang's hometown, the sun broke through, dazzlingly bright. Chapter 16. So grab your rose and ringside seat. We're back home at Conry's Bar. Blue Oyster Cult, before the kiss. Behind the glass door of a shop on the high street hung a tea towel. It was decorated with black line drawings of local landmarks, but what attracted Strike's attention were a number of stylized yellow roses, exactly like the tattoo he remembered on Donald Lang's powerful forearm. He paused to read the verse in the middle. It's our own town, it's the best town that ever there be. Here's to Melrose, gem of Scotland, the tune of the free. He had deposited a Mini in a car park beside the Abbey, with its dark red arches rising against a pale blue sky. Beyond, to the southeast, was the triple peak of Eildon Hill, which Strike had noted on the map and which added drama and distinction to the skyline. After a bacon roll purchased at a nearby coffee shop and eaten at an outside table, followed by a cigarette and his second strong tea of the day, Strike had set out on foot in search of the Wynd, the home address Lang had given 16 years previously when he joined the army, and which Strike was not entirely sure how to pronounce. Was it wind as in breeze, or wind as in clock? The small town looked prosperous in the sunshine as Strike strolled up the sloping high street to the central square, where a unicorn-topped pillar stood in a basin of flowers. A round stone in the pavement bore the town's old Roman name, Trimontium, which Strike knew must refer to the triple-peaked hill nearby. He seemed to have missed the Wynd, which according to the map on his phone led off the high street. He doubled back and found a narrow entrance in the walls to his right, only large enough for a pedestrian, which led to a dim inner courtyard. Lang's old family home had a bright blue front door and was reached by a short flight of steps. Strike's knock was answered almost at once by a pretty dark-haired woman, far too young to be Lang's mother. When Strike explained his mission, she responded in a soft accent he found attractive. "Mrs. Lang, she's no been here for 10 years or more." Before his spirits had time to sink, she added, "She stays up in Dingleton Road." "Dingleton Road, is that far?" "Just up the way." She pointed behind her to the right. "I dinna ken the number, sorry." "No problem. Thanks for your help." It occurred to him as he walked back along the dingy passageway to the sunlit square that, barring the obscenities the young soldier had muttered into Strike's ear in the boxing ring, he had never heard Donald Lang speak. Still working undercover on his drugs case, it had been imperative that Strike was not seen wandering in and out of HQ in his beard, so the interrogation of Lang after his arrest had been undertaken by others. Later, when he had successfully concluded the drugs case and was again clean-shaven, Strike had given evidence against Lang in court, but he had been on a plane out of Cyprus by the time that Lang had stood up to deny that he had tied up or tortured his wife. As he crossed Market Square, Strike wondered whether his boarder's accent might have been one reason that people had been so willing to believe in Donnie Lang, to forgive him, to like him. The detective seemed to remember reading that advertisers use Scottish accents to suggest integrity and honesty. The only pub he had spotted so far stood a short distance along a street Strike passed on the way to Dingleton Road. Melrose appeared to be fond of yellow. Though the walls were white, the pub's doors and window were picked out in acid-bright lemon and black. To the Cornish-born Strike's amusement, given the landlocked situation of the town, the pub was called the Ship Inn. He walked on into Dingleton Road, which snaked under a bridge, became a steep hill, and disappeared out of sight. The term not far was a relative one, as Strike had often had occasion to observe since losing his calf and foot. After 10 minutes' walk up the hill, he was beginning to regret that he had not returned to the Abbey car park for the Mini. Twice he asked women in the street whether they knew where Mrs. Lang lived, but though polite and friendly, neither could tell him. He trudged on, sweating slightly, past a stretch of white bungalows, until he met an elderly man coming the other way, wearing a tweed flat cap and walking a black and white border collie.
"Excuse me," said Strike. "Do you happen to know where Mrs. Lang lives? I've forgotten the number."
"Mrs. Lang," replied the dog walker, surveying Strike from beneath thick salt and pepper eyebrows. "Aye, she's my next-door neighbour."
Thank Christ.
"Three along," said the man, pointing, "with a stone wishing well out front."
"Thanks very much," said Strike.
As he turned up Mrs. Lang's drive, he noticed, out of the corner of his eye, that the old man was still standing on the spot, watching him, in spite of the collie trying to tug him downhill. Mrs. Lang's bungalow looked clean and respectable. Stone animals of Disney-esque cuteness littered her lawn and peeped out from her flower beds. The front door lay at the side of the building, in shadow. Only as he raised his hand to the door knocker did it occur to Strike that he might, within seconds, come face to face with Donald Lang. For a whole minute after he knocked, nothing happened, except that the elderly dog walker retraced his steps and stood at Mrs. Lang's gate, unabashedly staring. Strike suspected that the man regretted giving out his neighbour's address and was checking that the large stranger meant the woman no harm, but he was wrong. "She's in," he called to Strike, who was deliberating as to whether to try again. "But she's wood." "She's what?" Strike called back as he knocked for a second time. "Wood, Dual Alley." The dog walker took a few steps down the drive towards Strike. "Demented," he translated for the Englishman.
"Ah," said Strike.
The door opened, revealing a tiny, wizened, sallow-faced old woman wearing a deep blue dressing gown. She glared up at Strike with a kind of unfocused malevolence. There were several stiff whiskers growing out of her chin.
"Mrs. Lang?"
She said nothing, but peered at him out of eyes that he knew, bloodshot and faded though they were, must have been beady and ferret-like in their day.
"Mrs. Lang, I'm looking for your son, Donald."
"No," she said, with surprising vehemence. "No." She retreated and slammed the door.
"Bugger,"
said Strike under his breath, which made him think of Robin. She would almost certainly have been better than him at charming the little old woman. Slowly he turned, wondering whether there was anyone else in Melrose who might help. He had definitely seen other Langs listed on 192.com, and found himself face to face with the dog walker, who had proceeded all the way down the drive to meet him and was looking cautiously excited. "You're the detective," he said. "You're the detective that put her son away." Strike was astonished. He could not imagine how he was recognisable to an elderly Scottish man whom he had never met before. His so-called fame was of a very low order when it came to being identified by strangers. He walked the streets of London daily without anyone caring who he was, and unless somebody met him or heard his name in the context of an investigation, was rarely associated with the newspaper stories about his successful cases. "Aye, you did," said the elderly man, his excitement rising.
My wife and I are friends of Margaret Bunyan's. And in the face of Strike's mystification, he elaborated, Rona's mother. It took a few seconds for Strike's capacious memory to render up the information that Lang's wife, the young woman whom he had discovered tied to the bed beneath the blood-stained sheet, had been called Rona. When Margaret seen you in the papers, she said to us, That's him, that's the lad that rescued our Rona. You've done very well for yourself, haven't you? Stop it, Willie, he added in a loud aside to the eager collie, which was still pulling on its lead, trying to regain the road. Oh, aye, Margaret follows everything you do, all the stories in the papers. You found out who killed that model girl, and that writer. Margaret's never forgot what you did for her girl, never. Strike muttered something indistinct, something he hoped sounded grateful for Margaret's appreciation. What for are you wanting to talk to old Mrs. Lang? He's nae done something else, has he, Donny? I'm trying to find him, said Strike evasively. Do you know if he's back in Melrose? Och, no, I wouldn't think so. He came back to see his mother a few years back, but I didn't know that he's been here since. It's a small town. Donny Lang back. We'd hear, ken. Do you think Mrs. Bunyan, did you say, might have any... She'd love to meet you, said the old man excitedly. No, Willie, he added to the whining border collie, which was trying to tug him to the gate. I'll ring her, will I? She's only over in Durnock, next village. Will I ring? That'd be very helpful. So Strike accompanied the old man next door and waited in a small, spotless sitting room while he gabbled excitedly into the phone over his dog's increasingly furious whines. She'll come over, said the old man, with his hand over the receiver. Do you want to meet her here? You're welcome. The wife'll make tea. Thanks, but I got a couple of things to do, lied Strike, who doubted the possibility of a successful interview in the presence of this garrulous witness. Could you see whether she'd be free for a lunch at the Ship Inn in an hour? The collie's determination for its walk tipped the balance in Strike's favour. The two men left the house and walked back down the hill together, the collie tugging all the way, so that Strike was forced into a faster gait than suited him on a steep downward slope. He said goodbye with relief to his helpful acquaintance in Market Square. With a cheery wave, the old man headed off in the direction of the River Tweed, and Strike, now limping slightly, walked down the high street, killing time until he needed to return to the ship. At the bottom of the road, he encountered another explosion of black and acid yellow, which, Strike realised, explained the Ship Inn's colours. Here again was the yellow rose, on a sign announcing Melrose Rugby Football Club. Strike paused, hands in pockets, looking over the low wall at a smooth, level expanse of viridian velvet, surrounded by trees, the yellow rugby posts shining in the sun, stands to the right, and softly undulating hills beyond. The pitch was as well maintained as any place of worship, and an extraordinarily well-appointed facility for such a small town. Staring out across the expanse of velvety grass, Strike remembered Whitaker, stinking and smoking in the corner of the squat, while Leda lay beside him, listening open-mouthed to the tales of his hard life, credulous and greedy as a baby bird, as Strike now saw it, for the yarns Whitaker spun her. From Leda's point of view, Gordonston might as well have been Alcatraz. It was nothing short of outrageous that her slender poet had been forced out into the harsh Scottish winter to be pummelled and knocked about in the mud and the rain. Not rugby, darling. Oh, poor baby. You playing rugby. And when the 17-year-old Strike, sporting a fat lip from the boxing club at the time, had laughed softly into his homework, Whitaker had staggered to his feet, shouting in his obnoxious mockney, "What are you fucking laughing about, meathead?" Whitaker could not stand laughter at his expense. He needed, craved adulation. In its absence, he would take fear or even loathing as evidence of his power, but ridicule was evidence of another's assumed superiority, and consequently unbearable. You'd fucking love it, wouldn't you, you stupid little tit? Think you're fucking officer class already, don't you? Out with the rugger buggers. Get his rich daddy to send him to fucking Gordonston.
Whittaker had yelled at Leda.
Calm down, darling, she had said, and then, in slightly more peremptory terms, No, Corm.
Strike had stood up, braced, ready and eager to hit Whittaker. That had been the closest he had ever come to doing it, but his mother had staggered between them, a thin, beringed hand on each heaving chest. Strike blinked, and the bright sunlit pitch, a place of innocent endeavour and excitement, seemed to come back into focus. He could smell leaves, grass, and the warm rubber from the road beside him. Slowly he turned and headed back towards the Ship Inn, craving a drink, but his treacherous subconscious was not done with him yet. The sight of that smooth rugby pitch had unleashed another memory. Black-haired, dark-eyed Noel Brockbank, running at him with a broken beer bottle in his hand. Brockbank had been massive, powerful, and fast. A flanker. Strike remembered his own fist rising around the side of that broken bottle, connecting just as the glass touched his own neck. A basal skull fracture, that's what they had called it. Bleeding from the ear, a massive brain injury. Fuck, mumbled Strike under his breath, in time with his own footsteps. Lang, that's what you're here for. Lang. He passed under the metal galleon with bright yellow sails that hung over the Ship Inn's door. A sign just inside read, Melrose's only pub. He found the place instantly calming, a glow of warm colour, shining glass and brass. A carpet that resembled a patchwork of faded browns, reds and greens, walls of warm peach and exposed stone. Everywhere were more indications of Melrose's sporting obsession. Blackboards announcing upcoming matches, several enormous plasma screens, and, above the urinal, it had been hours since Strike had last peed, a small wall-mounted television, just in case a try was pending at the point a full bladder could no longer be ignored. Mindful of the journey back to Edinburgh in Hardacre's car, he bought himself half a pint of John Smith's and sat down on a leather-covered sofa facing the bar, perusing the laminated menu and hoping that Margaret Bunyan would be punctual, because he had just realised that he was hungry. She appeared a mere 5 minutes later. Although he could barely remember what her daughter looked like and had never met Mrs. Bunyan before, her expression of mingled apprehension and anticipation gave her away as she paused, staring at him, on the doormat. Strike got up, and she stumbled forwards, both hands gripping the strap of a large black handbag. "It is you," she said breathlessly. She was around 60, small and fragile-looking, wearing metal-frame glasses, her expression anxious beneath tightly permed fair hair. Strike held out a large hand and shook hers, which trembled slightly, cold and fine-boned. "Her dad's over in Howick today. He can't come. I rang him. He said to tell you we'll never forget what you did for Rona," she said on a single breath. She sank down beside Strike on the sofa, continuing to observe him with mingled awe and nerves. "We've never forgot. We read about you in the papers. We were so sorry about your leg. What you did for Rona. What you did." Her eyes were suddenly brimful of tears. "We were so—" "I'm glad I was able to find her child tied naked and blood-stained on a bed. Talking to relatives about what the people they loved had endured was one of the worst parts of the job. Able to help her." Mrs. Bunyan blew her nose on a handkerchief, retrieved from the bottom of her black handbag. He could tell that she was of the generation of women who would never usually enter a pub alone, and certainly not buy drinks at a bar if a man were there to undertake the ordeal for them. "Let me get you something." "Just an orange juice," she said breathlessly, dabbing at her eyes. "And something to eat?" Strike urged, keen to order the beer-battered haddock and chips for himself. When he had placed their order at the bar and returned to her, she asked what he was doing in Melrose, and the source of her nervousness became apparent at once. "He's not come back, has he? Donny, is he back?"
"Not as far as I know," said Strike. "I don't know where he is."
"Do you think he's got something to do—" Her voice had dropped to a whisper. "We read in the paper. We saw that someone sent you a—"
"Yes," said Strike. "I don't know whether he's got anything to do with it, but I'd like to find him. Apparently he's been back here to see his mother since leaving jail."
"Oh, 4 or 5 years ago that would have been," said Margaret Bunyan. "He turned up on her doorstep, forced his way into the bungalow. She's got Alzheimer's now. She couldn't stop him. But the neighbours called his brothers and they came and threw him out."
"They did they?"
"Donny's the youngest. He's got 4 older brothers. They're hard men," said Mrs. Bunyan. "All of them. Jamie stays in Selkirk. He came tearing through to get Donny out of his mother's house. They say he knocked him senseless." She took a tremulous sip of her orange juice and continued, "We heard all about it. Our friend Brian, who you just met, he saw the fight happening out on the street. 4 of them onto one, all of them shouting and yelling. Someone called the police. Jamie got the caution. He didn't care," said Mrs. Bunyan. "They didn't want him anywhere near them or their mother. They ran him out of town. I was terrified," she continued, "for Rona. He'd always said he'd find her when he got out."
"And did he?" asked Strike.
"Oh, yes," said Margaret Bunyan miserably. "We knew he would. She'd moved to Glasgow, got a job in a travel agent's. He still found her. 6 months she lived in fear of him turning up, and then one day he did. Came to her flat one night. But he'd been ill. He wasn't the same."
"Ill?"
repeated Strike sharply. "I can't remember what it was he got. Some kind of arthritis, I think, and Rona said he'd put on a lot of weight. He turned up at her flat at night. He tracked her down, but thanks be to God," said Mrs. Bunyan fervently. "Her fiancé was staying over. His name's Ben," she added, with a triumphal flourish, the colour high in her faded cheeks. "And he's a policeman." She said it as though she thought Strike would be especially glad to hear this, as though he and Ben were co-members of some great investigative brotherhood. "They're married now," said Mrs. Bunyan. "No kids because, well, you know why." And without warning, a torrent of tears burst forth, streaming down Mrs. Bunyan's face behind her glasses. The horror of what had happened a decade ago was suddenly fresh and raw, as though a pile of offal had been dumped on the table in front of them. "Lang stuck a knife up inside her," whispered Mrs. Bunyan. She confided in him as though Strike were a doctor or a priest, telling him the secrets that weighed on her, but which she could not tell her friends. He already knew the worst. As she groped again for the handkerchief in her square black bag, Strike remembered the wide patch of blood on the sheets, the excoriated skin on her wrist where Rona had tried to free herself. Thank God her mother could not see inside his head. "He stuck a knife inside, and they tried to, repair her." Mrs. Bunyan took a deep, shuddering breath as 2 plates of food appeared in front of them. "But she and Ben have lovely holidays," she whispered frantically, dabbing repeatedly at her hollow cheeks, lifting her glasses to reach her eyes. "And they breed German shepherds." Hungry though he was, Strike could not eat in the immediate aftermath of discussing what had been done to Rona Lang.
"She and Lang had a baby, didn't they?" he asked,
remembering its feeble whimpering from beside its blood-stained, dehydrated mother.
"The kid must be what, 10 by now?"
"He died," she whispered, tears dripping off the end of her chin. "Coat death. He was always sickly, the bairn. It happened 2 days after they put Donny away, and Donny, he telephoned her out of jail and told her he knew she'd killed
killed the babby, and that he'd kill her when he got out.
Strike laid a large hand briefly on the sobbing woman's shoulder, then hoisted himself to his feet and approached the young barmaid who was watching them with her mouth open. Brandy seemed too strong for the sparrow-like creature behind him. Strike's Aunt Joan, who was only a little older than Mrs. Bunyan, always regarded port as medicinal. He ordered a glass and took it back to her.
"Here, drink this."
His reward was a recrudescence of tears. But after much more dabbing with a sodden handkerchief, she said shakily,
"You're very kind,"
sipped it, gave a little gasping sigh and blinked at him, her fair-lashed eyes pink like a piglet's.
"Have you got any idea where Lang went after turning up at Rona's?"
"Yes," she whispered. "Ben put out feelers through work, through the probation office. Apparently he went to Gateshead, but I don't know whether he's still there."
Gateshead.
Strike remembered the Donald Lang he had found online. Had he moved from Gateshead to Corby, or were they different men?
"Anyway," said Mrs. Bunyan, "he's never bothered Rona and Ben again."
"I'll bet he hasn't," said Strike, picking up his knife and fork. "A copper and German shepherds, eh? He's not stupid."
She seemed to take courage and comfort from his words, and with a timid, tearful smile, began to pick at her macaroni cheese.
"They married young," commented Strike,
who was keen to hear anything he could about Lang, anything that might give a lead on his associations or habits. She nodded, swallowed, and said,
"Far too young. She started seeing him when she was only 15, and we didn't like it. We'd heard things about Donnie Lang. There was a young girl who said he'd forced himself on her at the young farmers' disco. It never came to anything. The police said there wasn't enough evidence. We tried to warn Rona she was in trouble." She sighed. "But that made her more determined. She was always headstrong, our Rona."
"He'd already been accused of rape?" asked Strike.
His fish and chips were excellent. The pub was filling up, for which he was grateful. The barmaid's attention was diverted from them.
"Oh yes, they're a rough family,"
said Mrs. Bunyan, with the sort of prim small-town snobbery that Strike knew well from his own upbringing.
"Oh, those brothers, they were always fighting, in trouble with the police, but he was the worst of them. His own brothers didn't like him. I don't think his mother liked him much, to tell the truth. There was a rumour," she said in a burst of confidence, "that he wasna the father's. The parents were always fighting, and they separated round about the time she got pregnant with Donnie. They say she had a run-around with one of the local policemen, as a matter of fact. I don't know whether it's true. The policeman moved on and Mr. Lang moved back in, but Mr. Lang never liked Donnie, I know that. Never liked him at all. People said it was because he knew Donnie wasn't his. He was the wildest of all of them, a big lad. He got into the junior sevens."
"Sevens?"
"The rugby sevens," she said.
And even this small, genteel lady was surprised that Strike did not immediately understand what, to Melrose, seemed more religion than sport.
"But they kicked him out. No discipline. Someone carved up Greenyards the week after they kicked him out."
"The pitch," she added, in response to the Englishman's mystifying ignorance. The port was making her talkative. Words were tumbling out of her now.
"He took up boxing instead. He had the gift of the gab, though, oh aye. When Rona first took up with him, she was 15 and he was 17. I had some folk telling me he wasn't a bad lad, really. Oh aye," she repeated, nodding at Strike's look of disbelief. "Folk that didn't know him so well were took in by him. He could be charming when he wanted to, Donnie Lang. But you just ask Walter Gilchrist whether he was charming. Walter sacked him off the farm. He was always being late, and someone set fire to his barn after. Oh, they never proved it was Donnie. They never proved it was him who wrecked the pitch, neither. But I know what I believe. Rona wouldn't listen. She thought she knew him. He was misunderstood, and I don't know what else. We were prejudiced, narrow-minded. He wanted to join the army. Good riddance, I thought. I hope she'd forget him if he left. Then he came back. He got her pregnant, but she lost it. She was angry with me because I said... She did not want to tell him what she had said, but Strike could imagine. And then she wouldn't talk to me anymore, and she went and married him on his next leave. Her dad and I weren't invited, she said. Off to Cyprus together. But I know he killed our cat. What? Said Strike, thrown. I know it was him. We told Rona she was making an awful mistake, last time we saw her before she married him. That night we couldn't find Purdy. Next day she was on the back lawn, dead. The vet said she'd been strangled. On the plasma screen over her shoulder, a scarlet-clad Dimitar Berbatov was celebrating a goal against Fulham. The air was full of boarders' voices. Glasses clinked and cutlery tinkled as Strike's companion talked of death and mutilation. I know he did it. I know he killed Purdy, she said feverishly. Look at what he did to Rona and the baby. He's evil. Her hands fumbled with a catch on her bag and pulled out a small wad of photographs. My husband always says, why are you keeping them? Burn them. But I always thought we might need pictures of him one day. There, she said, thrusting them into Strike's eager hands. You have them, you keep them. Gateshead, that's where he went next. Later, after she had left with renewed tears and thanks, after he had paid the bill, Strike walked to Miller's of Melrose, a family butcher he had noticed on his stroll around the town. There he treated himself to some venison pies that he suspected would be far tastier than anything he would be able to purchase at the station before boarding the sleeper back to London. Returning to the car park via a short street where golden roses bloomed, Strike thought again about the tattoo on that powerful forearm. Once, years ago, it had meant something to Donnie Lang to belong to this lovely town, surrounded by farmland and overlooked by the triple peaks of Eildon Hill. Yet he had been no straightforward worker of the soil, no team player, no asset to a place that seemed to pride itself on discipline and honest endeavour. Melrose had spat out the burner of barns, the strangler of cats, the carver-up of rugby fields. So Lang had taken refuge in a place where many men had found either their salvation or their inevitable comeuppance. The British Army. When that had led to jail, and jail disgorged him, he had tried to come home, but nobody had wanted him. Had Donald Lang found a warmer welcome in Gateshead? Had he moved from there to Corby? Or, Strike wondered, as he folded himself back into Hardacre's Mini, had these been mere stopping posts on his way to London and Strike? Chapter 17. The Girl That Love Made Blind. Tuesday morning. It was asleep after what it said had been a long, hard night. Like he fucking cared. Although he had to act like he did. He had persuaded it to go and lie down, and when it began to breathe deeply and evenly, he watched it for a while, imagining choking the fucking life out of it, seeing its eyes open and it struggle for breath, its face slowly turning purple. When he had been sure that he would not wake it, he had left the bedroom quietly, pulled on a jacket, and slipped out into the early morning air to find the secretary. This was his first chance of following her in days, and he was too late to pick up the trail at her home station. The best he could do was lurk around the mouth of Denmark Street. He spotted her from a distance. That bright, wavy, strawberry blonde head was unmistakable. The vain bitch must like standing out in the crowd, or she'd cover it, or cut it, or dye it. They all wanted attention. He knew that for a fact. All of them. As she moved closer, his infallible instinct for other people's moods told him something had changed. She was looking down as she walked, hunch-shouldered, oblivious to the other workers swarming around her, clutching bags, coffees, and phones. He passed right by her in the opposite direction, drawing so close
that he could have smelled her perfume if they had not been in that bustling street full of car fumes and dust. He might have been a traffic bollard. That annoyed him a little, even though it had been his intention to pass by her unnoticed. He had singled her out, but she treated him with indifference. On the other hand, he had made a discovery. She had been crying for hours. He knew what it looked like when women did that. He had seen it plenty of times. Puffy and reddened and flabby-faced, leaking and whining. They all did it. They liked playing the victim. You'd kill them just to make them shut up. He turned and followed her the short distance to Denmark Street. When women were in her state, they were often malleable in ways they would not be when less distressed or frightened. They forgot to do all the things that bitches did routinely to keep the likes of him at bay. Keys between their knuckles, phones in their hands, rape alarms in their pockets, walking in packs. They became needy, grateful for a kind word, a friendly ear. That was how he had landed it. His pace quickened as she turned into Denmark Street, which the press had at last given up as a bad job after 8 days. She opened the black door of the office and went inside. Would she come out again, or was she going to spend the day with Strike? He really hoped they were screwing each other. They probably were. Just the two of them in the office all the time. Bound to be. He withdrew into a doorway and pulled out his phone, keeping one eye on the second-floor window of number 24. Chapter 18. I've been stripped. The insulation's gone. Blue oyster cult. Lips in the hills. The first time that Robin had ever entered Strike's office had been on her first morning as an engaged woman. Unlocking the glass door today, she remembered watching the new sapphire on her finger darken shortly before Strike had come hurtling out of the office and nearly knocked her down the metal staircase to her death. There was no ring on her finger anymore. The place where it had sat all these months felt hypersensitive, as though it had left her branded. She was carrying a small hold-all that contained a change of outfit and a few toiletries. You can't cry here. You mustn't cry here. Automatically, she performed the usual start of the working day tasks, took off her coat, hung it up with a handbag on a peg beside the door, filled and switched on the kettle, and stowed the hold-all under her desk, where Strike would not see it. She kept turning back to check that she'd done what she had meant to do, feeling disembodied, like a ghost whose chilly fingers might slip through the handles of handbags and kettles. It had taken 4 days to dismantle a relationship that had lasted 9 years. 4 days of mounting animosity, of grudges aired and accusations hurled. Some of it seemed so trivial, looking back. The Land Rover, the Grand National, her decision to take her laptop home. On Sunday, there had been a petty squabble about whose parents were paying for the wedding cars, which had led yet again to an argument about her pitiful pay packet. By the time they had got into the Land Rover on Monday morning to drive back home, they had barely been speaking. Then last night, at home in West Ealing, had come the explosive argument that had rendered all the squabbling that had gone before trivial, mere warning tremors of the seismic disaster that would lay waste to everything. Strike would be down shortly. She could hear him moving around in the flat upstairs. Robin knew that she must not look shaky or unable to cope. Work was all she had now. She would have to find a room in somebody else's flat, which would be all she would be able to afford on the pittance Strike paid her. She tried to imagine future housemates. It would be like being back in halls of residence. Don't think about that now. As she made tea, she realized that she had forgotten to bring in the tin of Betty's tea bags she had bought shortly after trying on her wedding dress for the last time. The thought almost overset her, but by powerful effort of will, she restrained the urge to cry and took her mug to the computer, ready to trawl through the emails she had not been able to answer during their week of exile from the office. Strike, she knew, had only just got back from Scotland. He had returned on the overnight train. She would make conversation about that when he appeared, so as to keep attention away from her red, swollen eyes. Before leaving the flat this morning, she had tried to improve their appearance with ice and cold water, but with limited success. Matthew had tried to block her path as she headed out of the flat. He had looked ghastly too. "Look, we've got to talk. We've got to." Not any more, thought Robin, whose hand shook as she lifted the hot tea to her lips. I haven't got to do anything I don't want to do any more. The brave thought was undermined by a single hot tear that leaked without warning down her cheek. Horrified, she brushed it away. She had not thought that she had any tears left to cry. Turning to her monitor, she began typing a reply to a client who had queried his invoice, hardly knowing what she wrote. Clanging footsteps on the stairs outside made her brace herself. The door opened. Robin looked up. The man who stood there was not Strike. Primal instinctive fear ripped through her. There was no time to analyze why the stranger had such an effect on her. She only knew that he was dangerous. In an instant, she had calculated that she would not be able to reach the door in time, that her rape alarm was in her coat pocket, and that her best weapon was the sharp letter opener lying inches from her left hand. He was gaunt and pale. His head was shaven. A few freckles were scattered across a broad nose, and his mouth was wide and thick-lipped. Tattoos covered his wrists, knuckles, and neck. A gold tooth glinted on one side of his grinning mouth. A deep scar ran from the middle of his upper lip towards his cheekbone, dragging his mouth upwards in a permanent Elvis-style sneer. He wore baggy jeans and a tracksuit top, and he smelled strongly of stale tobacco and cannabis. "Sup?" he said. He repeatedly clicked the fingers of both hands hanging at his sides as he moved into the room. Click, click, click. "You all alone, yeah?" "No," she said, her mouth completely dry. She wanted to grab the letter opener before he came any closer. Click, click, click. "My boss is just—" "Shanker!" said Strike's voice from the doorway. The stranger turned. "Bunsen!" he said, and stopped clicking his fingers, held out a hand and gave Strike a dap greeting. "How you doing, bruv?" Dear God, thought Robin, limp with relief. Why hadn't Strike told her that the man was coming? She turned away, busying herself with emails so that Strike would not see her face. As Strike led Shanker into the inner office and closed the door behind them, she caught the word Whitaker. Ordinarily, she would have wished that she could be in there listening. She finished her email and supposed that she ought to offer them coffee. First, she went to splash more cold water on her face in the tiny bathroom on the landing, which retained a strong smell of drains, no matter how many air fresheners she bought out of petty cash. Strike, meanwhile, had seen just enough of Robin to be shocked by her appearance. He had never seen her face so pale, nor her eyes so puffy and bloodshot. Even as he sat down at his desk, eager to hear what information on Whitaker Shanker had brought to his office, the thought crossed his mind, what's the bastard done to her? And for a fraction of a second, before fixing all his attention on Shanker, Strike imagined punching Matthew and enjoying it. "Why are you looking so ugly, Bunsen?" asked Shanker, stretching himself out on the chair opposite and clicking his fingers enthusiastically. He had had the tic since his teens, and Strike pitied the person who would try to make him stop. "Knackered," said Strike. "Got back from Scotland a couple of hours ago." "Never been to Scotland," said Shanker. Strike was not aware that Shanker had ever been out of London in his life. "So, what have you got for me?" "He's still around," said Shanker, ceasing his finger-clicking to pull a pack of Mayfairs out of his pocket. He lit one with a cheap lighter without asking whether Strike minded. With a mental shrug, Strike took out his own Benson & Hedges and borrowed the lighter. "Seen his dealer. Geezer says he's in Catford." "He's left Hackney?"
Unless he left a clone of himself behind, he must have done, Bunsen. I didn't check for clones. Give me another ton and I'll go see.
Strike gave a short snort of amusement. People underestimated Shankar at their peril. Given that he looked as though he had done every kind of illegal substance in his time, his restlessness often misled acquaintances into assuming he was on something. In fact, he was sharper and soberer than many a businessman at the end of their working day, if incurably criminal.
"Got an address?"
said Strike, pulling a notebook towards him.
Not yet,
said Shankar.
"Is he working?"
He tells everyone he's a road manager for some metal band.
But?
He's pimping,
said Shankar matter-of-factly. There was a knock on the door. Anyone want coffee? Asked Robin. Strike could tell that she was deliberately keeping her face out of the light. His eyes found her left hand. The engagement ring was missing.
Cheers, said Shankar. 2 sugars.
Tea would be great, thanks, said Strike, watching her move away as he reached into his desk for the old tin ashtray he had swiped from a bar in Germany. He pushed it across to Shankar before the latter could tap his lengthening ash on the floor.
"How do you know he's pimping?"
"I know this other geezer who met him with the brass," said Shankar.
Strike was familiar with the Cockney slang, brass nail, tail.
"Says Whittaker lives with her. Very young, just legal."
"Right," said Strike. He had dealt with prostitution in its various aspects ever since he had become an investigator, but this was different. This was his ex-stepfather, a man whom his mother had loved and romanticized, to whom she had borne a child. He could almost smell Whittaker in the room again, his filthy clothes, his animal stink.
"Catford," he repeated.
"Yeah. I'll keep looking if you want,"
said Shankar, disregarding the ashtray and flicking his ash onto the floor.
"How much is it worth to you, Bunsen?"
While they were still negotiating Shankar's fee, a discussion that proceeded with good humour but the underlying seriousness of 2 men who knew perfectly well that he would do nothing without payment, Robin brought in the coffee. With the light full on her face, she looked ghastly. "I've done the most important emails," she told Strike, pretending not to notice his inquiring look. "I'll head off and do platinum now." Shankar looked thoroughly intrigued by this announcement, but nobody explained.
"You okay?"
Strike asked her, wishing that Shankar were not present.
"Fine,"
said Robin, with a pathetic attempt at a smile. "I'll catch up with you later."
"Head off and do platinum?"
repeated Shankar curiously, over the sound of the outer door closing.
"It's not as good as it sounds,"
said Strike, leaning back in his seat to look out of the window. Robin left the building in her trench coat and headed off up Denmark Street and out of sight. A large man in a beanie hat came out of the guitar shop opposite and set off in the same direction. But Strike's attention had already been recalled by Shankar, who said,
"Someone really sent you a fucking leg, Bunsen?"
"Yep," said Strike. "Cut it off, boxed it up, and delivered it by hand."
"Fuck me backwards,"
said Shankar, whom it took a great deal to shock. After Shankar had left, in possession of a wad of cash for services already rendered, and the promise of the same again for further details on Whittaker, Strike phoned Robin. She did not pick up, but that wasn't unusual if she was somewhere she couldn't easily talk. He texted her, "Let me know when you're somewhere I can meet you," then sat down in her vacated chair, ready to do his fair share of answering inquiries and paying invoices. However, he found it hard to focus after the second night on a sleeper. 5 minutes later he checked his mobile, but Robin had not responded, so he got up to make himself another mug of tea. As he raised the mug to his lips, he caught a faint whiff of cannabis, transferred from hand to hand as he and Shankar said farewell. Shankar came originally from Canning Town, but had cousins in Whitechapel who, 20 years previously, had become involved in a feud with a rival gang. Shanker's willingness to help out his cousins had resulted in him lying alone in the gutter at the end of Fulbourn Street, bleeding copiously from the deep gash to his mouth and cheek that disfigured him to this day. It was there that Leda Strike, returning from a late evening excursion to purchase Rizzlers, had found him. To walk past a boy of her own son's age while he lay bleeding in the gutter would have been impossible for Leda. The fact that the boy was clutching a bloody knife, that he was screaming imprecations and clearly in the grip of some kind of drug, made no difference at all. Shanker found himself being mopped up and talked to as he had not been talked to since his own mother had died when he was 8. When he refused point blank to let the strange woman call an ambulance for fear of what the police would do to him, Shanker had just stuck his knife through the thigh of his attacker. Leda took what, to her, was the only possible course. She helped him home to the squat and looked after him personally. After cutting up band-aids and sticking them clumsily over the deep cut in a semblance of stitches, she cooked him a sloppy mess full of cigarette ash and told her bemused son to find a mattress where Shanker could sleep. Leda treated Shanker from the first as though he were a long-lost nephew, and in return he had worshipped her in the way that only a broken boy clinging to the memory of a loving mother could. Once healed, he availed himself of her sincere invitation to drop round whenever he felt like it. Shanker talked to Leda as he could talk to no other human being, and was perhaps the only person who could see no flaw in her. To Strike, he extended the respect he felt for his mother. The two boys, who in almost every other regard were as different as it was possible to be, were further bonded by a silent but powerful hatred of Whittaker, who had been insanely jealous of the new element in Leda's life, but wary of treating him with the disdain he showed Strike. Strike was sure that Whittaker had recognized in Shanker the same deficit from which he himself suffered, a lack of normal boundaries. Whittaker had concluded, rightly, that his teenage stepson might well wish him dead, but that he was restrained by a desire not to distress his mother, a respect for the law, and a determination not to make an irrevocable move that would forever blight his own prospects. Shanker, however, knew no such restraints, and his long periods of cohabitation with the fractured family kept a precarious curb on Whittaker's growing tendency towards violence. In fact, it had been the regular presence of Shanker in the squat that had made Strike feel he could safely leave for university. He had not felt equal to putting into words what he most feared when he took leave of Shanker, but Shanker had understood. "No worries, Bunsen, mate. No worries." Nevertheless, he could not always be there. On the day that Leda had died, Shanker had been away on one of his regular drug-related business trips. Strike would never forget Shanker's grief, his guilt, his uncontrollable tears when they next met. While Shanker had been negotiating a good price for a kilo of premium Bolivian cocaine in Kentish Town, Leda Strike had been slowly stiffening on a filthy mattress. The finding of the post-mortem was that she had ceased to breathe a full 6 hours before any of the other squat dwellers tried to rouse her from what they thought was a profound slumber. Like Strike, Shanker had been convinced from the first that Whittaker had killed her, and such was the violence of his grief and his desire for instant retribution that Whittaker might well have been glad he was taken into custody before Shanker could get his hands on him. Inadvisably allowed into the witness box to describe a maternal woman who had never touched heroin in her life, Shanker had screamed, "That fucker done it!" attempted to clamber over the barrier towards Whittaker, and been bundled unceremoniously out of court. Consciously pushing away these memories of the long-buried past, which smelled no better for being dug up again, Strike took a swig of hot tea and checked his mobile again. There was still no word from Robin. Chapter 19. Workshop of the Telescopes. He had known the second he laid eyes on the secretary that morning that she was out of kilter, off balance. looking at her sitting in the window of the Garrick, the large students' restaurant serving the LSE. She was plain today, puffy, red-eyed, pale. He could probably take the seat next to her, and the stupid bitch wouldn't notice. Concentrating on the tart with the silver hair, who was working on a laptop a few tables away, she had no attention to spare for men. Suited him. She'd be noticing him before long. He'd be her last sight on Earth. He didn't need to look like Pretty Boy today. He never approached them sexually if they were upset. That was when he became the friend in need, the avuncular stranger. Not all men are like that, darling. You deserve better. Let me walk you home. Come on, I'll give you a lift. You could do almost anything with them if you made them forget you had a dick. He entered the crowded restaurant, skulking around the counter, buying a coffee and finding himself a corner where he could watch her from behind. Her engagement ring was missing. That was interesting. It shone a new light on the hold-all she had been alternately carrying over her shoulder and hiding under tables. Was she planning to sleep somewhere other than the flat in Ealing? Might she be heading down a deserted street for once, a shortcut with poor lighting, a lonely underpass? The very first time he'd killed had been like that. A simple question of seizing the moment. He remembered it in snapshots, like a slideshow, because it had been thrilling and new. That was before he had honed it to an art, before he had started playing it like the game it was. She'd been plump and dark. Her mate had just left, got into a punter's car and disappeared. The bloke in the car had not known that he was choosing which of them would survive the night. He, meanwhile, had been driving up and down the street with his knife in his pocket. When he had been sure that she was alone, completely alone, he had drawn up and leaned across the passenger seat to talk to her through the window. His mouth had been dry as he asked for it. She had agreed a price and got in the car. They had driven down a nearby dead end where neither streetlights nor passers-by would trouble them. He got what he'd asked for. Then, as she was straightening up, before he had even zipped up his flies, he had punched her, knocking her back into the car door, the back of her head banging off the window. Before she could make a sound, he'd pulled out the knife. The meaty thump of the blade in her flesh, the heat of her blood gushing over his hands. She did not even scream but gasped, moaned, sinking down in the seat as he pounded the blade into her again and again. He had torn the gold pendant from around her neck. He had not thought then about taking the ultimate trophy. A bit of her. But instead wiped his hands on her dress while she sat slumped beside him, twitching in her death throes. He had reversed out of the alleyway, trembling with fear and elation, and driven out of town with the body beside him, keeping carefully to the speed limit, looking in his rear-view mirror every few seconds. There was a place he had checked out just a few days previously, a stretch of deserted countryside in an overgrown ditch. She had made a heavy, wet thump when he rolled her into it. He had her pendant still, along with a few other souvenirs. They were his treasure. What, he wondered, would he take from the secretary? A Chinese boy near him was reading something on a tablet. Behavioral economics. Dumb psychological crap. He had seen a psychologist once, been forced to. Tell me about your mother. The little bald man had literally said it, the joke line, the cliché. They were supposed to be smart, psychologists. He'd played along for the fun of it, telling the idiot about his mother, that she was a cold, mean, screwed-up bitch. His birth had been an inconvenience, an embarrassment to her, and she wouldn't have cared if he'd lived or died. And your father? I haven't got a father, he'd said. You mean you never see him? Silence. You don't know who he is? Silence. Or you simply don't like him? He said nothing. He was tired of playing along. People were brain-dead if they fell for this kind of crap. But he had long since realized that other people were brain-dead. In any case, he told the truth. He had no father. The man who had filled that role, if you wanted to call it that, the one who had knocked him around day in, day out, a hard man but a fair man, had not fathered him. Violence and rejection, that was what family meant to him. At the same time, home was where he had learned to survive, to box clever. He had always known that he was superior, even when he'd been cowering under the kitchen table as a child. Yes. Even then he'd known that he was made of better stuff than the bastard coming at him with his big fist and his clenched face. The secretary stood up, imitating the tart with the silver hair, who was just leaving with a laptop in a case. He downed his coffee in one and followed. She was so easy today, so easy. She'd lost all her wariness. She barely had the attention to spare for the platinum whore. He boarded the same tube train as the pair of them, keeping his back to the secretary, but watching her reflection from between the reaching arms of a bunch of Kiwi tourists. He found it easy to slip into the crowd behind her when she left the train. The three of them moved in procession, the silver-haired tart, the secretary, and him, up the stairs onto the pavement, along the road to Spearmint Rhino. He was already late home, but he could not resist this. She had not stayed out after dark before, and the hold-all and the lack of engagement ring all added up to an irresistible opportunity. He would simply have to make up some story for it. The silver-haired tart disappeared into the club. The secretary slowed down and stood irresolute on the pavement. He slid out his mobile and pulled back into a shadowy doorway, watching her. Chapter 20. I never realized she was so undone. Blue Oyster Cult, Debbie Denise. Lyrics by Patti Smith. Robin had forgotten her promise to Strike that she would not stay out after dark. In fact, she had hardly registered the fact that the sun had gone down until she realized that headlights were swooping past her and that the shop windows were lit up. Platinum had changed her routine today. She would usually have been inside Spearmint Rhino for several hours already, gyrating half-naked for the benefit of strange men, not striding along the road, fully dressed in jeans, high-heeled boots, and a fringed suede jacket. Presumably she had changed her shift, but she would soon be safely gyrating around a pole, which left the question of where Robin was going to spend the night. Her mobile had been vibrating inside the pocket of her coat all day. Matthew had sent more than 30 texts. "We've got to talk. Ring me, please. Robin, we can't sort anything out if you don't talk to me." As the day had worn on, and her silence had not broken, he had started trying to call. Then the tone of his texts had changed. "Robin, you know I love you. I wish it hadn't happened. I wish I could change it, but I can't. It's you I love, Robin. I always have, and I always will." She had not texted back, or picked up his calls, or rung him. All she knew was that she could not bear to go back to the flat, not tonight. What would happen tomorrow or the next day, she had no idea. She was hungry, exhausted, and numb. Strike had become almost as importuning towards late afternoon. "Where are you? Ring me, please." She had texted him back, because she could not face talking to him either. "Can't speak. Platinum's not at work." She and Strike maintained a certain emotional distance, always, and she was afraid that if he were kind to her, she would cry, revealing the sort of weakness that he would deplore in an assistant. With virtually no cases left, with the threat of the man who had sent the leg hanging over her, she must not give Strike another reason to tell her to stay at home. He had not been satisfied with her response. "Call me ASAP." She had ignored that one on the basis that she might easily have failed to receive it, being close to the tube when he sent it, and shortly afterwards having no reception as she and Platinum rode the tube back to Tottenham Court Road. On emerging from the station, Robin found another missed call from Strike on her phone, as well as a new text from Matthew. "I need to know whether you're coming home tonight. I'm worried sick about you. Just text to tell me you're alive, that's all I'm asking." "Oh, don't flatter yourself," muttered Robin. "Like I'd kill myself over you." A strangely familiar, paunchy man in a suit walked past Robin, illuminated by the glow of Spearmint Rhino's canopy. It was 2 times. Robin wondered whether she imagined the self-satisfied smirk he gave her. Was he going inside to watch his girlfriend gyrate for other men? Did he get a thrill out of having his sex life documented? Precisely what kind of weirdo was he? Robin turned away. She needed to make a decision as to what to do tonight. A large man in a beanie hat appeared to be arguing into his mobile phone in a dark doorway 100 yards away. The disappearance of Platinum had robbed Robin of purpose. Where was she going to sleep? As she stood there irresolute, a group of young men walked past her, deliberately close, one of them brushing against her holdall. She could smell lynx and lager. "Got your costume in there, darling?" She became aware of the fact that she was standing outside a lap dancing club. As she turned automatically in the direction of Strike's office, her mobile rang. Without thinking, she answered it. "Where the hell have you been?" said Strike's angry voice in her ear. She barely had time to be glad that he wasn't Matthew before he said, "I've been trying to get hold of you all day. Where are you?" "On Tottenham Court Road," she said, walking fast away from the still jeering men. "Platinum's only just got inside, and 2,
What did I tell you about not staying out after dark?"
"It's well lit," said Robin. She was trying to remember whether she had ever noticed a travel lodge near here. She needed somewhere clean and cheap. It must be cheap, because she was drawing on the joint account. She was determined not to spend more than she had put in.
"Are you all right?"
asked Strike, slightly less aggressively. A lump rose in her throat. "Fine," she said, as forcefully as she could. She was trying to be professional, to be what Strike wanted.
"I'm still at the office," he said. "Did you say you're on Tottenham Court Road?"
"I've got to go, sorry," she said in a tight, cold voice and hung up. The fear of crying had become so overwhelming that she had to end the call. She thought he had been on the verge of offering to meet her, and if they met she would tell him everything, and she must not do that. Tears were suddenly pouring down her face. She had no one else. There. She had admitted it to herself at last. The people they had meals with at weekends, the ones they went to watch rugby with, they were all Matthew's friends, Matthew's work colleagues, Matthew's old university friends. She had nobody of her own but Strike. "Oh, God," she said, wiping her eyes and nose on the sleeve of her coat.
"You all right, sweetheart?"
called a toothless tramp from a doorway. She was not sure why she ended up in the Tottenham, except the bar staff knew her, she was familiar with where the ladies was, and it was somewhere that Matthew had never been. All she wanted was a quiet corner in which she could look up cheap places to stay. She was also craving a drink, which was most unlike her. After splashing her face with cold water in the bathroom, she bought herself a glass of red wine, took it to a table, and pulled out her phone again. She had missed another call from Strike. Men at the bar were looking over at her. She knew what she must look like, tear-stained and alone, her holdall beside her. Well, she couldn't help that. She typed into her mobile, "travel lodges near Tottenham Court Road," and waited for the slow response, drinking her wine faster than perhaps she ought to have done on a virtually empty stomach. No breakfast, no lunch. A bag of crisps and an apple, consumed at the student cafe where Platinum had been studying, were all she had eaten that day. There was a travel lodge in High Holborn. That would have to do. She felt slightly calmer for knowing where she was going to spend the night. Careful not to make eye contact with any of the men at the bar, she went up to get a second glass of wine. Perhaps she ought to call her mother, she thought suddenly, but the prospect made her feel tearful all over again. She could not face Linda's love and disappointment. Not yet. A large figure in a beanie hat entered the pub, but Robin was keeping her attention determinedly on her change and her wine, giving none of the hopeful men lurking at the bar the slightest reason to suppose that she wanted any of them to join her. The second glass of wine made her feel much more relaxed. She remembered how Strike had got so drunk here, in this very pub, that he could barely walk. That had been the only night that he had ever shared personal information. Maybe that was the real reason she had been drawn here, she thought, raising her eyes to the colourful glass cupola overhead. This was the bar where you went to drink when you found out that the person you loved was unfaithful. "You alone?" said a man's voice. "Waiting for someone," she said. He was slightly blurred when she looked up at him, a wiry blond man with bleached blue eyes, and she could tell that he did not believe her. "Can I wait with you?" "No, you fucking can't," said another familiar voice. Strike had arrived, massive, scowling, glaring at the stranger, who retreated with ill grace to a couple of friends at the bar. "What are you doing here?" asked Robin, surprised to find that her tongue felt numb and thick after 2 glasses of wine. "Looking for you," said Strike. "How did you know I was—" "I'm a detective. How many of those have you had?" he asked, looking down at her wine glass. "Only one," she lied. So he went to the bar for another, and a pint of Doom Bar for himself. As he ordered, a large man in a beanie hat ducked out of the door, but Strike was more interested in keeping an eye on the blonde man who was staring over at Robin, and only seemed to give up on her once Strike reappeared, glowering, with 2 drinks, and sat down opposite her. "What's going on?" "Nothing." "Don't give me that. You look like bloody death." "Well," said Robin, taking a large slurp of wine, "consider my morale boosted." Strike gave a short laugh. "Why have you got a hold-all with you?" When she did not answer, he said, "Where's your engagement ring?" She opened her mouth to answer, but a treacherous desire to cry rose to drown the words. After a short inner struggle and another gulp of wine, she said, "I'm not engaged anymore." "Why not?" "This is rich coming from you." "I'm drunk," she thought, as though watching herself from outside her own body. "Look at me. I'm drunk on 2.5 glasses of wine, no food, and no sleep." "What's rich?" asked Strike, confused. "We don't talk about personal... You don't talk about personal stuff." "I seem to remember spilling my guts all over you in this very pub." "Once," said Robin. Strike deduced from her pink cheeks and her thickened speech that she was not on her second glass of wine. Both amused and concerned, he said, "I think you need something to eat." "That's exactly what I said to you," Robin replied. "That night when you were, and we ended up having a kebab. And I do not," she said with dignity, "want a kebab." "Well," said Strike, "you know it's London. We can probably find you something that isn't a kebab." "I like crisps," said Robin. So he bought her some. "What's going on?" he repeated on his return. After a few seconds of watching her attempting to open the crisps, he took them from her to do it himself. "Nothing. I'm going to sleep in a travel lodge tonight, that's all." "A travel lodge?" "Yeah. There's one... She looked down at her dead mobile and realized that she had forgotten to charge it the previous night. "I can't remember where it is," she said. "Just leave me, I'm fine," she added, groping in her hold-all for something to blow her nose on.
Yeah, he said heavily. I'm totally reassured now I've seen you.
I am fine, she said fiercely. I'll be at work as usual tomorrow. You wait and see.
You think I came to find you because I'm worried about work?
Don't be nice, she groaned, burying her face in her tissues. I can't take it. Be normal.
What's normal? He asked, confused.
Grumpy and uncommunic...
What do you want to communicate about?
Nothing in particular, she lied. I just thought, keep things professional.
What's happened between you and Matthew?
What's happening between you and Ellen? She countered.
How's that important? He asked, nonplussed.
Same thing, she said vaguely, draining her third glass. I'd like another.
You're having a soft drink this time.
She examined the ceiling while waiting for him. There were theatrical scenes painted up there. Bottom cavorted with Titania amid a group of fairies.
Things are going okay with Ellen, he told her when he sat back down, having decided that an exchange of information was the easiest way to make her talk about her own problems. It suits me, keeping it low-key. She's got a daughter she doesn't want me getting too close to. Messy divorce.
Oh, said Robin, blinking at him over her glass of Coke. How did you meet her?
Through Nick and Ilse.
How do they know her?
They don't. They had a party and she came along with her brother. He's a doctor, works with Nick. They hadn't ever met her before.
Oh, said Robin again. She had briefly forgotten her own troubles, diverted by this glimpse into Strike's private world. So normal, so unremarkable. A party, and he had gone along and got talking to the beautiful blonde. Women liked Strike. She had come to realize that over the months they had worked together. She had not understood the appeal when she had started working for him. He was so very different from Matthew. Does Ilse like Ellen? Asked Robin. Strike was startled by this flash of perception.
Yeah, I think so, he lied.
Robin sipped her Coke.
Okay,
said Strike, restraining his impatience with difficulty.
Your turn.
We've split up, she said. Interrogation technique told him to remain silent, and after a minute or so, the decision was vindicated. He told me something, she said. Last night. Strike waited. And we can't go back from that. Not that. She was pale and composed, but he could almost feel the anguish behind the words. Still, he waited. He slept with someone else, she said in a small, tight voice. There was a pause. She picked up her crisp packet, found that she had finished the contents, and dropped it on the table.
Shit,
said Strike. He was surprised, not that Matthew had slept with another woman, but that he had admitted it. His impression of the handsome young accountant was of a man who knew how to run his life to suit himself, to compartmentalize and categorize where necessary. And not just once, said Robin, in that same tight voice. He was doing it for months, with someone we both knew, Sarah Shadlock. She's an old friend of his from university.
Christ, said Strike. I'm sorry.
He was sorry, genuinely sorry, for the pain she was in. Yet the revelation had caused certain other feelings he usually kept under tight rein, considering them both misguided and dangerous, to flex inside him, to test their strength against their restraining bonds. Don't be a stupid fucker, he told himself. That's one thing that can never happen. It'd screw everything up royally.
What made him tell you?
Strike asked. She did not answer, but the question brought back the scene in awful clarity. Their Magnolia sitting room was far too tiny to accommodate a couple in such a state of fury. They had driven all the way home from Yorkshire in the Land Rover that Matthew had not wanted.
Somewhere along the way, an incensed Matthew had asserted that it was a matter of time before Strike made a pass at Robin, and what was more, he suspected that she would welcome the advance. "He's my friend, that's all," she had bellowed at Matthew from beside their cheap sofa, their weekend bag still in the hall. "For you to suggest I'm turned on by the fact he's had his leg—" "You're so bloody naive," he had bellowed. "He's your friend until he tries to get you into bed, Robin. Who are you judging him by? Are you biding your time before you jump on your co-workers? Of course I'm bloody not. But you're so frigging starry-eyed about him. He's a man. It's just the two of you in the office. He's my friend. Like you're friends with Sarah Shadlock, but you've never—" She had seen it in his face. An expression she had never noticed before passed across it like a shadow. Guilt seemed to slide physically over the high cheekbones, the clean jaw, the hazel eyes she had adored for years. "Have you?" she said, her tone subtly wondering. "Have you?" He hesitated too long. "No," he had said forcefully, like a paused film jerking back into action. "Of course not." "You have," she said. "You've slept with her." She could see it in his face. He did not believe in male-female friendships because he had never had one. He and Sarah had been sleeping together. "When?" she had asked. "Not... Was it then?" "I didn't—" She heard the feeble protestation of a man who knows he has lost, who had even wanted to lose. That had haunted her all night and all day. On some level, he had wanted Robin to know. Her strange calm, more stunned than accusatory, had led him on to tell her everything. Yes, it had been, then. He felt terrible about it, he always had. But he and Robin hadn't been sleeping together at the time, and one night Sarah had been comforting him and, well, things had got out of hand. "She was comforting you," Robin had repeated. Rage had come then at last, unfreezing her from her state of stunned disbelief. "She was comforting you?" "It was a difficult time for me too, you know," he had shouted. Strike watched as Robin shook her head unconsciously, trying to clear it, but the recollections had turned her pink and her eyes were sparkling again. "What did you say?" she asked Strike, confused. "I asked what made him tell you." "I don't know. We were in the middle of a row. He thinks—" She took a deep breath. 2/3 of a bottle of wine on an empty stomach was leading her to emulate Matthew's honesty. "He doesn't believe you and I are just friends." This was no surprise to Strike. He had read suspicion in every look Matthew had ever given him, heard insecurity in every chippy comment thrown his way. "So," Robin went on unsteadily, "I pointed out that we aren't just friends, and that he's got a platonic friend himself, dear old Sarah Shadlock. So then it all came out. He and Sarah had an affair at university while I was at home." "That long ago?" Strike said. "You think I shouldn't mind if it was 7 years ago?" she demanded. "If he's lied about it ever since and we constantly see her?" "I was just surprised," said Strike, evenly, refusing to be drawn into a fight, "that he's owned up to it after all this time." "Oh," said Robin. "Well, he was ashamed. Because of when it happened." "At university?" asked Strike, confused. "It was right after I dropped out," said Robin. "Ah," said Strike. They had never discussed what had made her leave her psychology degree and return to Massom. Robin had not intended to tell Strike the story, but all resolutions were adrift tonight, on the little sea of alcohol with which she had filled her hungry and exhausted body. What did it matter if she told him? Without that information, he would not have the full picture or be able to advise her what to do next. She was relying on him, she realized dimly, to help her. Whether she liked it or not, whether he liked it or not, Strike was her best friend in London. She had never looked that fact squarely in the face before. Alcohol buoyed you up, and it washed your eyes clean. In vino veritas, they said, didn't they? Strike would know. He had an odd, occasional habit of quoting Latin. "I didn't want to leave uni," said Robin slowly, her head swimming. "But something happened, and afterwards I had problems." That was no good. That didn't explain it. "I was coming home from a friend's, in another hall of residence," she said. "It wasn't that late, only 8 o'clock or something. But there had been a warning out about him on the local news." That was no good either. Far too much detail. What she needed was a bald statement of fact, not to talk him through every little bit of it, the way she'd had to in court. She took a deep breath, looked into Strike's face, and read dawning comprehension there. Relieved not to have to spell it out, she asked, "Please, could I have some more crisps?" When he returned from the bar, he handed them to her in silence. She did not like the look on his face. "Don't go thinking... It doesn't make any difference," she said desperately. "It was 20 minutes of my life. It was something that happened to me. It isn't me. It doesn't define me." Strike guessed that they were phrases she had been led to embrace in some kind of therapy. He had interviewed rape victims. He knew the forms of words they were given to make sense of what, to a woman, was incomprehensible. A lot of things about Robin were explained now. The long allegiance to Matthew, for instance, the safe boy from home. However, the drunken Robin read in Strike's silence the thing she had most feared. A shift in the way he saw her, from equal to victim. "It doesn't make any difference," she repeated furiously. "I'm still the same." "I know that," he said. "But it's still one fucking horrible thing to have happened to you." "Well, yes, it was," she muttered, mollified. Then, firing up again, "My evidence got him. I noticed things about him while... He had this patch of white skin under his ear. They call it vitiligo. And one of his pupils was fixed, dilated." She was gabbling slightly now, wolfing down her third packet of crisps. "He tried to strangle me. I went limp and played dead, and he ran for it. He'd attacked 2 other girls wearing the mask, and neither of them could tell the police anything about him. My evidence got him put away." "That doesn't surprise me," said Strike. She found this response satisfactory. They sat in silence for a minute while she finished the crisps. "Only afterwards I couldn't leave my room," she said, as though there had been no pause. "In the end, the university sent me home. I was only supposed to take a term off, but I never went back." Robin contemplated this fact, staring into space. Matthew had urged her to stay at home. When her agoraphobia had resolved, which had taken more than a year, she had begun visiting him at his university in Bath, wandering hand in hand among dwellings of soft Cotswold stone, down sweeping Regency crescents, along the tree-lined banks of the River Avon. Every time they had gone out with his friends, Sarah Shadlock had been there, braying at Matthew's jokes, touching his arm, leading the conversation constantly to the good times they all enjoyed when Robin, the tedious girlfriend from home, was not present. She was comforting me. It was a difficult time for me too, you know. "Right," said Strike. "We've got to get you a place to spend tonight." "I'm going to the Travel—" "No, you're not." He did not want her staying in a place where anonymous people might wander the corridors unchallenged, or could walk in off the street. Perhaps he was being paranoid, but he wanted her somewhere that a scream would not be lost in the raucous cries of hen parties. "I could sleep in the office," said Robin. Swaying as she tried to stand, he grabbed her by the arm. "If you've still got that camp, you're not sleeping in the office," he said. "I know a good place. My aunt and uncle stayed there when they came up to see the mousetrap. Come on, give me the hold-all." He had once before put his arm around Robin's shoulders, but that had been quite different. He had been using her as a walking stick. This time, it was she who could barely move in a straight line. He found her waist and held her steady as they left the pub. "Matthew," she said as they moved off, "would not like this." Strike said nothing. In spite of everything he had heard, he was not as sure as Robin was that the relationship was over. They had been together 9 years, and there was a wedding dress ready and waiting in Masham. He had been careful to offer no criticism of Matthew that might be repeated to her ex-fiancé in the renewal of hostilities that was surely coming, because the accumulated ties of 9 years could not be severed in a single night. His reticence was for Robin's sake rather than his own. He had no fear of Matthew. "Who was that man?" asked Robin sleepily, after they had walked 100 yards in silence. "Which man?" "That man this morning. I thought he might be the leg man. He scared the hell out of me." "Ah, that's Shanker. He's an old friend." "He's terrifying." "Shanker wouldn't hurt you," Strike assured her. Then, as an afterthought, "But don't ever leave him alone in the office." "Why not?" "He'll nick anything that's not nailed down. He does nothing for nothing." "Where did you meet him?" The story of Shanker and Leda took them all the way to Frith Street, where quiet townhouses looked down upon them, exuding dignity and order. "Here?" said Robin, gazing open-mouthed up at Hazlitt's hotel. "I can't stay here. This'll be expensive." "I'm paying," said Strike. "Think of it as this year's bonus. No arguments," he added, as the door opened and a smiling young man stood back to let them in. "It's my fault you need somewhere safe." The wood-panelled hall was cosy, with the feeling of a private house. There was only one way in, and nobody could open the front door from outside. When he had given the young man his credit card, Strike saw the unsteady Robin to the foot of the stairs. "You can take tomorrow morning off if you—" "I'll be there at 9, she said. "Cormoran, thanks for... "Not a problem. Sleep well." Frith Street was quiet as he closed the Hazlitt's door behind him. Strike set off, his hands deep in his pockets, lost in thought. She had been raped and left for dead. Holy shit. 8 days previously, some bastard had handed her a woman's severed leg, and she had not breathed a word of her past, not asked for special dispensation to take time off, nor deviated in any respect from the total professionalism she brought to work every morning. It was he, without even knowing her history, who had insisted on the best rape alarm, on nothing after dark, on checking in with her regularly through the working day. At the precise moment Strike became aware that he was walking away from Denmark Street rather than towards it, he spotted a man in a beanie hat 20 yards away, skulking on the corner of Soho Square. The amber tip of the cigarette swiftly vanished as the man turned and began to walk hurriedly away. "Excuse me, mate." Strike's voice echoed through the quiet square as he sped up. The man in the hat did not look back, but broke into a run. "Oi, mate!" Strike, too, began to run, his knee protesting with every jolting step. His quarry looked back once, then took a sharp left, Strike moving as fast as he could in pursuit. Entering Carlisle Street, Strike squinted ahead at the crowd clustered around the entrance of the Toucan, wondering whether his man had joined it. Panting, he ran on past the pub drinkers, drawing up at the junction with Dean Street and revolving on the spot, looking for his quarry. He had a choice of taking a left, a right, or continuing along Carlisle Street, and each offered a multitude of doorways and basement spaces in which the man in the beanie hat could have hidden, assuming he had not hailed a passing cab.
"Bollocks,"
Strike muttered. His stump was sore against the end of his prosthesis. All he had was an impression of ample height and breadth, a dark coat and hat, and the suspicious fact that he had run when called, run before Strike could ask him for the time, or a light, or directions. He took a guess and headed right up Dean Street. The traffic swooshed past him in either direction. For nearly an hour Strike continued to prowl the area, probing into dark doorways and basement cavities. He knew this was almost certainly a fool's errand, but if they had been followed by the man who had sent the leg, he was clearly a reckless bastard who might not have been scared away from Robin's vicinity by Strike's ungainly pursuit. Men in sleeping bags glared at him as he moved far closer than members of the public usually dared. Twice he startled cats out from behind dustbins, but the man in the beanie hat was nowhere to be seen.